Chapter 1251. You're going to insult me with this kind of beef. Mujozi Yuanqiu was furious. After all her efforts, she finally picked out the 5A grade black Weijiao beef. Her opponent actually insulted her with beef on sale in the supermarket. Insult you? You think too much. If I use Weijiao beef, you don't stand a chance. Hotanakai sneered and wiped the box with one hand. 2 pieces of beef flew into the air. Secret technique, phantom palm. With his eyes erected, his palms flew, and the shadows of his palms danced out phantoms, slapping the beef in the air one by one. For 3 full minutes, the beef did not fall to the ground, and received at least tens of thousands of slaps. Pa! When Hotanakai stopped, the beef fell on the chopping board. The softness, even Kikuchi Ingo and the other 2 could see that the meat tendons inside had been completely broken by Hotanakai. But what she didn't know was that Hotanakai not only broke the meat tendons, but also poured strength into them, replacing the meat tendons to connect the whole piece of beef. This is the effect of the phantom palm. Secret technique, fire cloud palm. Then, Hotanakai washed his hands carefully, and shook his right hand. Flames appeared. The beef steak sizzled under the burning flames. Kikuchi Ingo turned around decisively. She didn't dare to watch any more. She was afraid that if she watched any more, she would not even have the mind to serve the food. After Hotanakai slightly grilled the steak, he put down the flame and prepared to cook rice. The same flame burned on his hand again. The other 2 girls were not weak at all. To cook the dish she is best at, Yang Mi, a contestant from Jiangnan, China, immediately thought of a famous dish that can be called the treasure of Chinese cuisine. It is absolutely delicious, and the ingredients should be available at the moment. To ensure freshness, all fish are kept in water, some are saltwater fish, and some are freshwater fish. What Yang Mi needs is sea bass, which is distributed at the intersection of seawater and freshwater. It is also distributed in Japan. This kind of fish has tender meat, smooth and delicious. Yang Mi immediately looked for sea bass. Hey, Yang Mi, you are actually planning to cook? I advise you to give up. You have no hope. Just wait to be defeated. Beside Yang Mi, Hotanakai did not forget to attack his opponent with words, looking at Yang Mi with sarcasm and disdain. Not only Hotanakai, but also the audience in the audience seats, all looked like they were watching the fun, smiling at Yang Mi, and almost wrote the word ridicule on their faces. Yang Mi, I wonder what kind of low-level dish you are going to make? What I am going to make is red flame steak, hehe, you definitely can't compare to it. Hotanakai said proudly. Yang Mi frowned. Hotanakai actually planned to make steak. In terms of ingredients, steak is more delicious than fish, but Yang Mi didn't care. She just said coldly, Chef Hotanakai, please make way. I want to cook. As she spoke, Yang Mi passed by Hotanakai. You woman. Hotanakai showed a little anger on his face. He didn't expect Yang Mi. Tommy ignored him directly. Hotanakai looked at Yang Mi's back with a twinkling look, damn woman, I want to see what dishes you and the other 2 women can make. Humph, I don't think you can be arrogant for long. Yang Mi was too lazy to argue with Hotanakai, because she didn't have time to argue with Hotanakai at the moment. Don't argue with idiots, because he will pull you down to his level and then defeat you with his rich experience. After Yang Mi selected the sea bass, she returned to her chef's table. The sea bass was completely fresh and even alive. When dealing with ingredients like fish, you must choose the freshest ones to make the taste the most delicious. Yang Mi knew this very well and was unambiguous. Chives, ginger, cooked bamboo shoots, water-soaked mushrooms, eggs, ham, all of these must be prepared. First, cut the chives, bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and ham into shreds. Yang Mi whispered to herself. This dish also has a lot of ingredients. Yang Mi was not in a hurry to process the sea bass, because he planned to keep the sea bass fresh until the end, which would preserve the fish meat better. Yang Mi waved the kitchen knife, and after preparing all the ingredients, he began to cut into strips. Taking a deep breath, holding the kitchen knife in his hand, Yang Mi's whole body suddenly had an innate reaction, as if the kitchen knife was a part of his body. Yang Mi held the kitchen knife and cut directly on the chopping board. Day, 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 day. Yang Mi was fully focused, with no distractions. The kitchen knife moved quickly, one cut after another, extremely decisively, and soon saw the chives, bamboo shoots and mushrooms, all turned into thin strips. The fine knife skills were almost perfectly reflected at this moment. Every cut was precise and every thread was fine. It was just like a work of art. At this time, Nakiri Senseiman, who was sitting in the referee's seat in the distance, also saw this scene and sat up straight all of a sudden. Such amazing knife skills. This girl from China. Nakiri Senseiman stared at Yang Mi with burning eyes. Even Nakiri Senseiman noticed Yang Mi. He sat up straight all of a sudden, his eyes were always focused on Yang Mi, especially on Yang Mi's hands. Yang Mi held the kitchen knife in her hand, focusing on the dishes in front of her, and never noticed Nakiri Sentimon's surprised expression. This girl is only 18 or 19 years old, but she has such amazing knife skills, it's really amazing. Nakiri Senseiman said to himself, paying close attention to Yang Mi. Not only Nakiri Senseiman, when Yang Mi showed her amazing knife skills, many of the surrounding audiences also cast strange eyes at Yang Mi, shocked and curious. Yang Mi cut the food into strips. The green onion strips, mushroom strips, bamboo shoot strips and ham strips were basically the same thickness, and even the length was the same, about 5 centimeters. Yang Mi's slicing process was also very fast, with almost no extra movements, and even no hesitation. You can imagine how skilled Yang Mi is in slicing. This action can only be done by a chef who has been tempered in the kitchen. So amazing! An excellent chef, when he cooks, is just like making elegant works of art, and Yang Mi in front of him is just like that. Even many of the audience around had an illusion, is this person really cooking? It's just like playing the piano, turning cooking into an elegant art in an instant. All the actions were completed almost in an instant, and neatly placed on a delicate plate. Then, Yang Mi skillfully beat the eggs into egg liquid and began to cook the fish. One of the difficulties in cooking fish is fish bones. As we all know, when customers eat fish, the taste is easily affected by fish bones, so Yang Mi also has to remove the fish bones, but this is not an easy task. Chapter 1252. Then, Yang Mi skillfully beat the eggs into egg liquid and began to cook the fish. One of the difficulties in cooking fish is fish bones. As we all know, when customers eat fish, the taste is easily affected by fish bones, so Yang Mi also has to remove fish bones, but this is not an easy task. Fish bones are almost all over the body of fish. Except for some marine fish, which are easy to cook, other fish are not easy. Yang Mi still did not stop, holding a kitchen knife to remove the scales and gills of the fish, moving slowly, cutting open the belly to remove the internal organs, washing, cutting off the head and tail, and using a flat knife to slice it into 2 pieces along the spine from head to tail, putting it in a basin with the fish skin facing down. The action is done in one go. How is this woman possible? Hotanakai saw Yang Mi's skillful cooking movements. Hotanakai stood there, looking at this scene in disbelief. Yang Mi, this contestant from China, is so amazing? Hotanakai asked himself if he could do this, but Yang Mi. Hotanakai shook his head vigorously, as if he wanted to confirm that this scene was just a dream, but the cruel reality told him that Yang Mi's performance was so good. Yang Mi was focused, and he had no time to pay attention to other things. After cooking the fish, Yang Mi shredded the fish and kept to ensure that there are no fish bones. At the same time, Yang Mi put scallion, ginger, Shaoxing wine, and salt, along with the fish meat, into the steamer and steamed them over high heat. Scallion, ginger, Shaoxing wine, salt. The cooking was orderly, and Yang Mi also got into the state. What she wanted to make was a famous dish, and it was a famous dish in Jiangnan, China, so she couldn't be careless at all. This famous dish is fish soup, which is fish soup. The process is much more complicated than ordinary fish soup, so Yang Mi has been busy and tense all the time. Sometimes a few seconds late will make a qualitative difference in the taste. Under Yang Mi's serious attitude, everything was going perfectly. The last one, Chiba Litsi, who achieved amazing results in the Diamond Cuisine Tokyo competition, was also thinking about her best dish at this time. What dish should I make? Chiba Litsi searched silently on her recipes for a while. It's not easy to think about your best dish. Soon, she thought of dessert. There are few girls who don't like desserts, and she is no exception. And the dessert she made requires eggs. Strictly speaking, it is an egg dish. For any chef, egg dishes are a compulsory course. Egg dishes are very common and there are many kinds. There are many egg dishes in China, Japan, South Korea, Italy, France, and other countries. After thinking for a while, Chibalitsi chose a Western egg dish. For a dish, the first impression is very important. After choosing from the appearance and taste, Chibalitsi finally chose such a dish that is quite stylish. That's it. Chibalitsi whispered to herself. At the same time, Chibalitsi quickly prepared 3 eggs, found milk, and then took out sugar. Put the sugar in a hot pot, add a little water and sugar, and start to boil. Cook over low heat until you can smell the caramel smell and the sugar turns dark yellow, then add a little hot water and continue to cook. The action was done in one go, as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times, as if it was the instinct of Chibariko's action. Nikiri Senseiman had seen Chibariko's cooking level, so he was not too surprised. But the audience in the audience saw it for the first time, and it was completely eye-opening. So amazing! The moment he saw Chibariko's skilled movements, Hatanaka knew that the woman in front of him named Chibariko was definitely not simple. Although this woman was not much older than him, her cooking skills were very mature, without the slightest unnecessary movement, she was simply the most professional chef. This made Hatanaka subconsciously think of his teacher Nikiritsuki. Could it be that the guy in front of him named Chibariko was also a student secretly trained by his teacher Nikiritsuki? Hatanaka Ying was shocked by his own idea, and quickly drove this idea out of his mind and concentrated on cooking. Hatanaka Ying was like this, let alone others. This time, Chibalitsi was going to make caramel custard pudding, which is also a dessert in Western cuisine and is popular among countless people. Chibalitsi had already boiled caramel, added milk to the caramel liquid, and stirred it evenly. In order to ensure the sweetness, she also added some condensed milk. Next, Chibalitsi beat the eggs into egg liquid, mixed it with caramel, and then put it in the oven. Chibalitsi's movements were very fast and it was basically completed. During the time waiting in front of the oven, Hatanaka Ying was still busy. Finally, there was a ding sound, and the oven time was up. At this time, Hatanaka Ying also wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with relief, done. Chibalitsi and Hatanaka Ying finished cooking almost at the same time. The caramel custard pudding made by Chibariko was placed, and a sweet smell covered everything and filled the entire venue. This rich fragrance spread, and it seemed that you could smell the sweetness and deliciousness of the pudding. It smells so good. Nikiri Senseiman couldn't help but sniff, and felt as if saliva was flowing out of his mouth. This made Nikiri Senseiman couldn't help but imagine the taste of the pudding and swallowed his saliva. What a greedy referee! Chibariko smiled slightly, and then noticed Nikiri Senseiman's expression, and immediately handed the pudding to Irina and Nikiri Senseiman. Come on, enjoy it. Nikiri Senseiman's old face blushed, but he couldn't resist the call of delicious food, and took a small bite of the pudding. The pudding was very chewy and it bounced slightly the moment the spoon touched it. Nikiri Senseiman took a small bite and felt an indescribable taste the moment his lips touched it. The sweetness spread. The sweetness of the pudding was not the type that was too sweet, but just right. It melted in the mouth, with a strong fragrance, which made Nikiri Senseiman's eyes light up. It was like walking in the clouds and being in heaven. It was so delicious. Every bite was a pleasure. I couldn't stop at all. After Nikiri Senseiman took a bite, he immediately took a second bite, a third bite, and the other referees next to him wanted to refuse proudly, but after seeing Nikiri Senseiman's performance, they couldn't help but taste it. A female referee also trembled all over after just one bite, and couldn't help but clamp her legs together, and had some kind of shameful illusion. Chapter 1253. I couldn't stop at all. After Nikiri Senseiman took a bite, he immediately took a second bite, a third bite, and the other referees next to him wanted to refuse proudly, but after seeing Nikiri Senseiman's performance, they couldn't help but taste it. A female referee only tasted it and trembled all over. She couldn't help but clamp her legs together, and had some embarrassing illusions. At this time, the female referee couldn't help but feel her cheeks burning and her eyes became watery. I don't know if it was tears or something else, but she was completely immersed in the enjoyment of this delicious food. It's great. Nikiri Senseiman couldn't help but whispered. He saw that the pudding in his hand had been completely eaten, but Nikiri Senseiman still had an expression of unsatisfied. Such food is simply not enough. After eating this caramel egg custard pudding, Nikiri Senseiman took a long time to get rid of the amazing taste, and looked at Chibariko with a complicated expression. Chibariko, 98 points. Only 2 points away from full marks. It is worthy of being a dark horse that has risen amazingly in the Tokyo competition. For a while, the other 3 contestants began to get nervous. At this time, one of the other 3 finished the dish. It was Yang Mi from Jiangnan, China. The moment she finished cooking, she saw that a fish soup with a strong aroma was ready. It's done. Yang Mi took a deep breath and looked at her dish. The fish soup exuded an extreme fragrance. The fragrance was overwhelming and spread throughout the entire competition venue in an instant. For a moment, the fragrance lingered, and almost everyone looked at Yang Mi. It smells so good, what kind of dish is this? This girl is not ordinary. Strange, isn't this the woman from China? How can this woman make such a special dish? Even Nakiri Senseiman was startled. When he smelled the fragrance, he had some appetite. Is this fish soup? It looks good. Nakiri Senseiman looked at Yang Mi expectantly. Yang Mi served the dish. The fragrance was fragrant, and the fragrance was overflowing. The fish soup is exquisite, and it is top-notch in terms of appearance and aroma. As the saying goes, color, aroma, and taste, this dish is already very outstanding in terms of color and aroma. Well, this seems to be Chinese cuisine. If I am not mistaken, it should be a famous dish called Song Sao fish soup. Nakiri Senseiman looked at the dish thoughtfully and whispered. Yang Mi was slightly stunned. Nakiri Senseiman was indeed unique in cooking. His vision was really broad, and he actually knew this dish. The name of this dish is indeed Song Sao fish soup, which is a super famous dish in Chinese cuisine and has a history of more than 800 years. Song Sao fish soup originated in the southern Song dynasty in China. At that time, Song Jiaozong boarded a boat to travel around the West Lake and met a woman named Song Wuzhao, who made a living by selling fish soup. Jiaozong ate the fish soup she made and was very impressed, and gave her gold, silver, and silk. From then on, the reputation of the dish rose rapidly, and wealthy families rushed to buy it. Song Sao fish soup became a famous dish in the capital. After generations of chefs continuously developed and improved it, it became a famous Chinese dish. So the theme this time was fish dishes, and Yang Mi thought of Song Sao fish soup at the first time. This is a dish that even Emperor Song Jiaozong praised. Song Sao fish soup? What kind of dish is that? Chinese food? It seems to be, but it won't just have a fragrance, maybe it tastes ordinary. The people around couldn't help but discuss it, and they all disagreed. And Nakiri Senseiman didn't hesitate, took out the soup spoon, scooped a bowl of fish soup, and tasted it. The rest of the chefs all looked at Nakiri Senseiman's expression carefully, trying to see the clues from his expression. The entrance is refreshing and fragrant, overflowing in the mouth. The fish seemed to melt in the mouth, and the silky texture directly stimulated the taste buds and burst out in the mouth. Hey! Nakiri Senseiman's eyes widened suddenly. The fragrance and deliciousness of the fish, the fragrance of ham, mushrooms, bamboo shoots, and other ingredients mixed together to form the taste of this dish, which is fresh and smooth, and tastes like crab soup. This indescribable taste makes people clap their hands. The case is amazing. Good, good, good. Nakiri Senseiman said 3 good words in a row, and his expression was slightly excited. This fish soup is so special, and it even adds crab meat, which makes the soup taste extremely delicious. It's really good. Yang Mi raised her eyebrows slightly. Nakiri Senseiman was right. She also added crab meat to the fish soup because crab meat is very delicious and can enhance the freshness of the fish soup. Nakiri Senseiman tasted the crab meat at once, which shows how profound his cooking skills are. Soon, Nakiri Senseiman drank a mouthful of fish soup again and again, with a satisfied expression on his face. Come, all of you try this fish soup, it's definitely a delicacy. Nakiri Senseiman pointed at the fish soup and asked the referees around him to try it. These referees had already had ideas. After hearing what Nakiri Senseiman said, they were no longer polite and tasted the fish soup one after another. As soon as they tasted it, several judges also widened their eyes. They felt as if they were in the lake, as if they had become a fish, playing and swimming in the water, having fun. Tasting this dish, it was as if a beautiful painting appeared in front of them. After a long while, these chefs reacted, and their faces were full of unsatisfied expressions. This fish soup is really delicious. Absolute ultimate enjoyment, top-notch cuisine. Nakiri Senseiman finally put down the bowl, savored the deliciousness of the fish soup for a while, and then said, "Little girl, what's your name?" "Yang Mi, my name is Yang Mi." "Oh, Yang Mi, the same surname as Yang Ming, how old are you this year? 19 years old. Only 19 years old, you have such amazing cooking skills, this is your first score, I give you 96 points. Nakiri Senseiman said seriously. 96 points. The other chefs were all in a commotion. So far, this score is second only to Chibalitzi. You can imagine how rare it is. 96 points, this is the best evaluation of her. Almost all the chefs focused their attention on Yang Mi. Some were shocked, some were surprised, some were envious, and some were jealous. Especially Hatanaka Nakiai. Hatanaka Nakiai was so shocked that his jaw dropped and his face was ugly. It was very exciting. He had been targeting these three girls because they were close to Yang Ming, that is, Yang Ming's people. Originally, he was confident that he could crush the whole audience, but now, he was a little confused. Chapter 1254. Almost all the chefs focused their attention on Yang Mi. Some were shocked, some were surprised, some were envious, and some were jealous. Especially Hatanaka Nakiai. Hatanaka Nakiai was so shocked that his jaw dropped and his face was ugly. It was very exciting. He had been targeting these three girls because they were close to Yang Ming, that is, Yang Ming's people. Originally, he was confident that he could crush the whole crowd, but now, he was a little nervous. It is really an excellent dish to cook Song Sao's fish soup to such a degree and improve it. Yang Mi, what position do you hold in the restaurant in China now? Nakiri Senseiman praised highly again and asked. Ordinary chef. Yang Mi replied. With your cooking skills and talent, it's a pity to be an ordinary chef. Why don't you come to Japan and be the chef of the resort's main restaurant? I guarantee that you will get the best treatment. I also think you will definitely become an excellent chef. Nakiri Senseiman looked at Yang Mi and smiled and threw out an olive branch. Hearing this, all the chefs were in a commotion, looking at Yang Mi with absolute envy and jealousy. Yang Mi was actually so valued by Nakiri Senseiman. Yang Mi made this Song Sao fish soup, which made Nakiri Senseiman admire Yang Mi very much. Nakiri Senseiman also regarded Yang Mi as a chef with a promising future. For such a potential chef, Nakiri Senseiman certainly had an attitude of recruiting and training. So Nakiri Senseiman directly threw out an olive branch and asked Yang Mi to be the chef at the main restaurant of the resort. You should know that Yang Mi is just an ordinary chef in a Chinese restaurant now, which shows how much Nakiri Senseiman values Yang Mi. Hatanaka Hatanakai had a livid face and was so jealous that he could hardly speak. How could Yang Mi, this woman, be so amazing that she could make such an amazing dish and be valued by Mr. Nakiri Senseiman? Being able to be the chef at the main restaurant is the dream of many chefs. If Yang Mi became the chef of the main restaurant, even Hatanaka Hatanakai would be respectful to her and dare not act rashly. After all, he is the head chef of the resort's main restaurant, and his status is higher than that of Hatanaka. This made Hatanaka feel like he was slapped in the face, and he didn't know what to say. Hearing what Nakiri Senseiman said, Yang Mi was not as happy as expected, but bluntly refused. Sorry, I am Chinese, and I have no plans to work in Japan. China and Japan are close neighbors, but the painful memories of the past wars between the two sides have always been engraved in the hearts of all Chinese people, so Yang Mi directly rejected the invitation. In this regard, Nakiri Senseiman could only sigh helplessly. 3 hours, soon came. Time is up. Please ask the remaining two contestants to present their dishes. Kawashima Rei announced loudly. Hatanaka Ying and Kikuchi Enka looked at each other, and walked to the judging table with their respective dishes. The eyes of the three judges in the judging table were completely fixed on Hatanaka Ying. They had no interest in Kikuchi Enka and A5 beef. Next, we will start the review phase. Kikuchi Enka will present his dishes first. Kikuchi Enka took a long breath, and his chest was trembling. The lid of the meal was opened. The roasted meat blooming like a flower exuded an extremely tempting aroma. The eyes of the three judges were also attracted involuntarily. Perfect yakiniku rice bowl made with A5 grade beef. Please enjoy. It's worthy of being A5 grade beef, it's so beautiful. Nakiri Senseiman couldn't help but praise it. A5 grade beef, even they rarely taste it. The three judges picked up the spoon at the same time and put the yakiniku and rice into their mouths. Ah! It's so delicious that my waist is weak. This is the taste, the rich and delicious A5 grade beef. When grilling, even the flame angle is taken into account. The texture of the meat is at right angles to the flame angle, the gravy is completely sealed in the meat is evenly heated, and every strand of meat texture can be seen clearly. Critic Yoshiki Oto couldn't help but stroke his chin and exclaimed. And the rice? No matter how perfect the barbecue is, it will still be a little greasy. But the slightly sour taste of hawthorn in this rice not only removes the greasiness, but the conflicting taste makes the meat even more delicious. This is simply the perfect combination of rice and barbecue. The producer of the food column Okage Takudanori praised loudly. The three of them were frantically shoveling rice and barbecue. After a while, there was not a single grain of rice left in the bowl. On the side, Hatanaki frowned, and his heart became more and more uneasy. This dish is too powerful. Delicious, portable, and one bowl, except that the price is still very expensive, but the essence of rice bowl has been fully produced. In the stands, the audience in the audience seats were sweating. They could see that Hatanaki was going to be in trouble. The results of the first three contestants were so amazing. If he lost, it would be very embarrassing, right? In the judge's seat, the three judges slowly put down the clean bowls and let out a long breath. Hey, I haven't eaten such delicious beef for a long time. This dish is definitely at the master level. 96 points. Nakiri Senseiman said with satisfaction, and the other two nodded repeatedly, agreeing with his opinion. However, the three did not give up on Hatanaka's cooking. On the contrary, they were more like gourmets who had just eaten appetizers and were waiting for the arrival of the big meal. Yes, the three people's eyes, like wolves, shot out green light, staring at Hatanaka. Then, the next is Hatanaka's cooking. Please present your work to the judges. Under the gaze of everyone, Hatanaka slowly raised his feet and stepped onto the stairs. The winner has been decided. I really want to see Hatanaka's expression when he loses. In the audience who saw that Kikuchi Enka was so praised chose to forget Hatanaka's surprise just now, and began to mock Hatanaka instead. People like to create gods, and they like to see gods fall even more. This is bad. It seems that the atmosphere around Hatanaka is that Hatanaka has lost. The audience who supported Hatanaka became even more nervous. Could it be that Hatanaka is really going to lose? Then, let's start examining Hatanaka's dish. What will you name it? On the podium, Kawashima Rei approached Hatanaka and asked with interest. She is also a freshman, and she also wants to see Hatanaka fail. However, the expression she wanted to see was not there at all. On the contrary, Hatanaka's face was full of confidence. My dish is called tear-inducing beef rice. The lid of the dish was opened, and a golden light shot up into the sky. A sad atmosphere instantly swept the entire venue. Chapter 1255. However, the expression she wanted to see was not at all. On the contrary, Hatanaka Ying's face was full of confidence. My dish is called tear-inducing beef rice. The lid of the dish was opened, and a golden light shot up into the sky. A sad atmosphere instantly swept the entire venue. This taste, why am I so sad? A male audience member sitting in the first row had a tear in the corner of his eye. He gently stroked the tear marks on his face. Is this because of a broken heart? Obviously, he forgot that he has been a single dog for 15 years. So sad, I remembered my mom. A girl closed her eyes and fell into memories. She cried and cursed, what kind of food did Ying Ying monster make? It makes people want to cry. Bad guy, it's so bad. Under the competition stage, some people even thought about their company's performance and cried happily. At the judging table, the judges looked at the food in front of them and felt very sad. They had no appetite at all. However, the spoon in their hands could not help but reach into the bowl. A few slices of beef, a poached egg, and a bowl of rice. After the judges put the beef into their mouths, they took a light bite. Instantly, the spiritual energy burst out, and the beef's extremely impactful gravy and the melt-in-the-mouth texture exploded instantly. Ah! The heat kept bursting from the stomach to the whole body, washing the three people from heart to body. The three people couldn't help but moan. The beef was processed and melted in the mouth. The meat was soft and full of meaty taste. It was even better than 5A grade. The poached egg was in a perfect half-cooked state, and the egg liquid was slowly rotating inside. Every drop of egg liquid was like drinking a large glass of watermelon juice in summer, and the whole body was refreshed to the extreme. That bowl of rice, every grain of rice was full of rice, and it was integrated with the beef and the egg liquid in the poached egg. This feeling was more integrated than the barbecue rice bowl of Mujozi Yuanquo. Hands and spoons couldn't help dancing wildly. In less than a minute, the whole bowl of rice was eaten up by the three people. Hey! So cool! The three of them collapsed on the chairs in satisfaction, their whole bodies wrapped in heat, warm and comfortable. However, for some reason, the three people who should have been very satisfied after the meal, a tear fell from the corner of their eyes. Why do I feel a little sad? It's like first love, satisfied, but with a little heartache. Nakiri Senseiman said disappointedly. He is the oldest among the judges and is particularly sentimental. Because I added onions. Hatanaka Ying replied quietly. The so-called first love is infinitely good, but it just can't be. This dish is just his first love emotion, added in. Nakiri Senseiman looked at him deeply, but didn't expose it. So that's it, it turned out that onions were added. This dish, the first taste is like first love, sweet, full of longing and satisfaction for love, but unfortunately, after all, things are unpredictable, and after growing up, they still separate. This is first love. Yet, I really want to fall in love again. If I give a score, I will give it 99 points. The other two judges have already been completely immersed in their first love and can't extricate themselves. I lost? Mujozi Yuanquo knelt down on the ground in despair, crushed by the ingredients. I lost? Am I really that useless? Do you want to know why you lost? Then try the food I made. In order to show off and also to suppress, Hatanaki also made an extra portion and handed it to Kikuchi Enka. Kikuchi Enka picked up the dish and slowly put it into his mouth, the kind of satisfaction that went deep into his heart, and the pain that was piercing his heart. Mito seemed to see herself as a child, happily showing her new toys to her father. It was a pity that her toys were torn up by her father and thrown on the ground. With the spoon in her hand, she stuffed the rice into her mouth frantically. She hadn't felt this kind of satisfaction and this kind of heartache for a long time. Damn it, I can't be so weak. Kikuchi Enka was crying, holding the empty bowl in her hand, her eyes involuntarily looked towards Hatanaki. It's all the fault of this bowl of rice. This bowl of rice is telling me to have a deep and unforgettable love that I will never regret. Whispering, tears could not stop flowing down. Hatano Ei, 99 points. Chibariko, 98 points. Yang Mi, 96 points. Kikuchi Enka, 96 points. A venue, first round of elimination, Hatano Ei. Chibariko. The two enter the winners group and proceed to the next round of eliminations. Kikuchi Enka and Yang Mi don't need to worry, you will enter the loser group and proceed to the next round of eliminations. As long as you can get more points, it is possible to come back to life. On the big screen, two lines of fonts stood out clearly. The venue was silent, and then countless ying-ying monsters cheered. Ying-ying-ying. 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 Hatanaka Ei's mouth was twitching. Is this his supporter? It's too bad. After the first round of fierce elimination, the three venues ABC entered the winner group respectively. Venue A, Hatanaka Ei, Chibariko. Venue B, Kaitozaki Taki, Yangming.C Venue, Mizuhara Fuyamai, Sun Li. The game entered the halftime break. In a secret room, Hatanaka Ying half knelt on the ground, not daring to look up. Idiot! You let Yang Ming win all the way here. Have you forgotten the bold words you said on TV before? Under the light, the figure speaking in the shadow gradually appeared. Black long windbreaker, circles of black lines in the evil eyes, dark temperament, pale skin like a vampire. He is the new commander-in-chief of Totsuki Academy, Nakiritsuki. Teacher, I thought Yang Ming. Hatanaka Ying's face was full of sweat, and he kept knocking his head. He knew deeply that Nakiritsuki punished the losers. Ha, you probably forgot your own mission. Nakiritsuki walked in front of Hatanaka Ying and slapped his face heavily with his palm. A series of deep red palm prints, extremely clear. Remember your identity. You are my favorite student. You can only win and not lose. You must make Yang Ming a stepping stone for your growth. Just in case, I have made some arrangements in private. Take a look for yourself. Throwing down a note, Nakiri stood up and left the room. Hatanaka Ying picked up the note angrily, with hatred in his eyes, almost shooting the floor to pieces. Yang Ming. I will definitely step on you. Restroom. Sitting in his seat, Yang Ming closed his eyes and leaned against the backrest. The comfortable air conditioning made him fall into a daze. In front of the restroom, a man in a black windbreaker gradually approached Yang Ming. On the cuff, a steel needle with anesthesia was aimed at Yang Ming's neck. Chapter 1256. Restroom. Sitting in his seat, Yang Ming closed his eyes and leaned against the backrest. The comfortable air conditioning made him fall into a dream. In front of the restroom, a man in a black windbreaker gradually approached Yang Ming. On his sleeve, a steel needle with anesthesia was aimed at Yang Ming's neck. Just as the man in the black windbreaker was about to enter the attack range, a scream woke Yang Ming up. Yang Ming-jun, be careful. The man felt that his behavior was discovered, and a flash of hostility appeared in his eyes. The thin needle originally aimed at the skin directly pierced the aorta in Yang Ming's neck. When Yang Ming opened his eyes, he saw a thick and long steel needle piercing him. A blood-red light burst out in his eyes, and the Sharingan opened. The ice escape silently turned into an ice knife, which suddenly appeared in Yang Ming's hand. With his peak physical fitness and sufficient speed, the ice knife brought out a phantom. Just when the steel needle pierced the aorta, it hit the needle tip. Who are you? With a flick of his wrist, the ice blade knocked the steel needle away and pierced deeply into the top of the restroom. At the same time, the ice blade used an illusion to stab at the hood of the windbreaker. With Yang Ming's physical reaction, speed, and strength, how could the enemy compare? A phantom flew by, and the ice blade brought a trace of blood. When the hood was lifted, a scar was cut on the enemy's face. Yang Ming's eyes shrank. The one who wanted to attack him turned out to be a strange man? The man looked at him hatefully and reached into his arms. A retractable dagger was thrown, and a weapon like a big knife burst out from the dagger. With great power, it chopped heavily at Yang Ming. Hey! Are you going to die? Yang Ming roared, and turned over from the backrest to the back. On the seat, there was a deep knife mark, which was shocking. This is a very hard chair. This man really wants to kill himself. Haha! Yang Ming, blame it on you for blocking the way of that adult. I must kill you. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and the long knife in his hand slashed at Yang Ming. In the restroom, other chefs who were resting screamed and fled to avoid the two. Seeing that other innocent people were implicated by him, Yang Ming waved the ice knife and kept hitting the back of the opponent's knife, leading the blade to the ground and the chair. A passerby chef under his feet had already fainted from the pain. However, after all, he was stepping on a person, and he was not strong enough to resist. Yang Ming staggered, stepped on the air, and fell off the person. The ice knife in his right hand was actually released and bounced far away. Seeing that he had found an opportunity, a trace of murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes, and all the strength in his body was poured into the long knife, slashing it heavily. With the crisis of life coming, Yang Ming did not care that the other party was just an ordinary person, and decided to show his true strength. His eyes were only focused on the trajectory of the sword, and he used his fingers as sticks, pointing at the side of the sword. At the same time, the chakra on his fingertips rotated rapidly, shattering the power attached to the sword, and lightly swept the sword over his head. A strand of black hair fell to the ground from the top of his head. The situation was extremely critical. Fire escape, the great fireball technique. In his mouth, the flames expanded rapidly and hit the enemy's chest heavily. Bang! There was only a dull sound of leather breaking, and the assassin fell heavily on the backrest with blood at the corner of his mouth. Ribs 4 of his blades were broken on the spot, leaving a burning scar on his chest, and the aroma of barbecue wafted from his body. The assassin completely lost his fighting power and fainted on the spot. Yang Ming's crisis was finally resolved. Yang Ming-jun, are you okay? A familiar voice came from behind. Yang Ming turned around, and the corners of his mouth kept twitching. It turned out to be Mizuhara Fuyamai and others. It's okay, this kind of thing is very simple for me. Yang Ming picked up the ice knife and said he was safe to Mizuhara Fuyamai and others who cared about him. If it weren't for the fact that this was not the Naruto world and he couldn't kill people casually, Yang Ming would have taken real action long ago. While talking, the security guard arrived, pressed the assassin to the police room, and took Li Xiang to the police room to take a statement. After a long time, the security guard just finished asking questions, and Li Xiang finally got a rest. On the other side, Hotanakai took a nap in panic. Here is. Hotanakai looked at the little boy and the young man in the courtyard, scratched his cheek in confusion. Is it this dream again? This is not the first time he has had this dream. When he was in a bad mood before, he would always have the same dream over and over again. Yes. Cut it thinner, cut it thinner. Ah. How did you cut your hand? Be careful. Wait a minute, Dad will get you a band-aid. The young man left in panic, and Hatanakai looked at the little boy in the courtyard who was not even as tall as his waist. The little boy opened his eyes wide and licked the blood on his hand that was cut by the knife. He didn't cry or make a fuss. I was really handsome at that time. Hatanakai sighed, but I'm still handsome now. This was when he was 4 years old. That year, his father gave him a simulated kitchen as a gift. After discovering his extremely high talent for cooking, Hatanakai's family, overjoyed, began special training for him. Dad! Digimon is about to start. Can I go watch Digimon? The scene changed to a large room again. Hatanakai, who was about 6 or 7 years old, held a small kitchen knife in his hand and shouted to the person behind the desk. Have you finished cutting the 50 radishes? Not yet. But it's almost done. Hatanakai begged, Dad, let me finish watching before I cut them. Don't go before I finish cutting them. Oh. Although the little boy looked very sad, he still walked back to the kitchen with the knife. That year, Digimon was the most popular cartoon. Sitting in the classroom, Hatanakai listened to the boys and girls next to him discussing the plot of last night, but he couldn't get a word in at all, and he lay quietly on the desk alone. Even though Hatanakai grew up and watched the Digimon that he missed over and over again, when he closed his eyes, the lonely little figure still appeared in front of him. Is this your son? He's handsome. Tsukinagari, wearing a black suit, touched Obatanakai's head. Mr. Tsukinagari, you'll have to work hard in the future. Hatanakai's father entrusted, I thought about it, and I still need you to teach Hatanakai how to cook. No problem. Tsukinagari bent down and pinched Obatanakai's face, such a handsome child, it's no problem to keep teaching him. At the age of 8, Hatanakai, who had mastered knife skills and basic cooking skills, began to formally learn various cuisines. And the person who taught him was Tsukinagari, who his father had invited with great difficulty. This is how he spent his childhood. Chapter 1257. No problem. Tsukinagari bent down and pinched Obatanakai's face, such a handsome child, it's okay to keep teaching him. At the age of 8, after mastering the basic skills of knife skills and cooking, Obatanakai began to formally learn various cuisines. And the person who taught him was Tsukinagari, who his father had invited with great difficulty. This is how he spent his childhood. While others were reading comics, he was learning to cut vegetables and talking to the potatoes on the chopping board. While others were playing games, he was learning to cook on a high stove with a low stool under his feet. Next, it should be the last stage of this dream. Obatanakai stood in the distance, watching the little guy in the corner skillfully cooking the ingredients in front of him with his small hands. Sure enough, the scene changed again, and he came to a big podium. The 11-year-old Obatanakai was starting to grow taller, but even so, he was far behind the uncles next to him. Let us congratulate the chefs who passed the first-level chef assessment. First of all, Hatanakai, who is from Kyoto and is the youngest contestant in history. Congratulations to him, he passed the first-level chef assessment at the age of 11. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Hatanakai nodded as if it was a matter of course. However, the uncle next to him who was taking the assessment with him was more excited than him. He held him in his arms and lifted him up. Only then did a trace of panic appear on his face. It should be over, right? Well, why isn't it over yet? Hatanakai floated in the air and looked down at the crowd below, waiting for the dream to come true. He woke up from the dream, only to find that the dream was not over yet. The scene changed again. A boy who looked almost exactly like Hatanakai now, knelt on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Not far behind him, his father's face was even uglier than his. The person next to him pulled his arm and comforted the boy softly, but it didn't work at all. Hatanakai, who was floating in the air, gradually frowned. If he guessed correctly, this scene should be. His eyes moved upward from the crowd on the ground and saw the big banner, Super Chef Assessment Test. This is where his dream was shattered. Hatanakai is the youngest first-class chef in Kyoto's history, but not many people care about this. Because first-class chefs are just a threshold set up in recent decades, a threshold to the road to super chefs. As long as the cooking level reaches a certain level, you can get the title of first-class chef. Almost everyone who studies cooking seriously and regards cooking as the foundation of their life can get it, it's just a matter of time. But the special chef is different. For hundreds of years, the special chef assessment was held every 4 years, and only 1 or 2 people were selected each time. That is to say, in the whole Kyoto, there are absolutely no more than 30 special chefs alive at the same time. Some people have never won this honor from their prime to their old age, and finally died in regret. In recent years, with the rapid expansion of the population and the increasing number of chefs in Kyoto, the Kyoto Chefs Association finally changed the special chef assessment to once every 2 years, and added the assessment of first-level chefs. Only those who pass the first-level chef assessment are eligible to compete for the special chef. Hatanaka Ying, who obtained the first-level chef qualification, participated in the first special chef assessment in his life at the age of 13. Because he was too young and was not favored by the public, he made it all the way and made great progress. He made it to the last round before regretfully losing. In the next 2 years, Hatanaka's family prepared a variety of special training for him and invited Nakaritsuki to teach Hatanaka again, hoping that he could pass the next special chef assessment and become the youngest special chef in history. However, he failed. In the second special chef assessment, he was unexpectedly defeated after only entering the second round, although he was highly favored to win the championship before the game. Although everyone comforted him and said that he could continue to participate in the assessment in the future and that he would definitely become a special chef according to his level, he knew that there was no chance. He would never have the chance to break Nakaritsuki's record again. At the age of 15, he was a special chef. Nakaritsuki posed a problem to all chefs in Kyoto. And this problem was like a natural chasm for Hatanaka, who inherited Nakaritsuki's cooking skills. While Hatanaka received the teachings of Nakaritsuki, he also lived in the shadows, as if there was a mountain in front of him that he could never cross. Unfortunately, he failed. Hatanaka, who was highly expected, did not achieve his goal in the end. And the boy who was full of love and fantasy for cooking also suffered the heaviest blow in his life. After waking up from the bed, Hatanaka looked at the people coming and going outside the window and could not fall asleep for a long time. After waking up from the dream, Hatanaka could not sleep for a long time, so he simply got up and started to pack up. He bent down and dragged out a large password box from under the bed. After entering the password to open it, there were several boxes in it. After carefully searching inside, Hatanaka took out a long box from it, gently twisted the lock on it, and opened the lid. A cold light shot out from the box, and Hatanaka smiled and took out a silver-white knife from it, with a black handle and a slightly wider blade. Hatanaka took it in his hand and felt the familiar lightness, as if he could feel the joy that the knife conveyed to him. You should be the one to cook the dish that beat Yang Ming. It's decided to be you. After the intermission, the organizer notified the decision to hold the food battle in the second round. The competition is divided into several games, and the theme of each game is different. All the contestants know this situation, so they will not let the other party win easily in this food battle. But the theme of each game is different, and maybe it will be the turn of the field that they are not good at. This is a headache for everyone. As for the food battle in the second round of eliminations, it directly set off a wave in the venue. Everyone is very excited, and they are all looking forward to the food battle at that time. It can be said that the contestants who have reached this stage are all elites among elites, and the first real head-on competition is about to begin. The audience in the audience seem to be excited. What will the final result be? From this moment on, the discussion in the audience was all about the food battle, and everyone was guessing who would have the last laugh. Chapter 1258. Everyone was very excited, and they were all looking forward to the food battle at that time. It can be said that the contestants who have reached this point are all elites among elites, and the first real head-on competition is about to begin. The audience in the audience seemed to be excited, and what would be the final result? From this moment on, the discussion in the audience was all about the food battle, and everyone was guessing who would have the last laugh. After all, for this food battle, they knew that they would not arrange the candidates for the time being, but would first draw the theme, and then randomly draw the players from the winner group and the loser group to compete. The two groups competed separately and did not interfere with each other. So except for the person in charge of the organizer, no one knew who they arranged the players to be. In the expectation of everyone, the time has come for the second round of the elimination food battle. Countless audiences came to the food battle venue, and the entire venue was packed in a short time. This is the most influential event in Asia. Who do you think will be the two people competing? I don't know, but only the two sides know the theme. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Who will win today? It must be our idol Hatanaka Ying. Who said that? It must be our son of God Yang Ming. We have two beautiful chefs in China. How can you Japanese country bumpkins compare to us? What's that? We also have many strong people. The audience was divided into two distinct groups, making the whole venue a little noisy. Look, that's the former commander-in-chief of Totsuki Academy. In the eyes of the audience, as the leader of a former major force, he sat down directly on the independent viewing stand above the venue. Yang Ming, let's look forward to who will win in the end. Hatanaka Ying said. Really? I'm looking forward to it too. Yang Ming smiled faintly. Hey Taka-ei, you're going to lose this time. Mizuhara Fuyamai said beside Yang Ming. Really, Mizuhara Fuyamai, that's not necessarily the case. Hey Taka-ei smiled. In the venue, a familiar host appeared in front of everyone. Hello everyone, I'm your lovely partner Kawashima Rei, today I'll host the food battle competition for you. Kawashima Rei said, I'm also very excited about today's competition, I really can't wait for the competition to start, so first let's explain the conditions of this food battle. Kawashima Rei said, then let me announce the theme of this food battle competition, this theme is also just received. The theme of the food battle is salmon. Kawashima Rei said. This made the audience discuss. Salmon is a very delicious food. It can be said that the most important thing in dealing with this food is to fully stimulate the power of the fish ocean. However, the audience didn't say anything about this. Now they are more concerned about which two people will compete. Next, I think everyone is looking forward to the candidates for the duel, Kawashima Rei said loudly, Sun Li from China, and Kaitozaki Taki from Totsuki Academy in Japan. After that, Sun Li and Kaitozaki Taki walked out of the contestant channel and came to their own cooking tables. Kaitozaki Taki, I know you. In the previous competition, you performed well, but it was just good. Sun Li sneered, what Japanese chef, today I will officially defeat you as a Chinese chef. Really? Kaitozaki Taki raised the corner of his mouth, his face was extremely ferocious. Originally, I saw that you Chinese chefs were very proud, and I was still a little unhappy, but now, let me see what your strength is, let you see what a real marine expert is. Humph, your strength in Totsuki Academy is just so. Sun Li sneered, it's good, I'll let you know how powerful it is when the time comes. At this point, Sun Li laughed wildly. I'm looking forward to your failure, haha. That's getting more and more interesting. Kaitozaki Taki's eyes flashed with a blazing fire. I didn't expect it to be Kaitozaki Taki and Sun Li. Both of them are very strong in cooking, and they have strong strength in their respective countries. I don't know who will win this time. Sun Li is very good, but Kaitozaki Taki is not inferior at all. The audience looked at these two familiar people and started talking. Before Kaitozaki Taki, the audience may not have known him very well, but after the last round of eliminations, many people knew him. After all, Kaitozaki Taki created wonderful dishes, which scored higher than Yang Ming's dishes. But many people also they thought that Yang Ming was unlucky to meet Kaitozaki Taki, so he had to be second in Venue B. Kaitozaki Taki has finally shown his strength, but it has let the audience know how big the gap between chefs is. Kaitozaki Taki is not at the same level as many chefs. In the venue, Kawashima Rei looked at the two people who were ready and said loudly, the food for this food battle is salmon, and the time is 2 hours, so the food battle begins. At this moment, the food battle began, and both of them took out the salmon with tender and plump meat. They would not relax their vigilance in selecting ingredients. The seafood ingredients are crucial. Kaitozaki Taki looked at the salmon on the chopping board and started to process the ingredient directly. His skillful processing method and superb knife skills made the audience exclaim. This Kaitozaki Taki is indeed the real deal. On the other hand, Sun Li from China also has superb knife skills, and is even on par with Kaitozaki Taki. This makes it difficult for the judges and the audience to say who will win in the end. Hehe, look at my knife skills, Sun Li sneered, but this level of knife skills is available to everyone in China, so don't regret coming to participate in this food competition. Katozaki Taki looked at Sun Li, said nothing, and began to process the ingredients. She will use her dishes to truly defeat the enemy in front of her. Yes, anyone who blocks Katozaki Taki is her enemy. The judges saw Katozaki Taki's performance and guessed. Remove 3 small bones at a time. Don't you plan to make a dish that keeps the fish's original posture? Said a familiar judge, who was a judge in the first round of eliminations. What kind of dish will be made? Said another judge. Chapter 1259. Yes, anyone who blocks Katozaki Taki is her enemy. The examiner saw Katozaki Taki's performance and guessed. You remove 3 small bones at a time. Don't you plan to make a dish that keeps the fish's original posture? Or do you have other plans? Said a familiar examiner, who was an examiner in the first round of eliminations. What kind of dish will be made? It's really exciting. Said another examiner. Don't worry, after all, Katozaki Taki is also very powerful. That woman can cook salmon in the best way. Then the examiner saw Katozaki Taki's surprised behavior. It turned out to be fried rice, and 2 kinds of rice were fried at the same time, and the big bowl was filled with dough. What, this is a salmon dish, do you really understand, Katozaki Taki? The examiner was stunned. Whether it is fried rice or dough, no one can think of how to combine them to get the final dish. What's more important is that this is salmon. Such a combination should destroy the salmon. Because the most important thing about salmon is to keep the freshness of the ingredients. Because the theme this time is salmon, the taste of the ingredients itself must be highlighted, otherwise. The audience looked at Katozaki Taki's approach and were also very confused and talked about it. Is it possible that the Japanese chef will lose the first game? Katozaki Taki calmly cooked her own dishes. This dish is her biggest salmon dish so far. What's wrong, girl from China, so far, you just put on a smug look, you bastard who claims to be an elite, you should do your best to compete with me. Do you need to find an excuse for yourself when you lose? Katozaki Taki said coldly. Sun Li covered her face when she heard this, and she looked a little hideous at the moment. Don't worry, I plan to use all my strength. Sun Li said to the staff next to him, move the things in the side room here, they are my lovely partners. A moment later. Some high-tech equipment appeared on Sun Li's cooking table. Yang Ming was very familiar with them. They were all the instruments needed for molecular cuisine that Alice often used before, and they were all the most advanced cooking equipment. I didn't expect that Sun Li would use such instruments. This is very helpful for cooking. Yang Ming looked at Sun Li's preparations below. But can she really control those equipment? Yang Ming said lightly. Mr. Yang Ming, you underestimate our Chinese chefs. Yang Mi smiled, after all, she is also the most elite chef of the younger generation in China. Then keep watching. Yang Ming said. In the venue. Sun Li turned on one of the devices and looked at Katozaki Taki. It's rare to have so many viewers. I will show my unique talents to please the audience. This is not a bad thing. Katozaki Taki, you just need to be my supporting role. We Chinese are open to all, tolerant and innovative. This is my trump card. Then Sun Li took the fish in his hand and marinated it, and then processed it. Then, Sun Li put the processed ingredients in his hand into the capacitor, turned on the switch, and slowly felt everything inside. Use a low fire, slowly heat it up as if it were all over the body. The internal temperature is 45 C, and it will take about 18 minutes to use 60 C. Be a good child. Sun Li said secretly. Somewhere in the audience. This is low temperature cooking. Nakiri looked at Sun Li's performance and guessed. Once meat and fish are heated, the protein will start to solidify from 58 degrees Celsius. Once the temperature reaches 68 degrees Celsius, the gravy will start to shrink and become more compact. Therefore, if the temperature is heated at 58 degrees Celsius to 68 degrees Celsius, the food can be slowly cooked without destroying the structure of the ingredients themselves. This is the basic method of low temperature cooking. Heating, as long as you are proficient in heating, you can fight in any cooking field. In this way, you can reach a level that even chefs who specialize in their fields cannot reach. I want to reach the pinnacle of heat and fire. Sun Li has great ambitions in his heart. Expert in heating? Yang Ming smiled on top. Although Sun Li's heating ability is already very good among many contestants. But in Yang Ming's view, he has just started in the field of heating. With extremely deep control of the temperature and top-level fire power, he can control any temperature with ease. Not to mention the combination of various talents, Yang Ming can adjust the temperature to decimal changes, which is to feel the constant adjustment of the ingredients. If this Sun Li competes with Yang Ming, even if it is a simple heating competition, he will be directly defeated. This is Yang Ming's terrifying strength now. Although Yang Ming didn't care much, but the audience were all surprised. Now Sun Li's cooking and processing of ingredients are very skillful. Okay. Sun Li opened the capacitor and took out the roasted salmon meat from it. You can see that the salmon meat is shining with a crystal luster. An examiner looked at it in surprise. What a bright luster, it is completely different from before heating, it is just like other ingredients. This is the effect of low temperature. Chiba looked at the ingredient. Because of the internal low temperature cooking of 4-5C, no external pressure is applied to the salmon meat itself. This is the result of low temperature heating. I am afraid that as long as the knife touches the meat slightly, it will disintegrate gently, giving people an excellent sense of reality. It's amazing. Mizuhara Fuyamai said to herself when she saw this, the dishes she served are really like cooking with her own soul. It's so surprising. What an amazing chef. Sun Li's excellent technique made the audience speechless and silent. Then Sun Li looked at Kaitozaki Taki. Strange, what's wrong with you, Japanese lady, your previous momentum is gone, are you unwilling? My Sun Li's strength is genuine. The reason why Sun Li didn't like Japanese chefs was mainly due to the recent deterioration of diplomatic relations between China and Japan. Looking at Kaitozaki Taki who didn't react, Sun Li curled his lips and put the salmon meat in his hand directly into another cooking device. That's a 4T/H furnace. Chibariko was surprised. What is that? The name sounds really cool. Mizuhara Fuyamai said. Chapter 1260. The reason why Sun Li didn't like Japanese chefs was mainly due to the recent deterioration of diplomatic relations between China and Japan. Looking at Kaitozaki Taki who didn't react, Sun Li curled his lips and put the salmon in his hand directly into another cooking device. That's a 4T/H furnace. Chibariko was surprised. What is that? This name sounds really weird. Mizuhara Fuyamai said. 4T/H furnace is not a general term for cooking machines that heat from above, but from the west. The name comes from medieval Europe. The legendary lizard salamander that survives in the flames can adhere to the surface of the roasted color and add fragrance to the food. Now using a 4T/H furnace means that cooking has entered the last step. Chibariko explained. So that's what it looks like. Mizuhara Fuyamai nodded. After a moment, Sun Li took the fish meat out of the 4T/H furnace directly, processed it a little, and added a little sauce. Done. Sun Li looked at the dish in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. This dish would give the examiners the ultimate salmon experience. Sorry, I got there first, Kaitozaki Taki. Sun Li put the dish in front of the examiners. Come, please taste it. This is the dish I made, flame-sealed salmon. Flame-sealed salmon. The examiner looked at the dish with a look of desire. The color of the meat was too tempting. Then let's taste it. Try it. Several examiners looked at each other. The gorgeous and shining appearance exudes the aroma of heated meat fat. An examiner tasted the dish and said happily. More importantly, the taste is delicious and dazzling. The meat inside is so mellow that it is almost impossible to tell whether it is raw or cooked, and the outer skin uses the method of flame sealing, which is full of fragrance. It is simply the art of fire. And this thing that looks like ice cream is salmon ice cream made by mixing sugar. But how is this done? I used a freezing grinder. Sun Li smiled confidently. Use a blender to blend the salmon into a paste and freeze it, then put it into the freezing grinder, and even use the high-speed rotating blade inside the grinder to finely grind it, so that the ice cream is ready. So that's the purpose. The mild taste of this ice cream forms a sharp contrast with the temperature of the heated salmon. The salmon at different temperatures jumps on the tongue, which makes its presence more prominent, another judge exclaimed. Not only in the cooking process, but also after the dish is served, the temperature and heat are controlled extremely perfectly. This is a cooking technique considered from the perspective of temperature. That's right. Temperature, heating, and time are all my seasonings. Sun Li said. It's really great that such a dish can be formed. The judge praised. Seeing the judges seem to be conquered by this dish, the audience began to discuss. I didn't expect that salmon could be cooked to such a degree at a low temperature. It seems that the winner has been decided. This competition may be the Chinese chef, Sun Li won overwhelmingly. What are you talking about? Kaitozaki Taki hasn't served his dish yet. It can be said that the audiences supporting China and Japan confronted each other. Although Sun Li's dishes were excellent, Kaitozaki Taki had not yet served his dishes, and the audiences from Japan would not lose their composure. Seeing this situation, the audiences from China curled their lips in disdain, and then waited for Kaitozaki Taki's dishes in the end. In their hearts, Kaitozaki Taki failed this time. Yang Mingjun, it seems that Kaitozaki Taki is in danger this time. On the stands, Mizuhara Fuyamai frowned and stared. Although Sun Li's dish is indeed very well done, I am also very confident in Kaitozaki Taki. After all, she is not an ordinary chef. Yang Ming smiled indifferently, regarding the flaws of Sun Li's dish, I think you should have noticed it. If Kaitozaki Taki grasps this point, then let's see. Mizuhara Fuyamai looked down. Yang Ming smiled indifferently and looked at Kaitozaki Taki. Senior, let me see your trump card. In the venue of the Diamond Cuisine 12-4. Contestants from all over Asia are having a fierce food battle. Sun Li's flame-sealed salmon conquered the judges, and now it depends on what Kaitozaki Taki's work will be like. The victory or defeat will be determined after you eat my dishes. Kaitozaki Taki directly put on gloves and took out a baking tray from it. On it was a very familiar food. When Kaitozaki Taki put the dishes in his hand in front of the judges one by one. This is a scones, it's actually a scones. The judges were surprised. You can see that the juice is constantly flowing in the cut scones, and the appearance of the scones gives people a very extreme delicious experience. Is that so? I understand why she did that, she was preparing the dough. Please look, this cross-section is very juicy. Don't nag, eat it while it's hot. Kaitozaki Taki said beside him, the taste of this salmon is overwhelming, your tongue will never be able to resist it. Several examiners looked at each other, then put the scones into their mouths, chewing slowly, and an extreme deliciousness spread out. It's so delicious that I can't make a sound. The delicious ingredients are tightly wrapped in butter bread. The staple food is fish, rice, vegetables, and bread. It's a dish that concentrates all the deliciousness. The delicious and concentrated essence of salmon is running around in the mouth. This sense of weight hits the whole brain. Seeing the judges so obsessed, the audience couldn't help swallowing their saliva. How delicious would such dishes be? The craftsmanship of Kaitozaki Taki, praised by Japanese men, is cleverly integrated with the magnificent palace creative dishes. The judge exclaimed. Then after tasting the dishes of the two people, it came to the final stage. Whose dish would be better? The audience in the audience seats were all looking forward to it. No, they are evenly matched. I can't tell who is better. I can only say that both sides cooked a very perfect dish. Best salmon dish, said an examiner, he really couldn't tell the difference. This made the audience stunned for a moment, evenly matched, so there was no winner in this competition, it could only be a draw. Chapter 1261. No, evenly matched, I can't tell who is better, I can only say that both sides cooked a very perfect salmon dish, said an examiner, he really couldn't tell the difference. This made the audience stunned for a moment, evenly matched, so there was no winner in this competition, it could only be a draw. Yang Mi, have you noticed the opportunity for China's victory? At the VIP stand, Yang Ming stood up and looked at everything below. He naturally saw the two salmon dishes throughout. Yang Mi, who came to participate in the competition with Sun Li, did not speak, but clenched her hands. With Yang Mi's cooking skills, she had already noticed the advantages and disadvantages of the two dishes. Below. Don't judge rashly. A judge said slowly, you can tell the difference after tasting it again, because there is a decisive difference between your two dishes. The judge's words made many people stunned for a moment. Could it be that they could tell who was better after eating it again? You know, they just tasted it and found that the dishes of the two were equally good. What is the difference between these two dishes? Is there any secret hidden in the dish of one of them? The audience discussed. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Sun Li laughed, I think everyone wants to know what the difference is. Then Sun Li opened a device and saw a layer of oily liquid inside, which looked like olive oil. You should know that the difference between the dishes lies in the water content of the salmon. Sun Li said, I first wrapped the salmon with plastic wrap, and then cooked the fish at low temperature. If you use the ordinary method to bake the fish, even if you wrap the fish tightly with plastic wrap, the weight of the ingredients will put pressure on the fish, and the essence of the fish will be lost during the heating process, so I used olive oil during the heating process. Using the buoyancy of the oil, the salmon can be heated without pressure, and the water content of the fish itself will not be lost during the heating process. Sun Li said. Yes, just as she said, when trying this dish, the fish will break down in the mouth. What is surprising is that the fish itself will not feel dry due to baking. The taste is so tender and juicy, and the essence of the salmon has not been lost at all. One of the judges agreed, I didn't expect that the deliciousness of salmon could be sublimated to such a level through cooking. In terms of the method of processing ingredients, it may have completely surpassed Katozaki Taki. Is there nothing to say? Sun Li smiled proudly, being able to perfectly preserve the deliciousness of the ingredients and heat them delicately and elegantly. This is the elite cooking method that you Japanese people can't imitate at all. The strength of both sides in this food battle is simply obvious. What do you think, judges? Hearing this, the judges didn't say anything. It seems that I won this game. Sun Li smiled. Then after she stopped talking just now, let's try the dishes of the two people. The judges said. Then the judges tasted the two dishes for the second time. This dish presents the deliciousness of the salmon, the deliciousness of the fish body and the unique flavor more clearly, and Katozaki Taki's dish is more delicious. An examiner said loudly. Well, it's true. Katozaki Taki made good use of the characteristics of salmon and was better than his opponent. An old examiner said. What are you talking about, old man? Sun Li said repeatedly, the salmon I made is so fresh and tender that not even a drop of essence has been lost. How could it be inferior to the dishes made by that guy? And obviously, Sun Li would not accept this evaluation. You are so naive. Katozaki Taki said slowly. Sun Li's heart suddenly stagnated, this feeling. Picked up the plate in her hand, cut a small piece of scones, put it in her mouth, and then she was stunned. The incomparable deliciousness formed a fierce offensive from the body. More importantly, this is more in line with the taste of the Japanese. What, salmon, the deliciousness of salmon is like a torrent, jumping up one after another. Sun Li showed an incredulous expression, no matter how much I think about it, it feels strange. Why can such a thing be done? What is this? Sun Li, who looked at the dishes carefully, found something. There is a layer of green stuff between the dough and the ingredients. What is this? Chinese chefs, let me tell you what the gap is between us. Katozaki Taki said coldly. What is the true appearance of this layer of green stuff? Sun Li asked. That layer of green is crepe, a crepe mixed with spinach. The examiner said. The slightly astringent taste of spinach can make the flavor of the dish fascinating. When the crepe is cut open, the bright green color comes into view. Moreover, because spinach is added, the nutritional value of the dish is also improved. Moreover, more importantly, the salmon is tightly wrapped, which makes the deliciousness of the fish meat concentrated together, making the taste of the whole dish more intense. Hearing that the green thing is spinach and crepe, Sun Li continued, don't pretend. In addition to spinach, there must be other tricks. The delicious essence of the salmon like a torrent, if only spinach is added, it is absolutely unreasonable. You are right, I also used one other thing, spinach and mixed spices in the crepe. Katozaki Taki took out a can of spices. This is her weapon, mixed spices. You said mixed spices. Sun Li said in surprise. I added thyme, oregano, garlic powder, salt, sugar, and powder made from dried bacon to the ingredients. Katozaki Taki said. You said bacon. Sun Li was shocked, it's the same as my salmon dish. Well, the incredible thing is that both are dishes that combine salmon and bacon. Although the focus is the same, the content is completely different. An examiner agreed. Sun Li wrapped the salmon with bacon, cooked it at low temperature, and slowly and elegantly heated it, just like the signature dish seafood pork bone soup in the ramen world, combining the mellow aroma of fish and meat to make a delicious soup base, soaking the fish in olive oil, so that the essence of the fish is not leaking out. This cooking technique is really applauded. In other words, Sun Li's dish perfectly preserves the deliciousness of the salmon without any loss. Chapter 1262. Well, the incredible thing is that both dishes combine salmon and bacon. Although the focus is the same, the content is completely different. An examiner agreed. Sun Li uses bacon to wrap the salmon, and cooks it slowly and elegantly through low temperature, just like the signature dish seafood pork bone soup in the ramen world, combining the mellow aroma of fish and meat to make a delicious soup base, soaking the fish in olive oil, so that the essence of the fish is not leaked. This cooking technique is really applauded. In other words, Sun Li's dish perfectly preserves the deliciousness of the salmon without any damage. But Kato Taki's dishes highlight inconsistency. Just like when eating ramen, the store will specially provide some seasonings, such as sesame oil and condiments floating on the soup surface, and many people like to add milk to coffee. These are all the same reason. Another examiner said, this is Kato Taki's purpose. In this layer of crepe, I added some mixed spices sporadically, so that two kinds of deliciousness can be derived. One can enjoy the freshness of salmon intermittently, and the other is a combination of the essence of salmon and the mellow fragrance of bacon, with a strong and impactful taste. Kato Taki said, so when choosing dishes, the two kinds of deliciousness stimulate the taste buds in stages and overlaps, and the unique freshness of salmon explodes in the mouth one after another. Kato Taki looked at Sun Li. This world of taste cannot be expressed by ordinary salmon rolls. The most critical thing in the review is how to avoid the loss of the freshness of salmon. At first glance, Nan's dishes are extremely delicious. Kato Taki tightly wraps the freshness of salmon with bread and crepes, preventing the loss of the essence of fish meat and deepening the freshness of salmon meat. Indeed, the difference was obvious when we tasted the two dishes separately. Sun Li's salmon dish was very simple, and the taste was only on the surface. Damn it, they used spices to make the dish inconsistent, and they even anticipated this. Sun Li paused, what's going on? This should be a duel between chefs who are good at cooking with original flavors. How did you come up with such a delicate idea? You're right. Kato Taki said slowly, thinking of her past experiences after graduating from Totsuki Academy. It was those experiences that made her grow up comprehensively. In short, in my opinion, your salmon is like frozen now. Kato Taki said coldly. Then let's make an assessment. The judges looked at each other. The final result was very dazzling on the LCD screen at the venue. 3-0. Kato Taki won overwhelmingly, and Kato Taki won the second round of eliminations. Seeing this, Yang Ming frowned and looked solemn. As expected, the later the diamond cooking competition goes, the more it tests the chef's ability to perform on the spot. Is Sun Li's work bad? Not necessarily. It's just because the judges are all from Japan. To put it bluntly, Sun Li's cooking is not in line with the tastes and values of the Japanese, so he was eliminated. At this moment, the audience supporting Japan cheered. They didn't expect that Kato Taki won. This was like a good start, which made these audiences excited. On the other hand, the audience supporting China were all dejected. They didn't expect Sun Li to fail, and failed so miserably. On the VIP stand, Yang Mi slowly got up from her seat and looked deeply at everything in the venue. Yang Ming-jun, I'm leaving. Miss Yang Mi, don't you want to watch the food battle later? Yang Ming also stood up from his chair. They had several rounds of elimination matches in the second round today, and now was the end of the first one. No need. Yang Mi shook her head. Watching Yang Mi leave here, Yang Ming shook his head gently. Although Yang Mi seemed very calm, Yang Ming could feel the anger in Yang Mi's heart. If the diamond cooking competition was not held in Japan, but in China, the winner this time would not be Kato Taki, but Sun Li. As a good friend of Sun Li, Yang Mi was naturally extremely angry about the judging results, and was almost about to say that there was something fishy going on. In the food battle competition, Kato Taki's victory made the atmosphere of the entire venue very lively. The next group of contestants, I repeat again, Mizuhara Fuyami vs Hatana Kiai. This food battle is established. The host on the stage spoke very quickly, and it was heard that she was a little excited. The picture above the screen also posted the photos of the two people in a timely manner, and later on, some special effects such as lightning sparks were made in the middle. This food battle is about to begin, and the theme of the food battle is the local chicken of Kagoshima. The local chicken of Kagoshima. Hatana Kiai pursed his lips and thought about it. He remembered that it should be called Samoyed local chicken, right? Samoyed local chicken. Oh, there's no middle. Hatanaka blinked. No wonder he always felt that there was something wrong with the name. Satsuma chicken. What should I cook? One thing Hatana Kiai was muttering at this time. What a trouble. Mizuhara Fuyami said with a headache. The hall was brightly lit, making the entrance a little dim, and the pale yellow blinds by the window were tightly drawn. Mizuhara Fuyamai was wearing a leopard-spotted t-shirt with a white shirt, standing in the middle of the not-so-spacious entrance of the hall. Hatanakiai was standing less than 10 meters away from her. He was tall and looked no different from those ordinary male high school students. His plaid uniform shirt was perfectly ironed without a wrinkle. His bangs drooped slightly, covering his thin and slender eyebrows. His black eyes looked straight at her, and his face was always calm. Mizuhara Fuyamai's eyes dodged for a moment, and then she looked back. She leaned against the wall and responded, "I will defeat you." The development of the matter was beyond her imagination, but it was not completely out of her control. The most crucial point was Mizuhara Fuyamai's confidence in her own strength. "Do you want to go in?" she asked, and then slightly moved aside. "Yes." Hatanakiai nodded and said, "I want to check the ingredients first." Hearing this, Mizuhara Fuyamai immediately understood what the other party was thinking. "Do you think I will do anything with the ingredients?" Chapter 1263. The most crucial point was Mizuhara Fuyamai's confidence in her own strength. "Do you want to go in?" she asked, and then slightly moved aside. "Yes." Hatanakiai nodded and said, "I want to check the ingredients first." Hearing this, Mizuhara Fuyamai immediately understood what the other party was thinking. "Do you think I will do anything with the ingredients? This time, I will defeat you with my strength and let you know how powerful we are." She stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. The autumn wind always made people dry their mouths. I don't know why, other people would be very imposing when they say this, but when I hear my senior sister say this, I just feel guilty. Hatanaka Ying walked slowly into the hall from the door. When he passed by Mizuhara Fuyamai, he said this lightly. As a student of Nakaritsuki, Hatanaka Ying didn't trust anyone. Whether there was any problem with the ingredients, it was better for him to check it himself. So when he walked forward, he pretended not to hear the sound of gritting teeth behind him. Kagoshima is located at the southernmost tip of Kyushu, Japan, facing Okinawa in the southwest. It is one of the few natural tourist attractions in Japan. There, the ancient Kirishima Shrine, the World Heritage Yakumichi, the roaring volcano Sakurajima, and the majestic Senganen are all scenic spots that cannot be missed. But here, many tourists also come here for the extremely delicious local cuisine. The fertile volcanic ash, which is better than the black soil, not only feeds countless fat and sweet livestock, but also allows people living here to have more delicious ingredients. Satsuma chicken is one of them. Satsuma chicken, Nagaya's Nagaya Hibiki and Akita's Haina chicken are known as the three famous chickens in Japan, and are comparable to marbled beef in the beef world. Their taste is completely different from ordinary chicken. This kind of chicken not only has fine muscle fibers, but also has a good bite, good meat color and less fat. There is a famous dish in Kagoshima, which may not be heard of anywhere else, called chicken sashimi. It tastes as delicious as fish sashimi. You can imagine how soft, tender, and juicy this chicken is. As a kind of high-end ingredient, if Satsuma chicken is cooked in the same way as ordinary chicken dishes, it is likely that the taste of the chicken will be destroyed because the heat and the degree of processing cannot be controlled. Hatanaka gently touched the chicken that was kept fresh on the freezer with his fingertips, and the elasticity that could be felt with his fingers responded to him with a shake. The previous recipe must be revised, he immediately made such a judgment. But how to do it? He frowned and thought. On the other side of the hall, Mizuhara Fuyamai put on a chef's uniform and stood in front of the stove to check the utensils and ingredients. The quiet air was filled with the smell of gunpowder that was about to explode. Okay, time's up. Sitting in the middle of the judging seat, the man called the Food Demon King said punctually like a clock in a blue suit. The time for the food battle is 3 hours. I hope you can give us a wonderful performance. Food battle. Let's start. Due to the special nature of this competition, the entire game was broadcast live on TV through a camera. Arena and the others were sitting in front of the TV at this moment, watching the food battle through the TV screen with more seriousness than watching the red and white song contest. At this time, the TV screen was focused on Mizuhara Fuyamai. Mizuhara Fuyamai's cooking skills are so superb. This seems to be nonsense. As a former member of the 10 greatest of Totsuki, how could he not be good at cooking? But this is what many Totsuki students in front of the TV are thinking at this moment. All the top 10 students of Totsuki Academy have fought their way out of the bloody and fiery food war. Think about it, when she was one of the top 10 students of Totsuki, she provided solutions that completely satisfied customers in different fields. Restaurants with different flavors. To do this, it is absolutely impossible to be competent without being proficient in a variety of recipes and cooking styles. She is a living recipe encyclopedia. So, which dish should I make? The moment she heard the dish Satsuma chicken, countless books in Mizuhara Fuyami's mind began to turn pages automatically, and in that glorious world, lines extended from the chicken in the center, leading to countless possibilities along unknown directions, different dishes, different seasonings, different cooking styles. Any slight change will be a completely different dish. As for Satsuma chicken, she had already accumulated a lot of cooking experience when she was the head chef of a high-end restaurant, so it didn't take long for her to finalize the answer. Okay, let's decide on this one. The so-called high-end ingredients should allow customers to experience a completely different pleasure from those low-end ingredients the moment they enter their mouths. Differentiation. This is the magic weapon that those high-end restaurants can set the price of a dish dozens of times higher than that of ordinary restaurants. The dish that Mizuhara Fuyami also plans to make is a delicious dish that can fully utilize the freshness of Satsuma chicken. Let's get started. A whole chicken is just dipped into the pot. Soma Yukihira scratched his head in front of the TV. What kind of dish is she going to make? In his hometown, there has never been a practice of cooking a whole chicken, not to mention a chicken, which is a bit too extravagant. Soma Yukihira, who came from a family restaurant, began to worry about what to do if the guests can't finish it. That would be a waste. Probably that one. Arina, who has seen a lot of high-end cuisine, gave her answer after observing the seasonings chosen by Mizuhara Fuyami. In the hall of the food battle, the competition is still going on intensely. This temperature, about right. The chicken that was completely immersed in the soup pot only had 2 chicken claws on the clear yellow surface to prove its existence. After Mizuhara Fuyami confirmed the temperature in the pot, she gently turned the knob and turned off the fire. The floating oil layer on the surface of the soup pot will lock the temperature tightly, and the imprisoned chicken will involuntarily penetrate the heat into the chicken little by little with the residual heat in the pot. In this way, the unique tender meat of the chicken will not be destroyed, and it has an unparalleled taste. The key to this delicate technique is to accurately control the heat, which requires the chef to be very familiar with the characteristics of the ingredients and the functions of the kitchen utensils. Chapter 1264. This temperature, about right. The chicken that was completely immersed in the soup pot was in the bright yellow color. Only 2 chicken claws emerged on the surface to prove their existence. After confirming the temperature in the pot, Mizuhara Fuyami gently turned the knob and turned off the fire. The floating oil layer on the surface of the soup pot will lock the temperature tightly, and the imprisoned chicken will involuntarily penetrate the heat into the chicken little by little with the residual heat in the pot. In this way, the unique tender meat of the chicken will not be destroyed and has an unparalleled taste. The key to this delicate technique is to accurately control the heat, which requires the chef to be very familiar with the characteristics of the ingredients and the functions of the kitchen utensils. Like a precise balance. While the chicken is heating, Mizuhara Fuyami also stir-fried the chicken skin that was peeled off before, carefully turning it with a spatula, pressing some unevenly heated chicken skin, and letting it slowly fry the clear yellow and bright chicken oil in the pot in order to make the flavor of the whole dish more uniform. She does not plan to add olive oil or other vegetable oil to this dish. Then, stir-fry. The key to stir-frying is to use strong heat and fast technique. Stir-fry the ingredients in the pot quickly with strong heat, and it takes only 2 or 3 minutes from the time of putting them in the pot to the time of finishing. This can avoid the loss of a large amount of nutrients, preserve the original color of the ingredients to the maximum extent, and cook out the essence of the taste and texture. It was a completely different scene from the previous soft and delicate one. Amid the roaring noise and blazing flames, Mizuhara Fuyami also held the iron pot and threw the dishes into the air. A flame suddenly shot up in the pot from time to time, and the sound and light effect was really shocking. Under his control, the crazy fire wave fully merged the delicate and rich chicken oil with garlic, ginger, and other condiments, making it covered with the scent of Satsuma native chicken. And these will be the best ingredients for the finished product later. After the fire has completely penetrated the chicken submerged in the soup pot is taken out, and the knife is wielded to cut it apart. For parts like chicken wings and chicken feet, which have more bones than meat and are not suitable for eating, they are added back into the soup together with coriander to heat and cook. Finally, they will turn into a bowl of clear, excellent, and extremely delicious Satsuma chicken soup. Of course, not all of this soup will be used to make chicken soup. In fact, a large part of it is used to steam rice. The rice steamed with delicious chicken soup is so fragrant that it can be imagined. One link is closely linked to another, just like the development strategy of a listed company, it is done in one go and is impeccable. This is her cooking style, as precise as hundreds of gears connected together. The meticulousness that Misako Subaru, who once competed with Yang Ming, is proud of is completely different from hers. Subaru Mimesaka's meticulousness only stays on the surface of movements and techniques, while Mizuhara Fuyami's delicacy runs through her entire world. Whether it is a fierce stir-fry, or a delicate cooking, or seasoning like flour arrangement, she can do it easily, just because the whole process has been stored in her mind. As a high-end restaurant owner, you have to see not only the present, but also the future. When planning this step, you have already taken countless steps in your heart. The essence of cooking is strategy. Without any strategy, there is no chance of winning. The spreading aroma turned into a standing figure in the air wearing a golden robe, a golden crown, and an extremely luxurious appearance. It is a god representing wealth and money. This belongs to Mizuhara Fuyami's will. Finally, it's almost done. Mizuhara Fuyami also breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't been serious in the food battle for a long time, and she was very satisfied with her current state. When the soup pot next to her was bubbling, she also had time to pay attention to the situation of her opponent. Although she didn't think Hatanaka Ying was worthy of being her opponent. This is the arrogance of a senior sister to a junior brother. Just after a few glances, Mizuhara Fuyami couldn't help shaking her head. Oh my god, what did I see? She sneered, sweet vinegar sauce? Mayonnaise? Do you think it's in a low-end fast food restaurant like M? Waste of nature. It's really a waste of nature. Adding these messy things is simply killing the delicate and mellow aftertaste of the Satsuma chicken itself. The fragrance that people carefully care for was destroyed by Hatanaka Ying himself. If you do this, this chicken will probably die with regret. Senior, don't you know that cooking is done with hands, not mouths? Hatanaka, who had been busy, paused, looked up at Mizuhara Fuyami, and then buried his head again. He is now trying his best to put the puzzle pieces in his mind together, but he himself doesn't quite understand what the final work will look like. Mizuhara Fuyami was choked by a sentence and was also bored, but since she saw that her opponent was doing such a low-level thing, she couldn't help but let go of her hanging heart. Why do you go back the more you learn? Mizuhara Fuyami also sighed, it feels worse than before. Suzuki-kun, what do you think? After chatting about all sorts of things, the three people who were originally sitting in the judging seat finally turned their attention to the two contestants on the field. Well, it's okay. It was enough for a chef to be ecstatic to be able to get the vice president of the Tokyo Gourmet Association, who had read decades of Japanese catering history, to make a judgment that it was okay. Which one? Both are okay. His words undoubtedly made the other two frown slightly. They did not focus on the field, but they knew the contestant Mizuhara Fuyami. This former Totsuki 10 elites, who had done well in 5-star high-end restaurants, had rejected many invitations from gourmet restaurants and groups, and insisted on opening a world-class restaurant by himself. As for Hatanaka Ei, he had only won the Diamond Cuisine Kyoto Championship once, so he was naturally not on their level. But now, Mr. Suzuki actually said that both sides were okay? That undoubtedly made them a little interested. As a Satsuma chicken, what is the best destination? Is it to live a carefree life in the countryside full of natural atmosphere, get married and lay eggs when you reach a certain age, and spend your old age in peace? Or is it to hold a dream, constantly practice your flying skills, and strive to fly to the dreamed of unreachable sky one day? Chapter 1265. That undoubtedly made them a little interested. What is the best fate for a Satsuma chicken? Is it to live a carefree life in the countryside full of natural atmosphere, get married and lay eggs when it reaches a certain age, and spend its old age in peace? Or is it to cherish dreams, constantly practice its flying skills, and strive to fly into the unreachable sky that it dreams of one day? Or is it to meet those equally restless creatures in the most beautiful years, and at the same time, turn into a dish to end its fate? However, it is a Satsuma chicken, and it is just a Satsuma chicken. It was born to fill the stomachs of humans, and it has never had any choice. If it can really clearly recognize its own destiny, then I think it will definitely make such a wish. Cook me better. How can I make a more delicious chicken dish? After knowing that the ingredients for the food battle are Satsuma local chickens, Hatanaka has been thinking about this problem. Although he has never come into contact with this kind of local chicken before, Kyoto is vast and rich in resources, and there are naturally many local chickens as high-end ingredients. Local chickens such as Shimashige chicken and Ippon chicken have always been the darlings of the food industry. In Kyoto, in this land that nurtures ancient culture, there is also a kind of local chicken that is widely known, that is the imperial chicken. This kind of local chicken, which grew up in the vast bamboo forest of Kyoto, is filled with the fragrance of green bamboo and has tender meat. The bowl of clear and distinct local chicken soup stewed with bamboo forest chicken has always been the specialty of Hatanaka's father. Although the taste of local chickens in different places is slightly different due to different origins, the overall characteristics are the same. Hatanaka is of course no stranger to the tender and fresh local chicken. There are too many chicken dishes for him to choose from. Whether it is Chinese cuisine such as Kung Pao chicken, Daioka roasted chicken, shredded chicken, salt-baked chicken, spicy chicken, or Japanese cuisine such as teriyaki chicken, grilled chicken skewers, curry chicken steak, chicken oyako donbari, Hatano Ying can cook them all. But, in that case, can he win? The opponent was one of the top 10, and ranked very high. Although he had never tasted her cooking, he had friends like Yang Ming who were also among the top 10, so Hatano Ying naturally did not dare to underestimate her. Can he win by just copying a dish exactly like this? Hatano Ying himself could not believe it. So, he had to come up with something innovative. His thoughts were flying, but Hatano Ying's hands did not stop moving at all. Satsuma chicken itself is full of the gentle and soft flavor of the breeze. As long as he is a little careless, this unique mellow aftertaste will slip through his fingers. While avoiding this loss of flexibility, Hatanaka carefully brought out the flavor of the Satsuma chicken to the extreme. It was as tough as the endless coastline washed by the tide. This was an extremely dangerous attempt. If there was a slight mistake, the delicacy in hand would fall into the unfathomable seabed like a small boat in the sea being swallowed by a whirlpool. Don't take it lightly. He will definitely be able to, definitely do it as he thought in his mind, as long as he did his best to take each step. Wow, this knife skill! It's so terrible. In the zoomed-in camera under the observation of the head, Hatanaka's every move was clearly visible, and his proud knife skills, which he had practiced for a long time, were also fully exposed to the audience. No chef in any country has ever emphasized knife skills like the chefs in Kyoto, Japan. Knife skills are the core cuisine of Kyoto cooking and represent the foundation for a chef's survival. The smooth and translucent chicken reflected the brilliance and was quietly placed on the chopping board. Hatanaka's dexterous wrists rose and fell, and the silver kitchen knife obeyed his command obediently, with the force of the knife, the position of the knife, and the direction of the knife. Deboning a whole chicken is a great test of a chef's understanding of the structure of the ingredients, but in Hatanaka's eyes, these are not problems. Every time he cuts, he can accurately find the node where the bones and flesh are connected and separate them perfectly. The ultimate knife skills are like a profound martial art. No, this may indeed be considered a martial art. Only when the skills of the hands are practiced to perfection can the knife be used so easily and freely. No matter how turbulent the heart is, as a chef, what is finally shown in the food is simplicity without revealing it. Oh my god! He actually has the mind to cut the knife flowers on each piece of chicken. But what kind of dish is he going to make? After the amazing chicken processing process, the audience still couldn't tell what kind of chicken dish Hatanaka Ying was going to make. Sato-kun, did you figure it out? The examiners were also discussing. Well, I have some clues. The middle-aged man called Sato-kun looked at the kitchen counter expressionlessly. There, the ingredients chosen by Hatanaka Ying this time were placed. Tosa vinegar, soy sauce, bonito water, black pepper juice, lime juice, white wine. What kind of wonderful changes will these various ingredients bring to the chicken? It's really exciting. It's almost marinated. Even if 10,000 thoughts flashed through his mind, Hatanaka's actions on the surface were still orderly and calm. After deboning, he processed the chicken, marinated it with sea salt, black pepper, egg liquid, and cornstarch for a few minutes, and then spread cornstarch and wheat flour in a 1:1 ratio. During this period, use tosa vinegar, white sugar, soy sauce, and boiled bonito water in a certain proportion to make a sweet and sour vinegar sauce. Generally, Japanese cuisine uses vinegar after mixing. Different vinegars have different focuses and flavors, and also have different names, such as sushi vinegar, lemon vinegar, plum vinegar, etc., and Hatanaka's vinegar sauce, she named it Polaris vinegar. There are two key points to his dish, one of which has been completed, and the next step is the other. Chop the parsley, onion, carrot, and pickle into small pieces. Hatanakai's knife danced, and all the ingredients under the knife turned into tiny ghosts. Add mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is actually the transliteration of mayonnaise, which is generally called mayonnaise. It is made with oil, egg yolk, vinegar, and sugar, and is generally used as a dip. Because it contains raw egg yolk, it needs to be used as soon as it is made. Chapter 1266. Chop the parsley, onion, carrot, and pickle into small pieces. Hatanakai's knife danced, and all the ingredients under the knife turned into tiny ghosts. Add mayonnaise. Mayonnaise is actually the transliteration of mayonnaise, which is generally called mayonnaise. It is made with oil, egg yolk, vinegar, and sugar, and is generally used as a dip. Since it contains raw egg yolk, it needs to be used as soon as possible once it is made. Then, add the previously prepared black pepper juice, lime juice, and white wine. Since the black pepper juice itself has a certain saltiness, Hatanakai did not add salt. The Polar Star sauce is also ready. At this time, Hatanakai finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two cores of his cuisine, the Polar Star vinegar and Polar Star sauce that complement each other, are ready. If these chickens are compared to the earth, then these two ingredients are the twin stars in the sky that follow each other like shadows, shining on the earth and running without stopping. People are always good at creating delicious food in ordinary life, but delicious food is also a comfort for people to transcend their spiritual difficulties. Polaris vinegar and Polaris sauce are both developed by the Friends of Polaris House for food. The sweet and sour Polaris vinegar, lightly applied to the cold tofu, turns it into tempting black jade. When tasting the fried shrimp balls, the tender white shrimps are coated with the sweet and tempting Polaris sauce and spread in the mouth, which is another flavor. People in Polaris House are naturally familiar with these two items. Although Hatanakai has made some improvements of his own, the essence remains unchanged. But how are these two things connected with Satsuma chicken? Hatanakai took out the pan placed under the counter, put it on the gas stove, poured palm oil into it, and turned the switch, letting the blue-green flames emerge from the bottom. The frying pan is a great invention. The reason why Chinese cuisine uses a round-bottomed pan is that it saves more oil and has a large capacity, which is suitable for stir-frying. The most important point is that the flavor of the dishes can be well kept in the pan. But the frying pan also has its own advantages. The thick flat pan made of cast iron has extremely high heat resistance and heat storage, and can heat the ingredients very evenly, which is perfect for frying. The marinated chicken was sizzling in the clear hot oil, and the seemingly thin layer of wheat flour and cornstarch was carefully protecting the tender and juicy chicken inside. The chicken was fried quickly, and Hatanaka quickly took out the fried chicken and drained the oil, and then completely immersed it in the previously prepared Polaris vinegar. Tisk, what a pity for such a good chicken. At this moment, he heard Mizuhara Fuyamai muttering something. The taste of the Satsuma chicken will be completely drowned out by your incomprehensible seasonings. Mizuhara Fuyamai, who was just waiting for the last dish to be cooked, crossed her legs and sat on the chair with her hands on the table. I say you might as well give up now. Even if you don't eat it, you know. Such dishes are not worthy of being served in a formal restaurant. There is no need to compare anymore. Cooking dishes of this level is simply a waste of time. Mizuhara Fuyamai also began to think about what to do next. As the owner of a high-end restaurant, she has a lot of work to do, unlike these kids who don't take time seriously every day. Waste of time. Hatanaka said softly, and then continued to cook her own dishes seriously. The most distinctive feature of this dish is that the fried golden chicken is slightly soaked in Polaris vinegar, which removes the fat and tastes slightly sour, refreshing and appetizing. So, there is no room for carelessness. But he didn't completely ignore what Mizuhara Fuyamai just said. Waste of time. In the eyes of Nakaritsuki, the innovation of cooking by ordinary students is nothing more than a waste of time. The standardization of cooking is what he pursues. So the dish that Hatanaka Ag put together through his own creativity is undoubtedly the most intolerable thing for Nakaritsuki. In the words of Nakaritsuki, this is a completely creative B-level dish. B-level dish. Is there really a grading system for cooking? But in order to win, and then defeat Yang Ming, let him show them the deliciousness of the so-called B-level dish. Next, the first dish to be examined is Hatanaka Ag's dish. The little transparent referee who had been suppressed by the aura of the three big bosses in the judging seat finally mustered up the courage to say the first line of this game. Hanako Hatanaka's dishes. They look delicious. On each piece of fried golden and crispy chicken, you can vaguely see the knife marks carved by Hatanaka, which is enough to prove his amazing skills. The delicate basil and cabbage leaves are decorated on the side, and the secret Polaris sauce piled like condensed milk is matched with the plate, which looks like a very delicious bowl of chicken rice. Please enjoy. Putting 3 chicken dishes in front of the examiner, Hatanaka slightly bowed and stepped back half a step. Where's my portion? Mizuhara Fuyamai said dissatisfiedly beside him. In the food battle arena, preparing a dish made by yourself for the opponent so that the opponent can experience different ideas under the same topic and the same ingredients is an unwritten tradition in Totsuki Academy. But since it is unwritten, it is naturally not mandatory. I thought that since my cooking was so looked down upon by my senior, she wouldn't want to try it. Hatanaka Ying picked up a dish from the cooking table. It was prepared for Mizuhara Fuyamai. After all, this was just a food battle, and he wasn't that petty. Hat. Mizuhara Fuyamai reached out to take it, looking at it with a relaxed expression. It's such a waste to use fried chicken to make such high-end local chicken. And those messy ingredients, black pepper powder, lime juice. Those extra flavors simply ruined the unique exquisite taste of Satsuma local chicken. The rich taste of Satsuma local chicken must have been spoiled by this inferior method. The moment the chicken entered her mouth, Mizuhara Fuyamai's pupils suddenly dilated. Because of the incredible taste in her mouth, Mizuhara Fuyamai made a surprised voice, "How is it possible?" Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the flavor of Satsuma local chicken remain so intact after frying? Mizuhara Fuyamai's eyes opened wide and round, trying her best to explore the secret of the chicken in her mouth. After tearing off the golden and smooth skin, the chicken was as pure white and tender as the snowflakes that had just fallen. Chapter 1267 Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could the flavor of Satsuma chicken remain so intact after being fried? Mizuhara Fuyamai's eyes were wide open, trying her best to explore the secret of the chicken in her mouth. After tearing off the golden and smooth skin, the chicken was as white and tender as the snowflakes that had just fallen. It was so delicious that it was hard to imagine that it was fried. There was not too much fat, and the aroma that hit her nose flew out unscrupulously after the crispy and delicious skin was broken. Because of the perfect heat, the hot gravy did not leak out of the plump chicken, but was firmly locked in the chicken. The soft and tough meat and the sweet gravy flowed in the mouth, constantly stimulating the taste buds. The deliciousness made people feel refreshed. Although it was a deep-fried dish, the taste was not greasy at all, and the soft flavor of the Satsuma chicken also emerged in the hot oil pan. Mizuhara Fuyamai couldn't figure out what was going on. What was the faint bitter taste, and the other strange sweetness that she couldn't find even after searching her knowledge base? This thing beyond her cognition made Mizuhara Fuyamai, who was used to having everything in her hands, feel a little scared. But, fortunately, it's so stupid, I actually used vinegar. After the aftertaste in her mouth completely dissipated, Mizuhara Fuyamai breathed a sigh of relief. Mizuhara Fuyamai saw Hatanaka put the fried chicken in the vinegar she made just now, and she felt that this was a completely unnecessary move at the time. If he wanted to eliminate the greasiness, he could think of 10,000 ways, whether it was adding side dishes or changing the seasoning and method, which were all more reliable ways. After frying the fried chicken in vinegar, the chicken is indeed not as greasy as expected, but what about the sour taste that is like a carbuncle attached to the bone and penetrates deep into the inside? The sour taste is so abrupt that it makes the lingering bitterness and light sweetness that were originally somewhat outstanding dim. To use a metaphor to explain, it is like at a wedding celebration with lights and decorations, red clothes fluttering, and lanterns hanging high, but a group of people in black clothes stand in the audience, staring at the newlyweds on the stage with unfathomable eyes. It's a pity that such a clever technique was wasted. She sighed. Mizuhara Fuyamai still didn't figure out how Hatanaka sealed the flavor of Satsuma chicken so that it would not dissipate during the frying process, but this did not undermine his confidence. The confidence that was slightly shaken when she first took a bite became unbreakable again after she tasted Hatanaka's chicken dish. At this time, the examiners on the stage also tasted the dish. The degree of completion is pretty good, right? Said the middle-aged man in a tweed coat sitting on the right. Well, I can taste that they put a lot of effort into the cooking process. The thin man in the middle nodded and continued, the chicken is handled quite well. Before marinating, the chicken should have been beaten many times, otherwise the meat would not be so soft. Faced with this evaluation, Tanaka Ying was a little surprised. Before that, he did beat the chicken repeatedly, but it was surprising that the other party could judge it based on the meat quality. And the flour used is also very interesting. Tanaka Ying smiled. In order to match Polaris vinegar and Polaris sauce, he did put a lot of effort into the flour. Previously, it was envisioned to use wheat core flour to make the flour. It is a high-grade flour made from the endosperm of the center of wheat, with lower ash content and higher gluten quality, and a more natural and pure color, but the results of the experiment were not ideal. Later, Tanaka tried to attach bread crumbs to the surface of the chicken, and it really worked wonders. The fried product was much more delicious. The faint sweetness that puzzled Mizuhara Fuyami came from the corn flour mixed in by Tanaka. In Kyoto, Japan, due to the small land and dense population, Kyoto pays more attention to the quality of crops than the quantity, and adopts the method of intensive cultivation, and the price of agricultural products is generally high. Corn is a staple food in China, while in Japan, it is regarded as a kind of fruit or vegetable. The price of a corn is as high as 10 yuan per corn. The extremely wasteful practice of drying corn and then grinding it with corn flour is extremely rare in Japan. It is a feature of China. No wonder Mizuhara Fuyami didn't taste it. But the examiner started like this, but didn't say anything more. What they thought was the same as Mizuhara Fuyami, the sour taste that was out of tune with the whole dish was like a bottle of ink splashed on a beautiful painting. What a pity! The three judges thought. Then, Mr. Judge, please taste my dish next. Mizuhara Fuyami held the plate and served his dish. This is Korean grilled chicken rice. The judges responded immediately. Korean grilled chicken rice originated in Seoul, the capital of South Korea. In the early 20th century, with the wave of immigration, it spread to Southeast Asia, including Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and other places along with Korean immigrants. The stewed chicken and the rice cooked in chicken soup appear together, giving diners a complete food experience in a combination. And appearing in this food battle competition, like a powerful combination punch, went straight to Tanaka's heart. Your cooking level is already obvious, why not try my dishes? Facing Mizuhara Fuyami's provocative smile, Tanaka remained silent and took the plate of Korean grilled chicken rice from her hand. This taste. His brows knitted. If it's this dish, it can really bring out the essence of Satsuma chicken to the extreme. Facing the dish served by Mizuhara Fuyami, the three judges had this idea before they tasted it. The most famous thing about Korean grilled chicken rice is that it is the national rice of Korea. In that world-famous free trade port, this is the most distinctive local delicacy, deeply loved by passing passengers and crew members. The Korean grilled chicken rice made with Satsuma chicken, a specialty of Japan, is undoubtedly the best choice among chicken dishes with its tender chicken and white and fragrant chicken rice. Chapter 1268. The most famous thing about Korean grilled chicken rice is that it is the national rice of Korea. In that world-famous free trade port, this is the most distinctive local delicacy, deeply loved by passing passengers and crew members. The Korean-style grilled chicken rice made with Satsuma chicken, a specialty of Japan, is undoubtedly the best choice among chicken dishes, with its smooth and tender chicken and white and fragrant chicken rice. If Satsuma chicken is a free-flowing composition, then the Korean-style grilled chicken rice chosen by Mizuhara Fuyami is the most relevant topic. Come on, try it, Tanaka, and see how my cooking is different from your low-level cooking. Mizuhara Fuyami smiled, like a general who was sure of victory, showing the enemy the last mercy. Then I'm not polite. Tanaka picked up a spoon and scooped a spoonful from the edge of the Korean-style grilled chicken rice. The fragrance of the rice and the chicken blended together, and then put it into the mouth, faintly spreading, and the taste of Satsuma chicken vividly penetrated into every corner. The chicken with a slightly elastic skin contains rich gravy, which will overflow with a puff when you bite it gently. Such tender meat! Is this part the hind leg meat? When he first tasted it, Tanaka could still think seriously, but soon, his thoughts were completely blown away. It's delicious. Such a delicate and raging taste, although the taste is not so strong, it can penetrate into every part, making the air you breathe seem to carry the delicious flavor of this Korean roast chicken rice. The chicken is stewed just right, the plump meat, plus the soft and glutinous taste. Mizuhara Fuyami's exquisite cooking method has stimulated the rich and delicious hidden deep in the chicken to the extreme. Moreover, it is not a one-shot wave, lurking behind this exciting deliciousness, there is a continuous aftertaste. After swallowing it, this mellow aftertaste that comes out, the aftertaste that keeps coming out. It's simply amazing. This is the taste of the real Satsuma chicken, the taste of the 3 famous local chickens in the Japanese archipelago. When evaluating an article, people often say tiger head, pig belly and phoenix tail. And this dish of Fuyamaya Mizuhara just fits this rule. From the huge momentum of neat parallelism at the entrance, to the extremely rich and full aftertaste in the middle, if there is a gorgeous ending, it will be a perfect answer sheet. Fuyamaya Mizuhara, who has calculated everything in his heart, will naturally not make such a mistake, and his final phoenix tail is also extremely gorgeous. This is the sauce I prepared: chili pepper oil, ginger juice, and Thai soy sauce. She also presented a plate of seasonings to each judge. The 3-color sauce represents 3 completely different flavors. The red chili oil is made from chili and chicken broth from local chickens, the light yellow ginger juice is made from ginger and chicken oil, and the high-grade Thai soy sauce made from soybeans also has a unique flavor. No matter which sauce it is, it fits the meat perfectly. Impeccable full score answer sheet. Whether it is the beginning, development, turning point, or the transition from beginning to end, there is no flaw. Through cooking, Fuyamaya Mizuhara has pushed the value of Satsuma chicken, which is a top-grade ingredient, to a new level. Well, it is worthy of being one of the top 10 in Totsuki Academy. The examiner in the middle wiped his mouth with a napkin and said with some satisfaction, "It is simply a textbook Korean roast chicken rice." This dish is very similar to the Korean-style chicken rice he had eaten at the state banquet in South Korea. The roasted chicken rice is almost the same. You know, it was made by a national-level chef in South Korea. As expected of a culinary school at the top of the food circle in Japan, none of the students who can stand out here are easy to deal with. The chicken skin is very well preserved without any flaws. Well, the unique and meticulous stewing method makes the chicken taste even and chewy, and the chicken skin is refreshing and crispy. It's really good. Even the rice has a rich and fragrant chicken bone flavor. Another reviewer did not evaluate the chicken, but turned to evaluate the rice cooked in chicken soup. In this Korean roasted chicken rice, there is a full essence of a Satsuma chicken. Mizuhara Fuyamaya happily accepted these compliments. If ordinary people praised her cooking for being delicious, she might just smile, but now the person who evaluated her cooking is a gourmet at the top of the Japanese food world. It is really a supreme honor to be praised by these people for the delicious cooking he made. Have you tasted it, Hatanaka? Mizuhara Fuyamaya stood up straight, looking down at the black-haired boy. This is the real food. Your dishes are far inferior. Do you understand it deeply now? If Mizuhara Fuyamaya flicked her chef's hat with her hand, if you can understand this and repent, join us. I think you don't need to continue working under Nakaritsu Kushi. This was the idea she just had. If the boy in front of her could become a helper on their side. I think you don't have to worry about this. Hatanaka slowly put down the bowl of Korean grilled chicken rice that was still steaming, and smiled. I've been wondering since just now. What's weird? Why are you so sure that you've won? Mizuhara Fuyamaya's smile faded, and she looked back coldly. How could she still expect to turn the tables after making such a dish? She admitted that Hatanaki's dish was indeed delicious, but the flaws attached to the chicken could not be concealed in any way. Only her dish was perfect. Impeccable. Ignoring Mizuhara Fuyamaya, Hatanaki slowly stepped forward and said to the examiners, "Dear examiners, can you please evaluate my dish again?" His cooking was only now completely finished. Evaluate your dish again. The man sitting in the middle glanced at the dish placed next to the Korean grilled chicken rice, and then asked Hatanaki politely, "Is it necessary?" Fried food tastes best when it is just out of the pan, when it is the most crispy and delicious. After it is served, the layer of dough will continue to absorb the free moisture in the air and eventually become soft. This dish now may not taste as good as before, so he does not understand why Hatanaki's request is necessary. Chapter 1269. Fried food tastes best when it is just out of the pan, when it is the most crispy and delicious. After it is served, the layer of dough will continue to absorb the free moisture in the air and eventually become soft. This dish now may not taste as good as before, so he does not understand why Hatanaki's request is necessary. Don't waste any more time, Hatanaki, the examiners are busy with things. Mizuhara Fuyamaya's voice came from behind. But you haven't tasted the sauce I carefully prepared yet. Haytaka pointed innocently at the white sauce on the examiner's plates that was still intact and untouched. This is a very important part of my cooking. Well, let's taste it again. The examiners picked up their knives and forks again with some indifference, cut a piece of chicken from Haytanaki's chicken dish, dipped it in the sauce as Haytanaki said, and put it in their mouths. Haytanaki seemed to be smiling very calmly, but in fact, his nerves were all tense at this moment. If his idea was wrong, he would lose the game. When he saw the smiles on the faces of the examiners, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The miraculous effect of taking a risky move was achieved. The dishes cooked by Mizuhara Fuyamae were indeed typical works like the classic essays in the textbooks. If he and the opponent fought face to face, who would win? But if he took a different approach and bypassed the narrow path to attack the opponent's base camp, the victory or defeat would depend on this move. It's really a very strange delicacy. The examiners looked at each other, and then began to cut the second piece, the third piece. Their mood at the moment was like finding a black humor novel with excellent writing skills among the stereotyped argumentative essays in the college entrance examination. They were extremely surprised. Satsuma chicken can actually taste like this. And Mizuhara Fuyamae's expression was frozen. This sauce. How come this sauce? She was puzzled. As for the sauce, she prepared 3 kinds. But this sauce alone can turn the defeat around? He didn't believe it. If you want to know, why don't you try it yourself? Hey! Mizuhara Fuyamae picked up the dish she had thrown aside, frowned, tore off a piece with her fingers, dipped it in the white sauce and put it in her mouth. This fried chicken that has been softened must be. Mizuhara Fuyamae smeared the yellowish sauce on the surface of the bite-sized chicken pieces and put them into her mouth. The yellow was so light that if you didn't look carefully, you would almost think it was white. At the same time, the aroma of the Satsuma chicken wafted out along with the aroma of the sauce, which reminded people of the smell of the forest. The slightly cooled fried chicken was coated with sauce, and the taste was completely different from before. This is incredible. To be more precise, this is an extraordinary dish. A miracle dish. The skin of the chicken before was so crispy that you could hear it breaking in your mouth as soon as you bit it, and the chicken hidden in the fragrant batter was very tender. Except for the confusing sour taste, it was the best fried chicken, but compared with this dish now, it is undoubtedly far from it. The batter now has neither the texture of freshly fried food nor the temperature that will burn the tip of your tongue. It is no longer crispy, but this allows the flavor of the sauce to penetrate into the chicken, replacing it with a soft texture that complements the chicken. The sauce prepared by Haytanaki is mayonnaise made with mayonnaise as the main ingredient. Mizuhara Fuyamae tasted it at once. Not only that, the forest flavor created by this must have been made from the onions, carrots, lime juice and white wine he had just seen. But, can such a sauce completely elevate the taste to a higher level? Mizuhara Fuyamae, like a skeptic, wrapped another piece of chicken in the sauce and put it in her mouth. There was no luck, it was not his illusion, every piece of chicken was delicious enough to shake his taste buds. Polaris sauce itself is sweet, but it is not so sweet that it is unbearable. And there is also a slight sourness and saltiness in the sauce, and it always feels that all the deliciousness is included in it. The sauce perfectly outlines the flavor of the chicken, and the combination of the two forms an appetizing taste. I know what happened, the sour taste is gone. In the previous fried chicken, the sour taste was like a young boy, jumping around in an empty room, making people feel inexplicable and confused. And now this dish has been brought to a new level of deliciousness through the sauce. The most important reason is that the sour taste has been hidden in the complex flavor. Have you made up for the shortcomings through the sauce? Mizuhara Fuyamae asked Hatanaka Ying. It seems that the other party has not understood yet. Hatanaka Ying replied, Senior sister, think about it carefully, is this really a shortcoming? Is this really a shortcoming? Mizuhara Fuyamae was stunned when she heard this. Because she had found the trace of the sour taste in her mouth. That sour taste has grown. The little kid who used to climb up the roof, climb trees and go down the river to fight has become a traveler who travels around the world. The light bitterness of sea salt, the sweetness of chicken, the salty fragrance of Polaris sauce, and the richness of black pepper sauce are all connected together by the light sour taste of Polaris vinegar. That sour taste is like a catfish in a cabin full of sardines, a tyrant in a peaceful and prosperous era, stirring up the whole world into a confusing and complex scene. At the gorgeously decorated wedding scene, the people in black who were watched by the public lifted their black clothes and turned out to be the popular superstars who sang a song for the wedding. It would be great if there was beer at this time, said an examiner on the stage with a smile. Yes, echoed another examiner next to him. If at this time, a cool, stimulating, and slightly bitter beer mixed with the flavor of this Satsuma chicken is poured into the throat at once, how satisfying it is. A very novel dish. The examiner sitting in the middle commented, the biggest feature is the combination of two sauces. Before tasting it, it is hard to imagine that the combination of these two things will have such a strong impact. Chapter 1270. Yes. Another examiner next to him echoed. If at this time, a cool, stimulating, and slightly bitter beer mixed with the flavor of this Satsuma chicken is poured into the throat at once, how satisfying it is. A very novel dish. The examiner sitting in the middle commented, the biggest feature is the combination of two sauces. Before tasting it, it is hard to imagine that the combination of these two things will have such a strong impact. Compared to before, this dish now the dish is considered complete. He continued, the chicken becomes crispy and mellow after the passage of time, and then coated with sauce. When you bite it, the flavor of Satsuma chicken splashes out. It's amazing. What made him feel most incredible was the boy in front of him. Even time became his seasoning. The fried chicken with a soft skin tasted more delicious. He had never thought of such a thing before. The 5 flavors make the taste of the dishes ever-changing, and also provide a special way of expression for chefs to taste and recall their different life situations. In the kitchen, the best way for the 5 flavors to exist is not to make one of them stand out, but to blend and balance the 5 flavors. This is not only the perfect state that chefs are constantly seeking, but also the ideal state that people pursue in dealing with people and even in governing the country. Sour, bitter, sweet, and salty, the unique flavors of this dish are fully balanced, making the taste they taste even more delicious. Well, the examiner on his right continued, I thought the vinegar would cover up the deliciousness of the chicken, but it didn't. At first glance, the combination of ingredients looks chaotic and patchwork, and it's not exquisite at all. But from the taste point of view, it successfully creates a gradual, layered deliciousness. So you can feel the mellowness of the layers, it's an unparalleled combination. This dish has a very high degree of completion. That boy, how did you get the inspiration to make this dish? A judge on the stage asked Hatanaka Ying. Originally, the judges who came here only because of the Diamond Cooking Competition Committee finally became interested in the food of this food battle. It's just because what is presented from this dish is a completely new perspective, and the complex combination of flavors is like the collision of multiple thoughts. It can make your stubborn thoughts disperse and see the scenery you have never noticed before. How did you get the inspiration to make this dish? Faced with this question, Hatanaka Ying's eyes were dazed. Of course it's because Tatsuki Academy. Before coming to Tatsuki Academy and Polar Star Dormitory, Kyoto, Osaka, Hokkaido, Kobe, Nagoya, Nara. Hatanaka Ying has been to countless cities in the past, where he experienced the local food culture and accepted the teachings of famous chefs arranged by his father. The dish of spicy chicken cubes is not simple at all. This is the most authentic way to cook lion's head, otherwise it will destroy its aftertaste. Squirrel fish must be cooked this way. Before coming to Tatsuki Academy, the teachings he received were the same as those of Nakiri Tsuchiya, that all dishes had only the most orthodox methods and the most standard taste. But in Polaris Dormitory, he discovered a completely different world. The friction between powerful opponents, the taste of the sparks from the collision is even better. Jelly. This is jellied meat. Didn't you see the word jelly in its name? What are you going to do by heating it like this? If the chicken tastes too bland, add some pork. If the pork is too greasy, add some tomatoes. Who taught you this method? Such a strange method, such an unprecedented combination. But, why did it become delicious? The students of Tatsuki Academy are more whimsical than heretical. The messy innovations derived from them collided with each other, and finally produced an answer beyond Hatanaka-i's cognition. And the combination of these answers is the dish in front of us, Polar Star-style Satsuma chicken. The biggest feature of this dish is the combination of 2 sauces, the sweet and sour Polar Star vinegar and Polar Star sauce. It is precisely with this unique sauce and Hatanaka-i's delicate seasoning that this dish reflects its unique charm. And this unique charm belongs not only to this dish, but also to Tatsuki Academy. The examiners listened to Hatanaka describing the life of Tatsuki Academy, and their eyes were full of brilliance, as if they recalled their youthful years. This is my cooking. How is it? Senior sister, it should be considered delicious, right? Hatanaka Ying said to Mizuhara Fuyamai, who was still tasting his cooking, in a leisurely tone. Mizuhara Fuyamai put down the plate, gritted her teeth, and looked a little unwilling. I was careless. In the competition, novel innovation is undoubtedly a highlight, but she, who perfectly reproduced a classic dish, knew that the balance of victory and defeat had already tilted to the opponent. Now, the judges will vote. In this case, I won the second round of eliminations, right? Hatanaka Ying slowly took off the chef's hat, and the soft long hair was draped over her shoulders. The bangs hanging by her ears fluttered with the oncoming airflow. This round, you win. Mizuhara Fuyamai was not like the villain on TV. She shouted and said something cruel. Facing this unexpected result, she just pushed her glasses frame calmly and said, but you can't change the ending. Yang Mingjun will definitely defeat you. Only Yang Mingjun can bring a new future to Totsuki. It seems that my dish hasn't convinced you yet, senior sister. Hatanaka knew that the opponent underestimated the enemy and did not fully exert his full strength. Convince me? It's too early. The referee's voice sounded at the right time. The result of this food battle competition has been determined. The winner is Hatanaka. Looking at Hatanaka surrounded by spotlights, Mizuhara Fuyamai frowned and looked up at the light falling from the ceiling. Now, things are getting complicated. Originally, I wanted to defeat my opponent with this food battle, and dampen his morale, so as to buy some time for old man Nakiri Senseiman. This time, I lost, and the original purpose of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys was not achieved. One move away from chess. However, it's not the point where all is lost. This is just the beginning. Chapter 1271. Originally, I wanted to defeat my opponent with this food battle, and dampen his morale, so as to buy some time for old man Nakiri Senseiman. This time, I lost, and the original purpose of killing a chicken to scare the monkeys was not achieved. One move away from chess. However, it's not the point where all is lost. This is just the beginning. I actually won. The students of Polaris Dormitory who were sitting around the TV opened their mouths in surprise. Now, Hatanaka has defeated Mizuhara Fuyamai. What should we do next? Will Yang Ming lose in the final elimination round? Yukihira Soma suddenly became excited. How can it be so simple? Ibusaki Shun's eyes did not move away from the TV, but he just opened his mouth and said, betting on the dignity of a chef and the future of Totsuki Academy is not so casual. With their eyesight, they can naturally see that Hatanaka did not use his full strength. This Korean roast chicken rice is not his must-have dish. It is really suspenseful to insist that the opponent will be defeated by Yang Ming. However, no matter whether there is sufficient preparation before the game, losing is losing. Now in the eyes of many people, Hatanaka is a world-class chef who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Yang Ming. What a waste! I actually lost to a first-year kid. In the audience, many people looked at Mizuhara Fuyamai and watched the food battle with sarcasm. Time passed unknowingly. In the second round of eliminations, only Yang Ming and Chibariko were left in the winners group. So many fans. Yang Ming and Chibariko went on stage early, anticipating that there would be many fans for this Shokyuchi competition. When they arrived at the venue, it was still a long time before the Shokyuchi competition officially started, but they didn't expect that the venue was already crowded with people. Yang Ming! Come on! Yang Ming! Come on! Chibariko! Come on! Chibariko! Come on! Fans holding various banners and beating drums and gongs spontaneously formed a cheerleading team, which was particularly eye-catching in the audience. Even though the two sides of the Shokyuchi competition had not yet appeared on the stage, they had already started shouting and cheering. Chibariko, you seem a little nervous. Standing on the competition stage, Yang Ming tilted his head and said to Chibariko. Yes, that's true. Chibariko nodded. It can be seen that Chibariko's fists were clenched tightly. In Yang Ming's impression, Chibalitzi always had a casual expression and a relaxed smile, but now Chibalitzi standing on the stage frowned, her posture was stiff, and she paced nervously on the stage. Yang Ming had never seen her like this. The spotlights gathered on the stage, and the first thing that appeared under the light was a pair of shiny black leather boots with expensive texture. The metal buckles were finely tightened at the ankles, making the boy's legs look extremely slender. The school uniform that can be seen everywhere in Totsuki Academy was wrapped around the boy's body, but it revealed a completely different charm from others. The scarlet tie with silver edges was full of abstinence, which was particularly harmonious with the black hair. Apart from that, it was clean without any decoration. He walked from the stage, from the darkness to the light, with a solemn and serious expression, like a medieval knight who had just walked out of the black forest. Yang Ming heard the audience take a breath quietly, and then shouted loudly, "Yang Ming! Yang Ming! Yang Ming!" Yang Ming, who is now called the Son of God, is extremely popular in Japan. "Yang Ming, I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to compete with you in a food battle." Chibalitzi, who was standing on the stage, had a slight tremor in her voice that she herself could hardly detect. Chibalitzi had agreed with Yang Ming at the Diamond Cuisine Tokyo competition that if they met in the next competition, then the other party would compete with her in a food battle. But she didn't expect that this competition would come so soon, which made her a little unprepared. Or maybe this was a destined game, destined to have a certain outcome for both sides. A contest. Yang Ming was not much better either. He always disliked appearing in people's sight, but this time was a complete exception. But now that he was really on the stage and was being watched by so many eager eyes, he couldn't help but panic. The judges of this food battle were also present. There were 3 in total. Yang Ming didn't know the first 2, but they should be members of some gourmet association, but the last one, Yang Ming almost spit out. "You! Uchiha Itachi!" Speaking of which, after bringing Uchiha Itachi to food battle, Shokuchiki no Soma, they separated. After hundreds of chapters, he was almost forgotten in the corner. This is really not the author's forgetfulness. Uchiha Itachi, sitting in the review seat, looked around in a rather curious way, as if he was looking for something. I don't know what he was looking for, so Uchiha Itachi looked for a while and didn't see anything, so he focused on the food battle stage. Uchiha Itachi came to be a judge this time. Naturally he received an invitation from Totsuki Academy. According to his original intention, he wanted to refuse. After coming to Japan, he traveled everywhere every day. How could he have time to do these things? However, when he saw Yang Ming's name on the invitation, he thought about it for a while and accepted the invitation. Yang Ming and Chibalitzi are both excellent chefs. Yang Ming is good at cooking Chinese cuisine. Chibalitzi is good at cooking Japanese and French cuisine. So he was very curious about what kind of dishes the 2 sides would make in this food battle. Chibalitzi's long hair was golden and brilliant, like a flame in this white hall. When the wind blew, the flame twisted in the wind. And Yang Ming was like a clear and quiet lake, quietly restrained, wiping the kitchen knife, and the reflection on the blade occasionally reflected his slender face. At this time, Yang Ming made a very interesting suggestion. "Chibalitzi, how about we cook the food that each other is best at in this food battle?" Chibalitzi's bright eyes flashed a smile. "Yang Ming, aren't you afraid of losing to me?" "I won't lose," Yang Ming said lightly. Chibalitzi was angry at such a righteous answer, and laughed. "Well, I will defeat you with your best Chinese food. Then from now on, the food battle at the D venue begins." As the announcement on the radio sounded, Chibalitzi and Yang Ming quickly started their own cooking. "Absolutely, absolutely can't lose," Chibalitzi muttered in her heart, and heard the voices of cheering for her from the audience, which were the fans who were looking forward to her. On the other side, Yang Ming was also carrying a heavy burden. If Hatanaka wins, he will probably become his biggest rival in the future, so Yang Ming can't lose this game. If he loses this time, then there will be no hope for Totsuki Academy, and Nakaritsuki's conspiracy will undoubtedly succeed. Chapter 1272. On the other side, Yang Ming is also carrying a heavy burden. Hatanaka wins, and he will probably become his biggest rival in the future, so Yang Ming can't lose this game. If he loses this time, then there will be no hope for Totsuki Academy, and Nakaritsuki's conspiracy will undoubtedly succeed. The topic of this game. I remember it should be beef. Uchiha Itachi sat on the chair, leaning forward slightly. Since the Middle Ages of the long-standing Western civilization, pork and mutton have been the mainstream meat for ordinary people, while beef is a high-end meat for princes and nobles. It is a luxury that is only served on special occasions to highlight the owner's noble status. In ancient China, it was illegal to slaughter cattle and eat beef without permission, so there were very few descriptions of eating beef in ancient novels. Even if there were, they were just a few words. The only novel that often described eating beef was the Water Margin that was dedicated to rebellion and fearless. What kind of meat did Chibariko take out? Uchiha Itachi heard the two examiners next to him whispering. I don't know, it doesn't seem to be Kobe beef. Kobe beef is one of the most famous beefs in the world and a specialty of Japan. It often appears at banquets for state guests in Japan. Its fragrant and non-greasy taste that melts in the mouth is a high-end ingredient that the Japanese are proud of. So when it comes to the beef-themed food battle, almost everyone thinks that the two will choose Kobe beef for the competition. Although the beef that Chibariko took out was tender, fragrant, and had obvious marble patterns, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that it was not Kobe beef. What kind of beef is this? Yukihira Soma also muttered. After meeting Rume, he also knew a lot about the varieties of beef. The beef that Chibaritsu took out did not seem to belong to any variety of Japanese Wagyu. This is... Yang Ming's mouth opened slightly. Yang Ming, do you know? Yet. Yang Ming nodded. At the same time, Uchiha Itachi also sneered at the two people next to him. The examiner, but when he thought that he represented the image of the Hokage Konoha village, he restrained his playful smile and said in a very serious manner, that's Nanyang yellow cattle. Nanyang yellow cattle. The two examiners who were originally discussing whether it was Matsusaka cattle or Majima cattle turned their heads at the same time after hearing this unexpected answer. Nanyang yellow cattle is one of the 5 major yellow cattle in China. He should have selected the optimized purebred Nanyang yellow cattle. Facing two pairs of puzzled eyes, Uchiha Itachi talked freely. He had been with Yang Ming for so long, and he had been in food wars for a long time. With the characteristics of the Sharingan, he learned a lot of knowledge. Even the staff standing next to him couldn't help but come over to listen. The history of raising this kind of cattle can be traced back to the Qin dynasty more than 2,000 years ago. More than 2,000 years. Although Japan is also one of the ancient countries, the history of Nanyang yellow cattle is even longer than that of Japan. The top-grade Nanyang cattle are raised by alternating ryegrass, royal bamboo grass, and alfalfa. They listen to music and walk every day to relax, and are given professional massages to relieve the acid in the beef. And their daily exercise time is arranged according to the weight, age, and physical condition of each cattle. At this point, Uchiha Itachi felt a little itchy. He used to be busy delivering food and had backaches every day. So, this animal lives better than him? However, choosing Chinese beef instead of native Japanese Wagyu beef. Uchiha Itachi's eyes deepened, probably because of the toughness of the beef. Hey, it seems that the one over there didn't choose Kobe beef either. Uchiha Itachi turned his head and saw the beef that Yang Ming took out. The skin part was snow white, and it was obvious that it was not beef from Japan. It's Charolais beef. Uchiha Itachi, who had traveled through restaurants in Paris, naturally recognized it at a glance. It was French Charolais beef, which was named after Kobe beef in Japan, quinine beef in Italy, and Black Angus beef in Australia. The origin of Charolais beef is the Lorraine-Meuse River region in northeastern France, adjacent to Belgium, Luxembourg, and Germany. It is dominated by rivers and hills, with a mild climate, suitable for the growth of various crops. It is the largest cotton and wood producing area in France. The rich crops provide a good and stable breeding environment. After the improvement of the French people, the ratio of fat to muscle of Charolais cattle has almost reached perfection. It's really interesting. Two chefs who are famous in Japan didn't choose Japanese Wagyu beef. Japanese Wagyu is known as the best quality fine cattle, but in fact, different beef will show different characteristics for different beef dishes. Blindly choosing top-grade Kobe beef can only show the shallowness and ignorance of the chef. The parts chosen were also very interesting. The size of the beef that Chibaritsu took out did not look like a whole piece of beef shank. Well, it should be the piece in the middle of the beef shank. This reminded her of Yang Ming in the past. He was also like this. He only used the best parts of the ingredients. Even when making watermelon juice, he only wanted the seedless heart of the watermelon. Oh, as for the rest of the watermelon, of course he ate it all. Yang Ming chose beef neck meat that was both fat and lean, and had a dry and solid texture. This part of beef is more suitable for making stuffing or stewing soup if used for cooking. I wonder what kind of dishes these two people will make. Uchiha Itachi lazily leaned back on the chair and watched the cooking skills of the two best contestants with a relaxed expression. At this time, they were processing the ingredients. Yang Ming-jun, don't you need to soak the onions in water when cutting them? Seeing the movements of Yang Ming's hands, the audience on the stage talked a lot. The cut onion cells will release something called a lionase, which can convert organic molecules into irritating gases, so almost everyone will choose to soak the onion in water for a few minutes first, or cut the onion directly in water. This practice often loses some of the onion's flavor, but many people don't care about the loss of onions as a side dish and ingredient, but for Yang Ming, who pursues perfection in everything, it is undoubtedly an unforgivable sin. Chapter 1273. The cut onion cells will release something called a lionase, which can convert organic molecules into irritating gases, so almost everyone will choose to soak the onion in water for a few minutes first, or cut the onion directly in water. This practice often loses some of the onion's flavor, but many people don't care about the loss of onions as a side dish and ingredient, but for Yang Ming, who pursues perfection in everything, it is undoubtedly an unforgivable sin. Yang Ming was in the audience seat near the front, so he could see the movements of his hands clearly. He first cut several times vertically in parallel lines, but did not cut them off. The onion strips were still connected. Then he rotated the onion at a right angle and cut parallel lines vertically at an angle perpendicular to the previous parallel lines. After such a meticulous treatment, because the onion was basically cut into long connected strips, just lay it down gently and cut it. In this way, the cut onions are evenly cut as if they were measured with a ruler, and the juice does not overflow. The spicy smell is also firmly locked inside. Naturally, Yang Ming who cuts onions will not be smoked to tears. From these little details, we can feel Yang Ming's meticulousness from the side. It's like a gardener who is in a garden full of flowers, carefully nourishing and patiently pruning, loving his beloved flowers. Many girls looked at his gentle expression and couldn't help falling in love with him. Why are you looking at me? There's no flower on my face. Yang understood Uchiha Itachi in the referee's seat. Nothing. Uchiha Itachi didn't expect Yang Ming to have the leisure to notice him. He just looked at the love in the eyes of the girls around him, and looked at Yang Ming with some worry, but the latter still had that indifferent expression. Everything the chef has will be poured into this plate and presented in each dish. Uchiha Itachi only recognized that what Yang Ming had in his hand was charolais beef, but in fact, charolais beef, like Japanese wagyu, has different grades. The beef Yang Ming chose was limited to the blonde Aquitaine breed, which is translated into Chinese as blonde Aquitaine. It is a very high-grade charolais beef. Every year, it is presented as a special product to the royal families of European countries. The method used to preserve this beef is the extremely unique hibernation method. The hibernation method refers to placing the meat in an environment of -43 degrees, supplemented by a cold wind blowing at a speed of 120 km per hour. This is a parameter that has been corrected after countless tests and comparisons. In this way, the quality of the beef will not be lost in the slightest. Uchiha Itachi had seen countless hands while traveling around the world, but few people's hands were as beautiful as Yang Ming's. The hands stretched out from the sleeves were delicate and slender, but also plump and white. The thumb pressed the inner side of the knife, and the first joint of the index finger firmly pressed the back of the knife, cutting off all the tendons and veins against the delicate lines of the beef. Regardless of the type of animal, the fatness and thinness of the neck are almost the same, but in fact there are still small differences. The neck kernel is the piece of live meat on the cow's neck that moves most frequently and exercises the most thoroughly, and is the top part of the touch beef. This kind of live meat is difficult to find in ordinary captive cattle, and the biggest feature of this piece of meat is that it is fat and tender, slightly chewy, and fragrant. The gentle movements are like elegant dance steps on the ballet stage, and the eyes are full of love, as if awakening the creatures living in this ingredient. Really amazing, worthy of being Yang Ming. Uchiha Itachi nodded involuntarily when he heard the person next to him say this. The elephant is invisible, and the great sound is silent. In the silent place, you can hear thunder, and in the colorless place, you can see prosperity. This is the cooking skill displayed by Yang Ming in front of him. In the process of cooking, he showed himself to the fullest. Under his hands, all the ingredients are like a TV series that is getting better and better, slowly pushing to the climax. In contrast, Chibariko showed everything like an exaggerated drama. On a specific stage, dramas that usually only use language and actions to achieve narrative purposes are more exaggerated than movies and TV dramas, and the explosion points are more prominent. Chibariko, who was calm and composed in the flames, slowly dissipated the tension on her face, and finally returned to her original appearance. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. The influence of cooking utensils on a chef cannot be underestimated, and Chibalitsi's hand is a chopping board with a shell-like pattern. It is a clamwood chopping board that she treasures and rarely takes out. Clam wood, which is dense and sinks in water, is a unique plant in tropical limestone areas. In order to absorb nutrients, its roots are deeply embedded in the cracks of the rock, absorbing many calcium minerals and gathering in the wood, making it extremely hard. When Chibalitsi's kitchen knife chopped it, she could hear a metallic clanging sound echoing from it. Moreover, clam wood is not like wood like fragrant wood, and it has no smell itself, so there is no need to worry about the beef being contaminated with other smells. Standing up the beef, Chibalitsi held the extremely sharp kitchen knife and chopped it down. Before she could see clearly, a thin piece of beef fell to one side. In a breath, 7 cuts were made, and the beef was just scattered into 8 pieces. And after that, the extreme flavor of the seasoning also gushed out. The flavor of chili pepper, Sichuan pepper, and 5-spice powder blend together to create a shocking feeling like the mountain wind blowing through the building and the waves destroying the city. The beef with the skin removed was sliced into large thin slices, and then spread on the chopping board, spread flat and straightened, sprinkled with salt that had been fried to dry, carefully wrapped into a cylindrical shape, and then left to dry while watching the beef slowly turn into an attractive bright red color. Almost done. Chibariko shook it gently, and the dried beef slices came to a new stage. As the protagonist, it will pass through the oven, step on the wire rack, endure the steamer, and be born from the oil pan. After these tedious processes, it can finally go to the examiner's table. Dry, bake, roast, steam, fry, stir-fry. Uchiha Itaki, who was sitting in the examination seat, was full of energy. He stroked the stubble on his chin with interest. It's really interesting, interesting. This sir, do you know what kind of dish she made? The examiner next to him asked in a low voice. He just found out that the person who was talking beside him was the famous Uchiha Itaki. He was surprised and unconsciously used honorifics. Chapter 1274. Almost done. Chibalitsi shook it lightly, and the dried beef slices came to a new stage. As the protagonist, it will pass through the oven, step on the wire rack, endure the steamer, and be born from the oil pan. After these tedious processes, it can finally go to the examiner's table. Dry, bake, roast, steam, fry, stir-fry. Uchiha Itaki, who was sitting in the review seat, stroked the stubble on his chin with interest. It's really interesting, interesting. This sir, do you know what kind of dish she is making? The examiner next to him asked in a low voice. He just found out that the person who was talking beside him was the famous Uchiha Itaki. He was surprised and unconsciously used honorifics. Well, this child is making dengying beef. Dengying beef. Faced with this word that he had no concept of, this native Japanese gourmet was completely confused. Haha, you will know later. Without spending too much time to elaborate, Uchiha Itaki just said this. Dengying beef. That is an authentic Sichuan delicacy. Because of the cumbersome skills, even many Sichuan chefs are too lazy to learn it. However, every effort pays off. The authentic dengying beef is a delicacy that can attract wild dogs 3 miles away to smell and chase it. Except for some minor details, the girl in front of him generally moves the same as what he saw during his travels in China. It seems that she has also worked hard. Is it peppers? Yang Ming looked up at the spicy smell in his spare time. Chibalitsi is not good at Chinese cuisine, but now, her surging expressiveness will undoubtedly shine on a stage like Food Battle. However, Yang Ming did not feel any pressure from it. He is not good at speaking. He does not have a distinguished background like Arina Nakiri and a keen sense of taste known as the tongue of God. He is not as eloquent and calculating as Ijun Ezwia. He does not have a strange cohesion like Chibariko or as Heike Hwei, who can tightly surround the people around him. No matter who it is, they all say that people with his temperament are not suitable for coming to the front stage, but are more suitable for doing something behind the scenes. But no one doubts whether he is qualified to be the son of God and whether he is qualified to represent Totsuki. And all this is just because his strength has long surpassed everyone under his name. Slowly chopping the Berkshire pork produced in Kagoshima into meat paste, Yang Ming carefully calculated the next plan. The dish he planned to make was the classic dish Swedish meatballs. As IKEA furniture sweeps the world, the national food of Sweden, the Nordic Swedish meatballs, has also become popular. This dish, which was originally only seen in restaurants, fast food restaurants, and canteens in Northern Europe, has gradually spread to China, Japan, Thailand, and other places. It has never been left out of the popular European food lists in various places. Stockholm, the capital of Sweden, is famous for the psychological Stockholm syndrome. With this line as the dividing line, the further north you go, the less pork is contained in the meatballs, and the more solid the taste of the meatballs. But in fact, the pork and the breadcrumbs mixed in it have the same effect, both to make the meatballs soft and moderate. This dish, called Mom's meatballs in Northern Europe, is a not too complex home-cooked dish, but in Yang Ming's hands, it shines with a different brilliance. The ratio of beef to pork is like this. Soak whole wheat breadcrumbs in this flavored milk and use it as a binder later. Well, that's about it. There are many popular ways to make this dish. Some people think that Swedish meatballs should be added with chopped onions, while others prefer to cut the onions into pieces and fry them separately. Some people think that the meatballs should have a thick dark gravy, while others prefer a thin gravy. Shakespeare once said that there are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 readers, and the same is true for Swedish meatballs. It is difficult to satisfy everyone, and slight differences are enough to bring about the final differentiation. What Yang Ming has to do is to carefully study every little difference, understand the reasons for these differences, and then find the best solution bit by bit. For such a simple dish, Yang Ming, who pursues perfection in everything, studied it for a whole week and took almost every detail into consideration. And for the final solution, he is sure that there is no more delicious Swedish meatball in the world than this meatball. This is his cooking style, the most perfect method, the most perfect technique, everything is perfect. When Nakaritsuki came to persuade these 10 heroes, some of those who agreed did so for profit, some for fun, only Yang Ming did it from the bottom of his heart. He was not moved by Tsukiji Nakari's words. He really disagreed with Tsukiji Nakari's idea of creating a perfect recipe. So, he spared no effort in this food battle. Then, the first one to be examined is Chibariko's dengying beef. There were many gourmets in the audience who knew something about Chinese cuisine, and they were immediately excited when they heard the name. Wow, dengying beef. So this is the dish you have been making all along. Dengying? What does dengying mean? In front of the TV, Soma Yukihira turned around and looked at Irina with the same eyes as if he was looking at Doraemon, who knew everything. Well, dengying means shadow play. Irina replied. Shadow play is a traditional folk art from China. It usually uses silhouettes of characters made of animal boards or cardboard to perform dramas. Artists manipulate the shadow play behind a white curtain while telling stories with gentle tunes, which has a strong folk flavor. And this kind of beef is named lanying, which shows that its meat slices are thin and light, like a thin lamp shadow. Under the green lamp, the image can be seen, just like the curtain in the shadow play. However, if you want to explain this knowledge to your Japanese friends, it will undoubtedly take a lot of time. Oh. Are the characteristics light and thin? Yukihira Soma, who still couldn't understand what shadow play was in the end, was very sensitive to grasp these two characteristics of the dish. Well, that's right. Irina thought about it and nodded. Will it not affect the taste if the beef is cut too thin? What do you think all those processes were used for? Irina asked back. Aren't those processes just to solve the problem of taste? Chapter 1275. Oh, are the characteristics light and thin? Yukihira Soma, who still couldn't understand what shadow play was very sensitive to grasp these two characteristics of the dish. Well, that's right. Irina thought for a while and nodded. Will it not affect the taste if the beef is cut too thin? What do you think all those processes were used for? Irina asked back. Aren't those processes just to solve the problem of taste? The dishes served on the inspection table were served on a brown stoneware plate. Instead of making people feel cheap, they had a peculiar and simple color. On it were large pieces of beef, shiny and colorful, which made people feel very comfortable. Ideng beef, please enjoy. After serving the dish, Chibalitsi said concisely, her hands clenched into a fist behind her back where no one could see, and her face was not arrogant at all, but rather humble, waiting for correction. In front of her was the leader of the food industry whom he admired very much, and she was looking forward to what kind of evaluation her dishes would get from him. And Uchiha Taka's eyes were completely attracted by the beef in front of him. The particles of the fiery red pepper were clearly visible on the beef, and the traces of sesame oil on it became shiny after reflecting the light in the hall, making the beef look extremely delicious. Uchiha Taka, who didn't think he was very hungry, had a big appetite at this moment and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This dish is exactly the same as the dengying beef in his impression, and even better in terms of plating. Compared with ordinary Sichuan chefs, Chiba Litsi, who grew up from ordinary people, pays more attention to fragrance. She applies some techniques of Indian cuisine to Sichuan cuisine, which blooms different colors. For a chef of her age, it is really precious. Uchiha Itachi thought carefully. Among the people he saw and heard during his travels, there were only a few who could achieve this level. But thinking of this, he smiled again. Chiba Litsi was the elite among the elites among the contestants. Why should he use the standards of ordinary chefs to measure her? Well, is this dengying beef? The examiner next to him carefully examined it. As for the other lotus leaf package, he was still confused. Then let's try it. Another examiner echoed. Seeing that he had already picked up the chopsticks, it seemed that he was tempted by the aroma and couldn't wait. Picking up a piece with chopsticks, Uchiha Itachi's brows relaxed. The slices of beef were like the wings of a flying bird, as thin as a piece of paper, and spread on the chopsticks. If this is really a piece of paper picked up like this, it must be either broken or soft and pulled together. However, the piece of beef on Uchiha Itachi's chopsticks seemed to be supported by something in the middle, and it was only slightly bent into an arc, which was clearly visible through the dim light. For beef like this, of course, it is refreshing to swallow the whole piece together. He opened his mouth a little wider, put the beef into his mouth in one bite, and then chewed it slowly. It's delicious. As soon as he took a bite, the spicy and numb breath rushed in. The pores all over his body seemed to be flushed open with this torrent. A burst of spicy air flowed out from the gap of each chewing, but it was not choking, but a hearty spicy taste. While the tongue coating was slightly numb, I also became more sensitive and could explore the unique flavor of beef. The beef, which has been derived from countless processes, has not lost its own flavor. Instead, it has absorbed the flavor of the seasoning during the thousands of temperings, and has become the ultimate delicacy after mixing with the oil. It has some chewiness, but it is soft and tender. After chewing it a few times and swallowing it, I swept it in my mouth with my tongue, and there was not even a bit of meat residue left. Spicy and crispy, this is authentic dengying beef. Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the girl in front of him who had always been a little nervous. Well, it's really delicious. An examiner next to him asked, but what does dengying mean? From the very beginning when the dish was served, he heard Chiba Litsi say, I deng beef, eat slowly, I deng, is this a measure word? His words were exactly what many people were wondering. They all looked at the review table with curious eyes. In the center of the table, Uchiha Itachi unhurriedly picked up a piece of beef with lamp shadow and put it into his mouth, which made countless people drool. Then he said, beef with lamp shadow is thin enough to be used as a lampshade, and light can pass through. One plate has one lampshade, so it is called one lamp. Lampshade. The examiner next to him frowned. He did not dare to doubt Uchiha Itachi's words, but he could not help but mutter a few words in his heart. After all, the lampshades are usually made of thin paper with excellent light transmittance. No matter how thin this beef is, it is still meat, and it cannot be compared with paper. Seeing that the people around him were a little suspicious of what he said, Uchiha Itachi was too lazy to explain. He called the photographer and asked him to turn the close-up to him, and then he took out a lighter from his bag. Can you please pick up a piece for me? Okay. The person next to him quickly picked up a piece of beef with chopsticks and stretched it in front of Uchiha Itachi. From the close-up footage of the broadcast, we can see that the flame from the lighter was just blocked by the beef, reflecting the texture of the beef, and the beef was also transparent and shiny. What's more amazing is that the flame of the lighter really appeared in the reflection on the table. Not only the examiner who helped Uchiha Itachi do the experiment, but also the audience and the whole audience were shocked. The beef could directly transmit light. What kind of knife skills are these? This. Irina frowned and bit her lips, thinking. What's wrong? Are you scared by this knife skills? Yukihira Soma himself was shocked by Chibariko's knife skills. Before this, he had only seen Yang Ming with such knife skills. Knife skills? Not bad. The knife skills that are unattainable for others are just okay for Irina. I'm more concerned about another thing. Hey? What's the matter? Yukihira Soma asked curiously. Did Irina find something strange that no one else found? Then tell me, why did he take out the lighter so skillfully just now? Irina opened her eyes wide and looked at Yukihira Soma, who was speechless for a moment. Well, he carries a lighter with him, so he should still be smoking, but is there something wrong with the focus? Chapter 1276. Then tell me, why did he take out the lighter so skillfully just now? Irina opened her eyes wide and looked at Yukihira Soma, who was speechless for a moment. Well, he carries a lighter with him, so he should still be smoking, but is there something wrong with the focus? The light passed through, and the thin lamp shadow beef was spicy, fragrant, fresh, crispy, tender, and numb, with all the flavors, which can be said to be 6 flavors in one. A plate of not too big or too small, 8 pieces of lamp shadow beef, all went into their stomachs, and after eating, they still felt unsatisfied. The spiciness has been reduced, probably to cater to the taste of the Japanese. However, Uchiha Itachi was more concerned about another point, a faint fragrance that had been floating around and lingering on the noses of the 3 people. It was a gentle smell different from spicy, indescribable and inexplicable. This smell, let me think about it. Suddenly, he looked up and asked Chibalitsi, you added lemongrass in it? Right. Yes. Chibalitsi's eyes flashed and nodded repeatedly. She is worthy of being a top food critic who travels around the world. Her grasp of taste is indeed extraordinary. Lemongrass, produced in subtropical mountains, is a perennial herb. It was called Baomao in ancient times. It was used to worship the ancestors of heaven and earth. In China, it is usually used as medicine. In the food industry in South Asia, India, and Southeast Asia, lemongrass has been popular for many years. When cooking soup and meat, you can add some when you have time. In their curry, there is usually lemongrass. Remove the outer leaves of lemongrass, leaving only the rhizome, boil it in water until soft, then break the rhizome. The lemongrass is now very soft and can be easily woven into a small grass mat. During the marinating process of beef, place this small grass mat on top of the seasoning and other marinating ingredients. The natural fresh aroma of lemongrass permeates the beef during the marinating process. In the middle. So when they eat beef, they will feel that the beef has a very slight lemon aroma, which makes the whole aroma blend. It is no exaggeration to say that this scent fills the last piece of wood in the barrel and makes the whole dish alive, which can be said to be the essence of this dish. Then, it's my turn. Can you make way? A cold voice suddenly sounded in Chibalitsi's ears. He subconsciously listened to the words on the other side and made way a little. And Yang Ming, with his spine straight, walked forward like a general returning home in triumph. The thousands of shouts in the stands were cheers for him. The food in his hand was full of medals of honor. He strode forward from the road that Chibalitsi had just made way, and his peripheral vision never glanced at Chibalitsi. Please have some. Irina, why are you standing there? Why don't you leave? Everyone in the Polar Star dormitory sitting in front of the TV was discussing the food battle fiercely. After a while, they felt something was wrong and saw Irina standing in front of the TV, her eyes dull and motionless. Oh. I'll come right over. The resurrected Irina responded, her eyes still on the competition field, where Yang Ming was tidying up the cooking table with elegant movements, putting the used kitchen utensils back in place one by one. His movements were so gentle and his expression was so focused, as if he was wiping not the tableware bought from the wholesale store outside, but the jewels on Ekaterina's crown. In contrast, Chibariko was standing aside with a pale face. The food battle had ended, the spotlight on the stage had dimmed, and only a few of the audience had left. Chibariko felt as ridiculous as a clown who had just finished his curtain call. Kyunyi. The gazes of her 2 good friends, Sun Li and Yang Mi, touched the depths of Kyunyi Litsi's heart. No need to comfort me. Kyunyi Litsi sighed, if I lose, I lose. Kyunyi. I told you to stop bothering me. Didn't you hear me? Her eyes were faintly rippling. Noticing this, Kyunyi Litsi bit her lips hard and held it back. She had used the best ingredients she could think of, the most ingenious combination, and the most exquisite proportions to cook the best dishes she could. Before the food battle began, she was full of confidence. At this moment, above Kyunyi Litsi's head, the score on the electronic bulletin board seemed to be mocking her arrogance and incompetence. 3-0. A few months ago, she was 1 point lower than Yang Ming in the Diamond Cuisine Tokyo competition. This time, she thought she might lose, but she never thought she would lose so thoroughly. Just like Sun Xingche, who was holding the Dingai magic needle and making a riot in the heavenly palace, was gently slapped by the palm of the Buddha and fell into the mortal world for 500 years. Yang Ming wins the second round of eliminations. Chibariko, Do you accept this decision? I accept it. The hollow answer echoed in the hall. Irina, who returned to her seat, couldn't help but glance at the TV. Chiba-Riko in the middle of the stands was like a lonely trapped beast. Chiba lost. Soma Yukihira beside him sighed, he lost so thoroughly. In the heart of this middle school boy, Chiba-Riko was a big boss entrenched in his passage to the next level of the magic tower. Who knew that before he could level up well, strengthen the soul, upgrade the Shikigami, and challenge with his strongest form, this boss was beaten to death by another big boss passing by. Irina recalled the scene just now. When Chibalitzi's lamp shadow beef made everyone in the stands salivate and the momentum reached its peak, Yang Ming's Swedish meatballs immediately took away the glory that belonged to Chibalitzi. Ordinary Swedish meatballs, at best, are a circle of meatballs on a white plate, and some mashed potatoes and sauce on the other side for people to eat. It is originally a home-cooked dish, so naturally there is no shape to speak of. Yang Ming's Swedish meatballs, jade-colored mashed potatoes are smeared on the edges into thin slices like white feathers, but the mashed potatoes are used together to create a peacock shape. The surface of the meatballs is covered with shiny brown sauce, shining, and evenly sprinkled with some vanilla powder. The cranberry jam is surrounded in an arc on the edge, looking like a work of art in a museum. The examiners looked very strange when facing this dish. They were startled from the first bite and continued to taste without saying a word. Until the end of the taste, no one made any comments on Yang Ming's dish. Chapter 1277. The surface of the meatballs was covered with shiny brown sauce, shining, and evenly sprinkled with vanilla powder. The cranberry jam on the edge was surrounded in an arc, looking like a work of art in a museum. The examiners looked very strange when facing this dish. They were startled from the first bite. They continued to taste without saying a word until the end of the last tasting, and no one made any comments on Yang Ming's cooking. They just looked at each other tacitly at the end, and cast their votes for Yang Ming without hesitation. Just now, Soma Yukihira and the others were discussing this question. What does the Swedish meatball taste like? You judged it without saying anything. Yoshino Yuaki said dissatisfiedly. Yes, Chiba's cooking looks so delicious. Appearance is victory. Chiba-Riko is beautiful and has a good figure. It sounds good. The people in Polar Star Dormitory undoubtedly have a higher degree of recognition for Chiba-Riko, who is not tall but has high ambitions. Could it be? Before he could finish this sentence, he was interrupted by Ibusaki Shun. Nakiri Senseiman naturally knew what this unfinished sentence meant. They wanted to say that the judges of this food battle had been secretly bribed a long time ago, but when he thought of the existence of Uchiha Itachi among the judges, he ruled out this possibility. No matter what, Uchiha Itachi would never do such a thing. So, there is only one answer to why this food battle had such a result. Yang Mingjun's strength is too strong. So strong that Chiba-Riko's cooking is completely incomparable. This point was also confirmed by Uchiha Itachi's communication with Nakiri Senseiman in the restroom afterwards. Alas! I never thought that there was such a big gap in strength between the two players. How big a gap? At the moment of the first entrance, I thought I was in Kimiyama. Uchiha Itachi smiled bitterly. Hearing this explanation, Nakiri Senseiman couldn't help but take a breath. The junction here is not the headquarters of the beggars sect in Jianzhen, but a small island in the famous Dongting Lake, south of Yueyang and north of Yiyang. The 8 major cuisines have been passed down from ancient times to the present day, and they all have their own famous culinary schools. The world-famous Tianfu Cuisine School is the inheritance of Sichuan cuisine, and Hunan also has its own culinary school, Sangxiang Cuisine School. There are many nationally famous Hunan chefs coming out from there, and the holy land of Sangxiang Cuisine School is Junshan. In this blessed place, many famous chefs from Sangxiang Cuisine School gather here to teach and pass on the fire. There are many old monsters who have become famous decades ago. Nakiri Senseiman once visited with Uchiha Itachi and tasted the skills of those famous chefs who have reached perfection. The memory is deep. Those elderly chefs are no longer pursuing simple ingredients and dishes. What they want to pursue more is the state of unity between man and nature, presenting all kinds of life in a dish. But it's okay, it's just a moment. Uchiha Itachi seemed to have noticed Nakiri Senseiman's doubts and said with a smile, but this is not something that Chiba-Riko can resist now. Unity between man and nature. It seems that no chef is recognized to have reached this state, right? Nakiri Senseiman asked. Well, that's already a legend. Uchiha Itachi continued, in fact, the reason why Boss Yang Ming gave us such an illusion is mainly because of his cooking method. His cooking method? Yes, his cooking. It makes us feel like what? It's like the beef chopped itself with a knife, then wrapped the ingredients together to form meatballs, and then took a bath in the hot oil in the pot. Uchiha Itachi described his feelings when he ate that dish at that time. If I were to describe it in 4 words, it would be natural. So mysterious. But then I realized that Boss Yang Ming hadn't actually reached the top threshold yet. It's just that, let's put it this way, he had erased his ego from his cooking. He was obsessed with the deliciousness of the ingredients, and through cooking, he brought out the deliciousness to the extreme. After erasing his ego, only the deliciousness of the ingredients remained, which gave us such a feeling. The existence of Yang Ming as a chef was completely unnoticed, and one could only taste the real deliciousness between the lips and teeth. Well, this is already the pinnacle of skills, right? It's really amazing. Uchiha Itachi concluded. After hearing this statement, Nakiri Senseiman didn't speak for a long time. You, don't take it lightly, right? Uchiha Itachi said with a smile, if you treat him as an opponent, you may have to work harder. Yeah, got it. Nakiri Senseiman didn't say anything else, but Uchiha Itachi believed that the other party had firmly remembered his words. After chatting, Uchiha Itachi broke away from the state of being a judge, straightened his tie, and stood up from the chair. The meeting with the next Chamber of Commerce is in the afternoon, right? Okay. He sorted out the piles. Options assistant responded immediately, I'll arrange the car right away. By the way, there's one more thing. What is it? Chef Dojimajin of Totsuki Resort and a chef named Yukihira Joichiro want to meet with you. Put the afternoon meeting aside for now. Uchiha Itachi immediately decided. But I'll explain that, and now Totsuki has the highest priority. Totsuki Group has more or less connections with large and small food institutions in Japan. Now, Uchiha Itachi has received instructions from Yang Ming. Most of the cooperation he discussed in Japan this time cannot avoid the giant Totsuki. And the sudden troublemaker Nakiri Tsuchiya turned Uchiha Itachi's originally smooth work into a mess. The signing of those agreements that were originally expected to be signed in the near future has also been postponed to an indefinite period. Therefore, among those who wanted to drive Nakiri Tsukiji off the stage the most, in addition to Nakiri Senseiman who was forced to give up his position, there was Uchiha Itachi who came from afar with a lot of money. Perhaps Nakiri Tsukiji didn't know what he had done wrong. He was just a new commander-in-chief who treated these new contracts with a cautious attitude, but in Uchiha Itachi's view, the withdrawal of these agreements that had already been finalized and only had to be signed was undoubtedly deliberately causing trouble for him. Chapter 1278. Therefore, among those who wanted to drive Nakiri Tsuki off the stage the most, in addition to Nakiri Senseiman who was forced to give up his position, there was Uchiha Itachi who came from afar with a lot of money. Perhaps Nakiri Tsuki didn't know what he had done wrong. He was just a new commander-in-chief who treated these new contracts with a cautious attitude, but in Uchiha Itachi's view, the withdrawal of these agreements that had already been finalized and only had to be signed was undoubtedly deliberately causing trouble for him. So, Uchiha Itachi was very angry. The consequences were serious. Let's get back to the point. In the second round of eliminations, the winners were finally selected, Yang Ming, Hata Nakai, and Katozaki Taki. The losers were divided into the last group, and there was only one spot. I won't go into detail about the process here. In the end, Kikuchi Ingo was selected. The 4 of them won the competition, defended their titles, and will participate in the finals of the Diamond Cuisine Asia Championship in a month. After writing so many chapters, it's been so long since I wrote about food. Both the author and Yang Ming are tired. Taking advantage of the Chinese New Year approaching, and having nothing to do recently, I plan to go back to China to see my hometown. After booking a plane ticket online, Yang Ming got on the plane a few days later. At the airport, a tall figure stood in the shadows, looking coldly at Yang Ming's departing figure. Yang Ming, blame me, you're blocking my way, so just get on with your journey. With a sneer, Nakiri Tsuki gradually disappeared. Yang Ming was unaware of all this. When the plane took off and was about to arrive in China, Nakiri Tsuki spent a lot of money to order people to install a time bomb on the plane, which blew up the entire plane with a bang. The sudden change made Yang Ming completely confused. Fortunately, with the ice escape, Yang Ming used up all the chakra in his body and made a slide in the air, barely avoiding death. However, Due to the high altitude fall and the impact of the plane explosion, he finally fell heavily into the water. The following is a transitional plot. Hint: Yang Ming temporarily lost his memory. The man walked around Wang Xiaoming's stall for several times, walked over, less than 20 meters to the left, turned back, walked less than 20 meters to the right, and turned back again, swinging back and forth as accurately as a pendulum. His eyes kept staring at his stall, but he just didn't come over. Wang Xiaoming thought the man was very strange. He raised his alert. Could he be here to collect debts or seek revenge? He quickly looked around and called his nephew who was playing near the breakfast stall. "Hey Bing, don't run too far, come back and eat." 4-year-old Wang Bing stood up, threw the small stone in his hand, and ran over with his little hands. "Uncle, I'm hungry, I want to eat rice noodles." Wang Xiaoming said, "Go wash your hands. Do you want fried or boiled?" Wang Bing wiped his nose with his sleeve. "I want rice noodle soup, and I want a lot of fish balls, so many." He also used his 2 arms to draw a circle in the air to indicate the number of fish balls. Wang Xiaoming raised his hand at Wang Bing and threatened him, "Stinky boy, don't wipe your nose with your sleeve. If you wipe it again next time, I will beat you to death. Who will wash it for you if you make it so dirty?" Wang Bing didn't take his threat seriously and jumped to wash his hands. It was almost 9 o'clock at this time, and there were fewer customers eating breakfast. There was still a couple eating rice noodle soup. The usual customers had all come, and Wang Xiaoming thought that no one would come, so he cooked 2 bowls of rice noodles, one for himself and one for his nephew. After cooking, he looked up again to see the strange man, but he was gone. He turned his head and looked around, and found that the man was squatting by the faucet with Wang Bing. Wang Xiaoming's expression changed, threw away the things in his hand and rushed over, like a hen protecting her chicks, grabbed Wang Bing and protected him behind her. "Who are you? What do you want to do?" The man looked up. He had a well-defined face, thick eyebrows and a straight nose. He looked good. His thin face was wet, and his chin was still dripping. However, there was a large purple bruise on his forehead, and there was a 3-centimeter-long bright red scar from the left eyebrow to the eyelid. It was a new wound, which made him look a little aggressive. He didn't say anything, but looked at Wang Xiaoming with his black eyes in confusion. Wang Xiaoming looked at the other person, a little short of breath. He swallowed his saliva, his throat slid, and he slowly backed away while protecting his nephew. "Who are you and what do you want to do?" This man couldn't be the enemy of his eldest brother Yulin, that bastard, who always caused trouble for himself. Yang Ming spoke up, "Boss, are you hiring?" His voice was a little unclear, like a lisp, but Wang Xiaoming heard it clearly. He almost slipped to the ground. What was going on? He was just a small street stall, and he still needed to hire workers. If he could afford workers, he would still set up a street stall. He threw down 2 words, "No." Then he hurriedly left with Wang Bing. Yang Ming, who was rejected, looked at Wang Xiaoming's back, reached out and wiped the water drops on his chin. His eyes dimmed a little, and washed his hands under the faucet, supported his knees and slowly stood up. An untimely gulp sounded in his stomach. He bent down, turned on the faucet, and drank a few mouthfuls of tap water, as if this could relieve the pain caused by stomach wall spasm. Wang Xiaoming also heard the sound, and his steps paused. Wang Bing raised his hands and said, "Uncle, I haven't washed my hands yet." Wang Xiaoming had no choice but to pull Wang Bing back to the stall and scooped water from the bucket for his nephew to wash his hands. "Hurry up and eat the rice noodles. I put a lot of fish balls in it for you." Wang Bing sniffed and went happily. The little guy was just a little bit taller than the table. He climbed up the stool with his hands and feet, knelt on it and started to eat breakfast. The translucent and smooth rice noodles, the hot clear soup with oil floating in it, the fried golden and fragrant garlic, and the white and plump fish balls, decorated with a few green wolfberry leaves and a few green chopped green onions, made the hungry little Wang Bing's appetite open. He buried his head and slurped a mouthful of soup first, opened his mouth and exclaimed, "Super refreshing. This child is learning to speak, and it is particularly interesting to hear the little guy speak like an adult." Wang Xiaoming washed his hands and came to have breakfast. After breakfast, it was time to close the stall. He went back to prepare and went out to sell oyster omelets around 11 a.m. Wang Bing ate a few mouthfuls and swallowed a fish ball. His 2 black and bright eyes turned around and then whispered to Wang Xiaoming, "Uncle, is that man hungry?" Wang Xiaoming looked in the direction of his finger. The man he saw earlier was sitting by the curb, his upper body leaning on his legs, his eyes staring straight ahead, where two wild dogs were rummaging for food scraps in the garbage dump. Chapter 1279. Wang Bing ate a few mouthfuls of fish balls with a huff, and then swallowed a fish ball. His two bright black eyes turned around, and then he whispered to Wang Xiaoming, "Uncle, is that man hungry?" Wang Xiaoming looked in the direction of his finger. The man he saw earlier was sitting by the curb, his upper body leaning on his legs, his eyes staring straight ahead, where two stray dogs were rummaging for food scraps in the garbage. Wang Xiaoming said seriously, "Eat your meal, don't worry about it." When he said this, Yang Ming turned his head and ran straight into Wang Xiaoming's sight. Wang Xiaoming stared at him for a while, but finally gave up and retracted his sight. He thought to himself, "What's wrong with this man? Why did he come to me for a job? There are so many shops, why did he come to me, a hawker, to find a job? It's really weird. Is he really not doing something else?" Wang Bing said after a while, "Uncle, that man is so pitiful, he has no food to eat." Wang Xiaoming said, "How do you know that he has no food to eat?" Wang Bing said seriously, "I saw him yesterday." Wang Xiaoming frowned, "Where did you see him? When?" Wang Bing said, "I was playing at Arong's house yesterday, and saw his grandfather scolding that uncle as a beggar and told him to get out." Wang Xiaoming turned his head in surprise to look at the man. He was wearing a sky blue shirt, dark grey suit pants, and a pair of leather shoes. He looked dignified, not like a beggar. Judging from his clothes, he was basically an urban white-collar worker. However, a closer look showed that he was indeed a little dirty, as if he hadn't showered or changed clothes for a few days. What happened to this man? Was he robbed? It looks a bit like that, and there are injuries on his face. He should call the police, or at least call his family and friends to pick him up. Wang Bing looked up at Wang Xiaoming and said, "Uncle, let's give that brother a meal." Wang Xiaoming looked at his nephew's innocent and kind eyes and sighed in his heart. "You know how to sympathize with others, but who will sympathize with us?" But he couldn't bear to disappoint his nephew. "Well, let's do a good deed today." Thinking of this, he got up and made rice noodles. People in the southeast call food made with rice flour, or sweet potato flour kwai. Rice noodles are made of rice flour mixed into paste or steamed or baked and cut into thin slices. Wang Xiaoming saw Wang Bing put down his chopsticks, got off the table quickly, and then ran to Yang Ming in small steps. He didn't know what he said. Yang Ming looked up at Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming looked at him and didn't say anything. He looked down at the meatballs and put them in the water. When the water started to boil, he took them out, put the meatballs in, put wolfberry leaves, sprinkled chopped green onions, poured soup and garlic, and brought a full bowl to the table. Wang Bing was still talking to the man and didn't mean to come over. Wang Xiaoming had to walk over and said, "I don't hire workers, please have breakfast." The man tilted his head and looked at Wang Xiaoming, "I work, I don't want money, just give me food." He spoke very slowly and his speech was still unclear. Wang Xiaoming looked at the other person's eyes, and he didn't mean to beg for mercy at all. He was just asking for his opinion. He felt a little strange. This person's temperament didn't look like a beggar at all. "What's wrong with you? Why don't you go home?" He looked like a teenager, younger than himself. Did he run away from home? The man frowned hard, then lowered his head, "I don't know, I forgot." Wang Xiaoming was even more suspicious. "What's your name?" The man raised his head and looked at Wang Xiaoming. His mouth moved, but he didn't say anything, just shook his head. Wang Xiaoming showed a very weird expression on his face. No way, did this person lose his memory or have a problem with his brain? Wang Bing said at the side, "Uncle, let's eat." Wang Xiaoming just remembered this, "Let's eat first, and talk later." Yang Ming finally stood up and followed Wang Xiaoming to the table. Wang Xiaoming cooked him a big bowl of rice noodles, added 3 fish balls and 3 beef balls, a big bowl full. The aroma was lingering, and the hungry man swallowed his saliva. Wang Xiaoming brought him a pair of chopsticks. He sat down, looked at Wang Xiaoming, said thank you, then lowered his head, drank a big mouthful of soup, then picked up a beef ball and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowed it whole, and choked him to stretch his neck. Wang Bing looked at his embarrassed appearance and laughed happily. Wang Xiaoming, who was cleaning up the dishes, heard Wang Bing's laughter, turned his head, and saw that the man was choked and embarrassed. Tears came out. The man quickly drank a mouthful of soup, touched his chest, burped, and finally swallowed the meatball. However, the choking just now was enough to make him uncomfortable. He hadn't eaten for a few days, and he must be starving. Wang Xiaoming called his nephew, "Hey Bing, come and help uncle." To be honest, he was really afraid that this man was a lunatic. If he suddenly had an attack and hurt Wang Bing, it would be difficult to deal with. Wang Bing heard him and ran to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming didn't really let his nephew help with the work. He collected the bowls and chopsticks and came over. The man had already eaten most of the rice noodles. Although he was not slow, he didn't look bad when eating. He should be well educated. Of course, you can tell from his clothes. Although his clothes are a little dirty, they are not the kind of stuff bought from roadside stalls. Rather than believing that this man is a lunatic, he is more inclined to believe that this man has lost his memory. Lunatics generally don't come to their small island. Did he lose his memory after being robbed or beaten or for some other reason? His companion, he wouldn't come alone. When Wang Xiaoming came over after collecting the bowls and chopsticks, the man had already finished eating, even drinking up all the soup, which showed that he was very hungry. He saw Wang Xiaoming holding the bowls and chopsticks, so he quickly stood up and walked over with his own bowls and chopsticks. Wang Xiaoming put all the bowls and chopsticks in a large plastic basin, scooped hot water and started to wash the dishes. The man rolled up his sleeves and squatted down to help wash the dishes. Wang Xiaoming raised his eyebrows and didn't say no. To be honest, he also understood the self-esteem of a man. The meaning of food given out of pity and the income from labor are completely different. From this point of view, he felt that this man would not be a lunatic. Wang Bing also squeezed over to join in the fun, but Wang Xiaoming slapped his hand back, "Don't come to play in the water." Wang Bing said, "I'm helping the old man." Wang Xiaoming pushed him and said sternly, "Go play aside quickly, don't make trouble. You hit me with a bowl yesterday, have you forgotten?" Wang Bing looked up at the sky, "Yesterday I was not grown up, today I'm grown up, I won't hit any more." Wang Xiaoming shook his head with a smile, "If you grow up overnight, I won't have any difficulties." Chapter 1280. Wang Xiaoming pushed him and said sternly, "Go play aside quickly, don't make trouble. You hit me with a bowl yesterday, have you forgotten?" Wang Bing looked up at the sky, "Yesterday I was not grown up, today I'm grown up, I won't hit any more." Wang Xiaoming shook his head with a smile, "If you grow up overnight, I won't have any difficulties." When people were children, they always thought that they would grow up overnight, that they would not be restricted by adults, that they could eat whatever they wanted, go wherever they wanted, and buy whatever they liked. But one day, the child who once longed to grow up finally realized his dream. He grew up overnight and entered an era where everything was independent. However, he found that everything was out of his control and it was difficult for him to take a step forward. At this time, he realized that growing up overnight was not a good thing, especially at the cost of the collapse of the world. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but sigh, "You bastard, you know nothing, what's good about growing up?" Wang Bing was playing with scooping water on the side and said, "You'll have money to spend when you grow up." Wang Xiaoming couldn't help laughing, "Who gives you money to spend?" Wang Bing said, "I earn money by myself, and when I make money, I'll give it to my uncle and uncle." Wang Xiaoming smiled happily, "You have a conscience, and you still remember my uncle." Yang Ming was washing the dishes slowly, in silence, and looked up at Wang Xiaoming and Wang Bing from time to time. Wang Xiaoming washed the dishes, put them away and put them in the basin, then pushed the electric tricycle parked on the side over, moved all the pots, pans, gas stoves and so on onto the tricycle, put away the tables and counters, put them under the eaves of other people's houses, and covered them with a piece of plastic paper. Wang Bing jumped over and climbed onto the driver's seat of the tricycle, "Going home, uncle? I'll drive today." "You know nothing about driving, go to the side." Wang Xiaoming pushed his butt aside. Yang Ming had been helping silently just now, and now he looked at Wang Xiaoming, wanting to say something but stopping. Wang Xiaoming looked back at the other person. He knew to help wash the dishes just now, so he should not be a madman. If he was, he would not be crazy at this moment. "Are you a tourist here to play? Whose house did you live in originally? You should find your things and contact your family." Yang Ming shook his head, "I don't know, I forgot everything." Wang Xiaoming thought, "I forgot it thoroughly, how come I didn't forget how to eat?" He found that the other person was looking at him with desire, and reached out to wipe his forehead. You should ask the police for help in this matter. Have you been to the police station? The other person was obviously a little surprised. Police station? Wang Xiaoming waved at him. Come up, go to my house first, and I will take you to the police station when I am free. Wang Xiaoming started the electric car and slid out quietly. Yang Ming held Wang Bing and sat next to Wang Xiaoming. Although the front seat of the tricycle was not narrow, it was still a bit narrow for two big Yang Mings. Wang Xiaoming drove the tricycle very fast. He could not help but twist his body and try to keep a distance from the other party when he smelled the sweat and sour smell on the other party. Wang Bing excitedly used his mouth to imitate the tricycle, woo woo. If only everyone could be as happy and carefree as a child. Wang Xiaoming did not go back directly. He first went to the vegetable market and bought the necessary vegetables. Then he went to Lao Huang, who sold seafood, to pick up the oysters he had ordered the day before. Lao Huang said, "Today we have the pearl oysters you want." "Lu, pearl oysters are small and expensive. You are not eating them yourself, but buying them for business. Why do you have to pick pearl oysters? People like to eat big oysters now. Pearl oysters are not a large species among oysters. They are delicious, but they have a long growth period. Today, when people are pursuing economic benefits, fewer and fewer people are raising pearl oysters, so the price is naturally expensive." Wang Xiaoming carried a large bag of oysters and sniffed them. Old Huang pretended to pat him. "When you buy from me, when will the goods you give you become stale?" Wang Xiaoming smiled and said nothing more. He weighed the goods and paid for them, and said to old Huang, "If you want more tomorrow, prepare pearl oysters for me." Although pearl oysters are a little small, they are the most suitable raw material for making oyster omelets. Because oysters are too big, they will be a little raw at the same time, and taste a little fishy. Many locals like the fishy smell and think it is fresh, but tourists from outside may not accept it. Wang Xiaoming has been doing business for a long time and knows that people are picky nowadays and can taste the slightest difference. The quality of ingredients directly affects the quality of business. His stall business has always been good, especially attracting foreign tourists, and there are many repeat customers, all thanks to his attention to these details. He put the oysters into the truck bed, and Wang Bing shouted again, "Uncle, I want to eat oysters." Wang Xiaoming ignored him and drove home. When he got home, he didn't unload much of the stuff in the car. He only took down the oysters. He had to take out all the oyster meat before 11 o'clock so that he could set up the stall in time. Yang Ming got out of the car and looked around Wang Xiaoming's home. It was a brick bungalow with 4 rooms. The outer wall was blackened by the sea breeze and the moisture of the sea water. The red painted wooden door was peeling and the color was difficult to distinguish. The house was quite old. It seemed that there was no one else in the house except the 3 of them. Wang Xiaoming poured water into the basin and looked at Yang Ming standing in the yard. "You can sit down. I have something else to do, so I can accompany you to the police station in the afternoon." After that, he went to clean the oysters, took the tools to open them, and started to work. Yang Ming looked around, then walked to Wang Xiaoming, watching him pry open the shells of the oysters with great skill, and put the white, tender and plump oyster meat into a basin, without wasting the oyster juice. There are ready-made oyster meats on the market, but Wang Xiaoming doesn't buy them, one because it includes labor costs, which is expensive, and the other is that he is afraid that it is not fresh enough. Yang Ming looked for a while and said, "Do you have a knife?" Wang Xiaoming was concentrating on what he was doing. When he heard this, the knife was deviated and didn't hit the right spot. He stopped and looked up at him. "Can you open oysters?" "Try it." Yang Ming stretched out his hand to him. Wang Xiaoming handed him the knife in his hand, and then gave him a glove. The man put on the glove with his left hand, pressed the oyster, and used his right hand to accurately cut the oyster knife into the gap between the oyster shells. The knife turned a circle flexibly and peeled off the oyster shell, revealing a flawless oyster meat. This smooth action shows that he is an experienced hand. Wang Xiaoming nodded. "Not bad, you help me, I'll find another knife." Wang Bing ran out of the house and came to Wang Xiaoming. "Uncle, I want to eat oysters." Acting like a spoiled child, Wang Xiaoming glared at him. "You stole oysters that day and had diarrhea, and spent so much money on me, have you forgotten?" Chapter 1281. Wang Xiaoming nodded. "Not bad, you help me, I'll find another knife." Wang Bing ran out of the house and came to Wang Xiaoming. "Uncle, I want to eat oysters. Wang Xiaoming glared at him, you stole oysters that day and had diarrhea, and spent so much money on me, have you forgotten? I don't have diarrhea today, so I'll just eat one, okay? Uncle, please, let me eat one. Wang Xiaoming had a stern face and ignored him. Wang Bing continued to act like a candy and act like a spoiled child on Wang Xiaoming, Uncle, there is only one, only one. Wang Xiaoming was pestered so much that he glared at him with wide eyes, get out if you don't listen to me. If you make trouble again, I will send you to your dad. Wang Bing was really quiet and stopped making trouble, then I want to eat oyster omelette. Be good, I will give you oyster omelette at noon, but you can't eat it raw. Go play and don't make trouble. Wang Bing walked away with a clatter, and Wang Xiaoming reminded him from behind, don't go to the water. Wang Bing had already run away and disappeared. Wang Xiaoming lowered his head and continued to open the oysters and take out the meat. Yang Ming's movements were smooth and unhurried, and his speed was no slower than Wang Xiaoming, who was used to doing this. Wang Xiaoming secretly competed with him, one after another, competing to take out the oyster meat. Unconsciously, more than half of the oysters were opened, and Wang Xiaoming quickly stopped, okay, no need to open them, enough. This thing must be fresh, and it will be used in the evening in the afternoon. Usually he does it alone, so it takes a long time. Today, 2 people do it, and the time is saved by more than half. Wang Xiaoming looked at it. It was just 10 o'clock. There was plenty of time, and he could even cook at home. Yang Ming stopped, put down the things, and took off his gloves. Wang Xiaoming said, thank you, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. What did you do before? Yang Ming frowned and spat out 2 words after a long time, I forgot. Well, Wang Xiaoming was completely desperate. He really forgot everything except eating. I'll go cook. I can't take you to the police station until I'm done in the afternoon. After saying that, he walked towards the kitchen, then remembered something and stopped, brother, do you want to take a bath? I'll find you 2 sets of clothes to change into. The other party was stunned for a moment and nodded, thank you. Wang Xiaoming was in the catering business. Although he was a hawker, he still paid great attention to hygiene, which was the basic of the catering industry. He thought that if he went to sell oyster omelets at noon, this person would definitely go with him. He couldn't leave a stranger in his home. If he went there, he would be dirty and wander around his stall, which would make his customers feel disgusted. Yang Ming was a little taller than Wang Xiaoming, estimated to be about 1.8 meters, close to the height of his younger brother Wang Ergu, but a little stronger. Wang Xiaoming gave him a set of Wang Ergu's old clothes, the bathhouse is over there, with a solar water heater. There will be hot water when it is turned on. The other party took his clothes, thank you. Wang Xiaoming went to cook. Usually, he would take oyster meat by himself, and it would take him until almost 11 o'clock to finish. Then he had to pack up and go to the stall immediately. He would make lunch while doing business. If he was hungry, he would eat some oyster omelette to fill the stomach. Usually, he would have lunch at 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Wang Bing also developed the habit of eating lunch at that time. Wang Xiaoming opened the refrigerator and put the oyster meat in to keep it fresh. Although it was already December, it was still like summer in the south. The temperature was too high. If you didn't pay attention, the food would go bad. Wang Xiaoming took out the sari that was frozen like a stick in the refrigerator and prepared to make a dry fried sari. Sari is cheap and rotten, 3 or 4 yuan per catty. It tastes slightly bitter and the meat is relatively coarse, but it is still delicious after being processed. Wang Bing likes the dry fried sari he made. When there is sari, the little guy never drags his feet when eating, and always eats the rice cleanly. Although they lived by the sea, seafood was extremely abundant and cheap, of course, it was only relative. They could only afford some cheap fish and shrimp, because Wang Xiaoming was too poor and had a large debt. While he was busy, someone outside shouted with a long tone, Boss Wang, Boss Wang. The voice was rough and hoarse, just like it was made with sandpaper, which was very recognizable. The sound was like thunder, which made Wang Xiaoming's heart jump suddenly. The knife that was cutting the fish belly scratched his finger, and blood flowed immediately. Wang Xiaoming quickly put his hand under the faucet to wash it. After a long time, he slowly came out of the kitchen. He looked at the 3 men with unfriendly faces outside the door and tried to put on a smile. Brother Huang, you came here in person. I'm busy these days and plan to send it to you in 2 days. The guy surnamed Huang was the loud-mouthed one just now, about 30 or 40 years old. He bit a cigarette and bared his black and yellow teeth. Boss, you are not authentic. It was due 2 days ago, and you're going to come in 2 days. If you keep doing this, do we still need to have dinner? Is the money ready? Wang Xiaoming quickly took out a cigarette and offered it to him, and then smiled and said, "It's really hard for you to let Brother Huang come to collect the debt in person. It's like this, Brother Huang, I had already prepared the money and was about to send it to you, but my nephew got gastroenteritis 2 days ago, which cost several hundred yuan and delayed some business. So it's unfortunate that the money is a little short, so I'm embarrassed to come to you, and I want to wait for 2 days when the money is enough, and then send it to you." Wang's eyes bulged, and his eyeballs, which were mostly white and black, almost fell out. "Mr. Wang, what do you mean, no money, right?" Wang Xiaoming lowered his head and took a deep breath, and continued to pretend to be a grandson. "Of course I have to pay it back, but I can't pay it according to the scheduled amount this month. Can I make up for it next month? I know Brother Huang is a good person and will definitely be flexible." Huang was shorter than Wang Xiaoming, but he liked to look at him with his nose. At this moment, he raised his head and said, "How much is the difference?" Wang Xiaoming said cautiously, "Not much, 1,000. Huang slapped Wang Xiaoming on the head. "You are short of 1,000 yuan, and you dare to say it's not much. How much do you have to pay us back every month?" Wang Xiaoming clenched his teeth and lowered his eyelids. 3,000. Huang spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. "You still know it's 3,000? Our boss lent 100,000 to your brother, and gave him the lowest interest. He only collected some trivial interest every day, and couldn't even get back the principal. If he doesn't have money to pay, he will sell his kidney." Wang Xiaoming wanted to throw him a sentence. "Your fucking 3% monthly interest rate is still the lowest interest rate. Whoever borrowed the money should pay it back." But he didn't dare. The one who borrowed the money was his eldest brother Wang Dagu. That bastard borrowed high-interest loans behind his back to engage in pyramid selling. He lost a lot of money. He was desperate and tried to make drugs. Now he is in prison. He doesn't know if he can get out in this life. All the troubles he caused fell on him, the eldest brother. He not only has to help him pay off his debts, but also help him raise his children. Chapter 1282. But he didn't dare. The one who borrowed the money was his eldest brother Wang Dagu. That bastard borrowed high-interest loans behind his back to engage in pyramid selling. He lost a lot of money. He was desperate and tried to make drugs. Now he is in prison. He doesn't know if he can get out in this life. All the troubles he caused fell on him, the eldest brother. He not only has to help him pay off his debts, but also help him raise his children. Wang Xiaoming felt that he must have killed Wang Dagu's family in his previous life, so he had to work like a slave for him in this life. This Huang was also a runner, but he was an extremely cruel guy. He once caught Wang Bing and said that the son should pay for the father's debt. If he didn't want to pay back the money, he would use Wang Bing's 2 hands to pay it back, cut off his palms, and the account would be settled. Wang Xiaoming knew that these guys could do what they said. He had seen with his own eyes that Wang Gailai, a gambler in the village, had a finger chopped off because he owed a loan shark of 10,000 yuan and didn't pay it back in time. Even so, Wang Gailai still paid back the principal, and the finger was just interest. This is the Black SE society, and no one can touch them. Anyone who can afford to lend money at high interest rates has some power and money connections, and it is not something that an ant like Wang Xiaoming can shake, so he can only bear this debt and work hard for these locusts every month. Wang Xiaoming looked at the disgusting face of Huang and really wanted to beat him up. He continued to smile calmly and said, "Brother Huang, you can also count the 1,000 yuan as interest. I will definitely pay it back to you next month." Huang spit out the cigarette in his mouth with a paw. "Fuck you, 3% interest, how much interest can you get on 1,000 yuan? If you don't have money, find a way to get it. If I can't get the money today, I will take your nephew to mortgage for a few days." Wang Xiaoming's face suddenly looked a little ugly. "Brother Huang, don't joke, I'm not paying you back. Everyone has difficulties. Can't you be flexible?" Huang snorted coldly. "You said you came to pay the money on time several times, and every time you didn't delay for a few days. You fucking deserve a lesson. I'm also working for others. Everyone is like you. Do we still have to eat?" Wang Xiaoming smiled bitterly. I know brother Huang has his own difficulties. Can you give me a few more days? 3 days later, I will pay back the 1,000 yuan. Huang said, no, today. If you don't pay today, I will take your nephew away. At this time, Wang Bing came back from outside, hopping and humming a song. Wang's eyes flashed with a smile. Wang Xiaoming hurriedly wanted to go over to protect Wang Bing, but was stopped by Huang and an accomplice. Wang Xiaoming hurriedly shouted, Bing, go quickly. Don't come back. Then he was punched in the stomach by Huang, and Wang Xiaoming couldn't straighten his waist in pain. Wang's other accomplice hurriedly ran up to catch Wang Bing. Wang Bing saw his uncle being beaten, but instead of running away, he ran over to help, cursing as he ran, bad guy, don't hit my uncle. Just as he was about to be caught, there was another person in front of Wang Bing. Yang Ming, who was picked up by Wang Xiaoming, came out of the bathhouse and blocked Wang Bing and picked him up. Wang Xiaoming's heart suddenly rose to his throat, not knowing what he was going to do. The guy who went to catch Wang Bing was stunned when he saw Yang Ming. Who are you? Give me the child. He was about to grab the child, but Yang Ming kicked him to the ground with one foot, and the action was crisp and neat. Several people were stunned, and Wang Xiaoming was even more surprised. This man was actually a fighting expert. Who was he? Yang Ming held Wang Bing in his arms, and without even looking at the guy lying on the ground, he walked towards Wang Xiaoming, looked at him and said, what are they doing? Huang saw that Wang Xiaoming had someone helping him. This guy was taller than any of them, and had a face full of injuries. He didn't look like a good guy, and he was also very good at fighting. He was a little angry and stuttered, you, don't come over here, or I won't let him go. Wang Xiaoming was afraid that the matter would get out of hand, and if he injured someone, he would have to pay for medical expenses, so he took the opportunity to say, Brother Huang, you are here to collect debts, not to seek revenge, so why do this? Harmony brings wealth, let me go, and I will definitely return the remaining money to you in 3 days. Huang suddenly realized that this was not the case, so he let Wang Xiaoming go, okay, you must deliver it to me within 3 days. Wang Xiaoming sent Huang away, rubbed his stomach, and took Wang Bing from the man, thank you. The man turned around and left without saying a word. Wang Bing hugged the old man's neck tightly, buried his head in his neck, and said nothing. Tears hung on his eyelashes, and his little body trembled. Wang Xiaoming patted the child's back, feeling very sorry. Letting the child go through such a thing might leave a shadow for the rest of his life. Don't be afraid, the old man is fine, and Bing is not afraid. Wang Bing snorted and sniffed hard to stop himself from crying. In the end, he couldn't stop sobbing. Wang Xiaoming patted his back, good boy, don't cry, the old man and Bing are fine. Bing is the bravest today. He knows to help the old man. Wang Bing finally couldn't help it and cried. Wang Xiaoming didn't hear what he said clearly, but just patted him and comforted him. After finally calming him down, he said, good boy, I know Bing can protect you, but we have to wait until Bing grows up. Come on, I'll fry some sorry for you, eat more and grow up quickly. Because of Wang's disturbance, he couldn't eat at home again today, so he could only fry the fish and bring it to the stall to eat. Wang Xiaoming entered the kitchen and saw Yang Ming cooking seriously with a spatula. His eyes almost popped out. This guy was really so familiar, but he was somewhat grateful that he was so familiar, saving him a lot of time. Wang Xiaoming walked over and wanted to do it himself, but Yang Ming did it quite well. Wang Bing hugged his neck and refused to let go, so he watched from the side, you can cook. Yang Ming said, your pot is not good, you need an iron pot. Hey, you're still picking up the pot. This pan was a frying pan given when I bought an induction cooker. It was not big, just right for cooking for 1 or 2 people. Wang Xiaoming used it very well and didn't think it was bad. Yang Ming asked again, do you have mustard and lemon juice? Wang Xiaoming said, no, there is only green onion, ginger, and garlic. Yang Ming said nothing more. Seeing that the fish was almost fried, he took the fish out, then heated the pan, added oil, and when the oil was boiling, put in shredded ginger, poured in soy sauce, and then poured it on the sorry. He boiled water again and steamed it for 3 minutes. After taking it out of the pan, sprinkled shredded green onion, and it was done. It was different from Wang Xiaoming's usual method. Wang Xiaoming usually just fried it dry. A strange fragrance emanated from the room, making people drool. Chapter 1283. Wang Xiaoming said, "There is nothing like that. There are only green onions, ginger, and garlic." Yang Ming said nothing more. Seeing that the fish was almost done, he took the fish out, then heated the pan, added oil, and when the oil was boiling, he put in ginger slices, poured in soy sauce, and then poured it on the sori. He boiled water again and steamed it for 3 minutes. After taking it out of the pan, he sprinkled green onions on it. This was not the same as Wang Xiaoming's usual method. Wang Xiaoming usually just fried it dry. A strange and strong fragrance emanated from the room, which made people drool. Wang Bing smelled the fragrance and stopped crying. He turned his head to find food. Wang Xiaoming looked at the time and saw that there were still 20 minutes to 11 o'clock, so he said to Wang Bing, "Hey Bing, come down to eat." He put his nephew down and served him rice. After settling his nephew, he found Yang Ming cleaning another pot that had not been used for a long time, so he asked, "What are you doing?" "Stir-frying vegetables." "Why change the pot for stir-frying vegetables?" Wang Xiaoming looked at him puzzled. "It will make the taste mixed." "I'll do it." Wang Xiaoming walked over, cleaned the pan for frying fish, and directly turned on the fire to stir-fry vegetables. Yang Ming watched him from the side without saying a word. Wang Bing was eating, and he had obviously forgotten what happened just now. He kept saying to Wang Xiaoming, "Uncle, the fish is delicious today." His face was full of happiness. Wang Xiaoming picked up a piece doubtfully, took a bite, and a fresh fragrance spread from the tip of his tongue. His taste buds seemed to have never tasted such a delicious taste, and his saliva could not stop secreting. Moreover, the taste of the fish meat was full. "I don't know how he did it. It turns out that this guy is so good at cooking, it's really unexpected." Yang Ming didn't need to be called, he took his own bowl and sat aside to eat. Wang Xiaoming asked him, "How is this dish made?" Yang Ming didn't understand, he looked up at him. Wang Xiaoming said, "How do you make this dish?" "How can it be so delicious?" Yang Ming said, "Just do it." Wang Xiaoming looked at the other person. This person is really strange. He can talk and work, but he forgot his name and where his home is. It's really strange. Wang Xiaoming took a bite of the lettuce he fried and found it crispy and delicious. He picked up some and gave it to Wang Bing, "Eat some vegetables." Wang Bing protested, "No. Most children like to eat meat but not vegetables, and Wang Bing is no exception." Wang Xiaoming said, "If you don't eat vegetables, you won't grow tall. How can you protect the old man in the future?" After hearing what he said, Wang Bing stopped protesting and started eating vegetables obediently. In addition to the 2 chopsticks that Wang Xiaoming picked up for Wang Bing, Yang Ming picked up one with his chopsticks, and Wang Xiaoming ate the rest by himself. Wang Xiaoming smiled unhappily in his heart. He was so hungry that he almost wanted to compete with the dog for food before, but now he actually started to be picky about food. However, he didn't say anything. Today, it was all thanks to that guy. After eating, Wang Xiaoming put all the things he needed on the tricycle and took away the things he didn't need. He said to Yang Ming, "Hey, you come with us. I will take you to the police station when I'm done." Yang Ming nodded and continued to sit in the driver's seat with Wang Bing in his arms. Wang Xiaoming smelled that the man finally had no smell on him, so he didn't have to twist his body like before, and drove out. Wang Xiaoming lives on a small island called Zuyu on the southeast coast. There is only one village with a population of more than 1,000 on the island. The natural environment is very beautiful. There is an ancient forest in the west of the island, where many seabirds live. On the other side of the island, there is a very beautiful silver sand beach. The tourism industry there has been developing in full swing for more than 10 years, but the island here is still isolated from the world, working from sunrise to sunset and resting from sunset to fishing and farming. Because of the inconvenient transportation and no bridge, the island and the land can only be connected by ferry. It was not until recent years that the local tourism bureau paid attention to the tourism development of Zuyu, and the lifestyle of the people on the island began to change. The number of tourists gradually increased, and the commercial atmosphere became stronger and stronger. Wang Xiaoming is a native islander. The farthest place he has been to in his life is the county town on the other side. There is no school on the island. He used to take a ferry to go to school on the other side every day until high school. When he was a teenager, Wang Xiaoming also dreamed of one day being able to travel in the vast world outside and start a business. But his father's sudden death shattered this dream. Wang Xiaoming's father, Wang Jiangguo, is a man with active ideas. Unlike other honest fishermen on the island, he abandoned his fishing boat very early and ran to the beach on the opposite side to do business. At first, he also set up a stall to sell snacks such as oyster omelets and charcoal grilled oysters. There are many customers on the other side, and the business is very good. Wang Jiangguo opened a store. After making money, he wanted to expand his business. He also bought land on the other side and built a 6-story house, preparing to do catering downstairs and a hotel upstairs. However, just after the house was completed and before it was decorated, Wang Jiangguo was drowned. His family had a motorboat that traveled between the island and the other side. One night, Wang Jiangguo did not come home. The next day, people found his boat on the sea, but he was nowhere to be seen. 2 days later, on another beach, people found Wang Jiangguo, who had been swollen from the sea water. The forensic examination said that he drowned after falling into the water while drunk. Wang Jiangguo died, leaving behind a newly completed restaurant and nearly 1 million in debt. The debt included money borrowed to buy land and build houses, as well as Wang Jiangguo's gambling debts. Wang Xiaoming's mother was unwilling to bear the debt, so she hurriedly remarried to the other side with her 2 little daughters, leaving him and his 2 younger brothers in a pile of debts. That year, Wang Xiaoming was only 17 years old and was in the first year of high school. The creditor came to collect the debt, and Wang Xiaoming had no choice but to mortgage the unfinished restaurant to the creditor and sell the store, but there was still a huge hole of hundreds of thousands. Wang Xiaoming dropped out of school, picked up his father's cauldron for making oyster omelette, and started to set up a stall on the beach on the other side to make money, while paying off the debt and supporting his 2 younger brothers to go to school. Although Wang Xiaoming was very depressed at the time, he was not desperate. He thought that when his 2 younger brothers grew up, the 3 brothers would pay off the debt together. In a few years, the debt would be paid off. At that time, he should still be young and his youth would not be over. He could still pursue his dreams. When the family was in trouble, Wang Dagu was 15 years old and in the 2nd grade of junior high school, and Wang Ergu was 11 years old and in the 4th grade. Wang Dagu was a restless child since he was a child. Under Wang Xiaoming's coercion, he barely finished junior high school and then ran out to make a lot of money. Wang Xiaoming did not leave, firstly because the business of the oyster omelette stall was still good, and secondly because his younger brother Wang Ergu was still in school at the time. He had to stay to take care of Wang Ergu. As a result, Wang Dagu was taken in by a pyramid scheme the first time he went out. He borrowed a loan of 100,000 yuan from someone at high interest without Wang Xiaoming's knowledge, dreaming of becoming a millionaire in 3 months. However, the pyramid scheme was shut down in less than 3 months. Chapter 1284. When the family was in trouble, Wang Dagu was 15 years old and in the 2nd grade of junior high school, and Wang Ergu was 11 years old and in the 4th grade. Wang Dagu was a restless child since he was young. Under Wang Xiaoming's coercion, he barely finished junior high school and then ran out to make a lot of money. Wang Xiaoming did not leave, firstly because the business of the oyster omelette stall was still good, and secondly because his younger brother Wang Ergu was still in school at the time, so he had to stay and take care of Wang Ergu. As a result, Wang Dagu was taken in by a pyramid scheme the first time he went out. He was involved in a pyramid scheme. He borrowed a loan of 100,000 yuan from someone at high interest rates without Wang Xiaoming's knowledge, dreaming of becoming a millionaire in 3 months. However, the pyramid scheme was shut down in less than 3 months. The boss of the organization ran away, and naturally he didn't get a penny back. Wang Xiaoming was so angry that he beat Wang Dagu to death. Wang Dagu gritted his teeth and said nothing. After recovering from his injuries at home, he ran away again, saying that he was going to make money to pay off his debts and would not drag Wang Xiaoming down. However, more than a year later, the police notified Wang Xiaoming that his brother Wang Dagu was detained according to law for participating in drug production and sentenced to life imprisonment. Wang Xiaoming was shocked when he heard the news. He could not imagine that his brother would do such a heinous thing for money. Wang Xiaoming went to the prison to visit Wang Dagu, but Wang Dagu avoided him. He was full of anxiety and anger and had nowhere to vent. He kicked his toes until blood flowed. After calming down, he began to blame himself. Did he beat him too hard at the beginning? So Wang Dagu was determined to make money to pay off his debts, even at the cost of breaking the law. A few months after Wang Dagu was imprisoned, a young girl came to their door with a baby who had not yet been weaned. She said that she was Wang Dagu's girlfriend and they got pregnant before marriage. Now Wang Dagu was in prison and it was impossible for him to get out. The girl was unwilling to help him raise the child, so she sent the child back to the Wang family. Wang Xiaoming could take the child if he wanted it, or give the child away if he didn't want it. Anyway, she would never want it. Wang Xiaoming was holding Wang Bing, who was only 10 months old at the time, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wang Dagu became a father at the age of 18, and the woman gave birth to a child at the age of 17. Early marriage and early childbirth were popular here, but this was too early to be scary. He definitely couldn't throw it away. After all, he was still the blood of the Wang family. The eyes that looked like Wang Dagu were the best proof. Wang Xiaoming, who hadn't gotten married yet, began his career as a nanny. However, one wave of trouble had not settled before another wave of trouble arose. Not long after, Wang Dagu's creditors also came to his door. Wang Dagu, this bastard, didn't know what he was doing. He went out and got himself into trouble, but his debts didn't decrease at all. Wang Xiaoming really didn't know how he survived at that time. The old debts were not paid off, and new debts were added. There was also a debt collector, and he didn't pay the debts. He was beaten by a group of people named Huang and vomited bitter bile. He wanted to jump off the ferry with Wang Bing many times and follow his father, but looking at the white and tender little Wang Bing, and the innocent toothless smile, he couldn't bear it. He took Wang Bing to do business on the other side. Fortunately, the child seemed to know his difficulties, rarely cried, and didn't have any major disasters or illnesses. He grew up smoothly. However, life is full of difficulties. The beach opposite was contracted by someone. It costs a large amount of entry fee to set up a stall and rent every month. Wang Xiaoming couldn't afford it, so he couldn't do business. Fortunately, the island began to develop at that time, and the number of tourists increased day by day. He moved his business to his doorstep. The business was not as good as before, and he could only barely pay the interest of the loan sharks. He couldn't pay other people's debts for the time being. Fortunately, the previous creditors were all relatives and friends of the family, so it didn't matter if they paid slowly. He was waiting for Wang Ergu to grow up, and when Wang Ergu graduated and could help him, he would have the possibility of getting rid of these debts. Life is not completely hopeless. For example, as the two children grow up day by day, his hope is getting bigger and bigger, right? Wang Xiaoming parked his car at the place where breakfast was sold in the morning. Several small stalls next to him had already been set up. There were oyster omelets, charcoal grilled oysters, fried fruit noodles, licorice fruit, beef balls, etc., all of which were local specialties. Most of the people doing business were women and the elderly. Only Wang Xiaoming, a young man, was squeezed among a group of women, children, and the elderly. Others did business to make a little daily expenses. They only set up the stall twice a day, at noon and in the evening. They would not come when the weather was bad or they were in a bad mood. Unlike Wang Xiaoming, the family's livelihood depended on this. The business had to be busy from morning to night, regardless of wind or rain, unless a typhoon came. An old lady greeted Wang Xiaoming. "Xiaoming, why are you here so late? Who is this handsome guy?" The old lady looked at Yang Ming, who came with Wang Xiaoming, with interest. Wang Xiaoming smiled. "My friend, I came to help." He turned his head to look at the other person. He did look good, a handsome guy with style, but the wounds on his forehead and eyebrows were a bit annoying. Yang Ming really came to help unload things and quickly set up Wang Xiaoming's stall. 2 hands are really faster than 1. Wang Xiaoming had a thought in his mind: if this person doesn't eat much, it's okay to keep him. But, hey, I can't even support myself, how can I support a big Yang Ming? As soon as the stall was set up, a customer came. "Xiaoming, give me a piece of oyster omelette, with more oysters." It was an old customer of Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming quickly turned on the fire and washed the pot. "Okay, Uncle Lu, I'll be there soon, find a place to sit first." Wang Xiaoming's oyster omelette is authentic, not only foreign tourists love it, but locals also like to patronize it. Oyster omelette is a local specialty snack that almost every family can make, but being able to make it and being good at it are 2 different things. The best pot for making oyster omelette is a special flat iron pot, which the locals call a ding pot. Most people don't have one, and only those who specialize in making oyster omelette have one. Wang Xiaoming's pot has a history of several decades, and it has been there since his grandfather. His family's oyster omelette can be regarded as an ancestral craft, and there are some tricks that others don't know, so it is also particularly delicious. Wang Xiaoming uses the traditional method. After the pot is heated, put lard in the bottom of the pot, sprinkle with chopped green onions, scoop 2 spoonfuls of sweet potato flour paste that has been prepared in advance, pour it on, spread it evenly, and when the vermicelli is just cooked, pour a layer of beaten egg liquid, then put oysters and shrimp meat, brush a layer of flour paste, wait for the bottom layer to be fried yellow, turn it over and continue to fry until it is browned, sprinkle with coriander before serving, and the crispy and delicious oyster omelette is ready. Dip it in fish sauce, pepper powder, chili sauce, etc. when eating. It is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, which is very flavorful. Prices on the island are cheap. A piece of oyster omelette with more oysters costs 20 yuan. Oysters are expensive now. Oyster meat costs more than 10 yuan per catty, and shrimp, potato starch, etc. are also required, so there is not much profit, especially since there are not many tourists on the island. Chapter 1285. Prices on the island are cheap. A piece of oyster omelette with a lot of oysters costs 20 yuan. Oysters are expensive now. Oyster meat costs more than 10 yuan per pound. You also need shrimp, potato starch, etc., so there is not much profit, especially since there are not many tourists on the island. Wang Xiaoming is busy from morning to night. When business is good during the peak season, he can make 7,000 to 8,000 yuan a month. When business is slow, he can make 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. In addition to paying off the loan shark debt, he also has to support his younger brother Wang Ergu to go to school and feed 3 people. He is very tight on money and cannot pay off his debts if something unexpected happens. Some people have advised Wang Xiaoming to do business in big cities, where consumption is high and the income must be high. Wang Xiaoming had thought about it, but he knew he couldn't leave because he had 2 burdens around him. Wang Ergu was in his 3rd year of high school this year and would come home once a month. Wang Bing was still young, and there were too many people outside. He had to take care of the business and the children by himself, and he was afraid that he would not be able to take care of him. Besides, he had to rent a house and eat outside, which was also an expense. Renting a stall required capital, and the mobile vendors were fighting guerrilla warfare with the urban management everywhere, which was too troublesome. He planned to wait until Wang Bing was a little older. By then, his younger brother would graduate from high school, go to college or work, and he would be almost independent, so he could go out to do business. Wang Xiaoming put the oyster omelette on a plate, looked at Yang Ming standing by the stove, handed it to him, and motioned him to take it to the customer, but Yang Ming didn't reach out to take it. Wang Xiaoming looked at him puzzledly, and Yang Ming reacted and took the plate to serve the food. Another customer came, a tourist from another place, who wanted 2 oyster omelettes this time, and Wang Xiaoming hurried to get busy. Although the oyster omelette is crispy and delicious, it is quite greasy. It is fine for a snack or a taste, but not for a staple food. Therefore, no matter how good Wang Xiaoming's craftsmanship is, this thing cannot be sold well. In addition, the price is expensive. This is why no matter how good his craftsmanship is, he cannot make a lot of money. In the final analysis, it is because the customer flow is too small. So when he sells oyster omelette, he also has to sell rice noodles. After delivering the meal, Yang Ming came back and stood by the stove like a stake, staring at Wang Xiaoming's movements intently, without blinking, for fear of missing a single cent. Wang Xiaoming glanced at him. Do you want to learn? Yang Ming raised his eyes and glanced at Wang Xiaoming. This is simple. Wang Xiaoming couldn't help laughing. It's really not difficult. It's easy to make, but it's not so easy to make it just right. Wang Xiaoming served the oyster omelette and handed it to Yang Ming. Please send it over for me. Yang Ming silently reached out to take it and carried it to the guest's table. When the guest saw the oyster omelette coming, he said to Yang Ming, "Hey, help me get 2 bowls of beef balls from the next door, and then go over there to get 10 charcoal grilled oysters, and get me 2 beers." Yang Ming didn't even look at him and returned to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming heard it clearly. Seeing that he didn't move, he guessed that he was not familiar with the environment, so he didn't tell him to do it. He called Wang Bing who was playing in the back. "Hey Bing, go to the 3rd grandmother to get 2 bowls of beef balls, and the eldest uncle to get 10 charcoal grilled oysters." Wang Bing was obviously used to doing this. After hearing Wang Xiaoming's instructions, he went there quickly. Wang Xiaoming finished frying the oyster omelette, but he didn't ask Yang Ming to deliver it. He carried it over himself and went to help Wang Bing get something. He felt a little dissatisfied with Yang Ming in his heart. He said he was looking for a job, but he was so tactless. He couldn't find the place. When Wang Xiaoming came back, there was another table of people sitting at his stall. He smiled and asked, "What do you want to eat?" The other party said, "1 oyster omelette. 3 fried rice noodles." Wang Xiaoming said, "Okay, please wait, it will be here soon." He hurried back to the stove, but found that Yang Ming was already busy. Wang Xiaoming was embarrassed. Does he like cooking so much? Yang Ming lowered his eyes and poured the egg liquid seriously. The action was done in one go, and the egg liquid was sprinkled all over the powder cake, neither too much nor too little, neither too thin nor too thick. Wang Xiaoming stood beside him, and he was also indifferent. He scooped up some oysters and laid them on top. The oysters fell on top one by one, evenly and neatly, just like they were measured with a ruler. His eyesight and hand strength were really steady. Then he evenly scattered the shrimps among the oysters, which was very beautiful. Wang Xiaoming watched his actions coldly without saying anything. After Yang Ming finished all this, he looked up at Wang Xiaoming and said, "The customer also wants 3 servings of rice noodles." Wang Xiaoming walked to another pot and started frying rice noodles, but his attention was always on Yang Ming. He wanted to see what he could do. If he didn't do it well and ruined his ingredients, he would stuff it into his nostrils. Wang Xiaoming thought angrily. Yang Ming was still frying the oyster omelette with great concentration. When he turned it over, the golden color made Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but look sideways, thinking, "It looks quite good. It looks good, but the appearance has nothing to do with whether something is delicious." People who are new to making oyster omelettes cannot control the heat, so the oysters are easy to smell fishy and the taste is very different. Yang Ming finally served the oyster omelette on a plate. The shape and color looked slightly better than Wang Xiaoming's. He sprinkled the chopped coriander after it was out of the pot, and then handed it to Wang Xiaoming. "Boss, try it." The oyster omelette was requested by the customer, and there is usually no reason to taste it, but Wang Xiaoming did not trust Yang Ming's skills, so he took a piece and put it in his mouth. As soon as the oyster omelette entered his mouth, Wang Xiaoming raised his eyes and looked at the other party. Without saying anything, he just said, "Okay, send it." After Yang Ming left, Wang Xiaoming looked at the other party's back with a complicated look. He did not expect that Yang Ming's cooking skills were so good. To be fair, his cooking was not worse than his own, a veteran who had been cooking for so many years, and even better, and less greasy. Yang Ming brought back the oyster omelette and stood aside to watch Wang Xiaoming stir-fry rice noodles. The previous customer called out, "Boss, another oyster omelette like the one just now." Wang Xiaoming responded, "Right away." He looked at Yang Ming, "Another one." The man raised his lips and nodded, "Okay." This was the first time Wang Xiaoming saw him smile, and his smile was a bit evil. In other words, it was a bit seductive. Wang Xiaoming was Yang Ming, so of course he didn't think there was anything seductive about it. He just thought that this guy was really arrogant and quite proud. The guests at that table ate 3 portions of Yang Ming's fried oyster omelettes, and at the end they asked, "Boss, are you still setting up the stall in the evening? I'll ask my friends to come to your house to eat oyster omelettes again. Yours is so authentic. I've been eating oyster omelettes for so many years, but I've never eaten such authentic ones." Wang Xiaoming thought to himself whether the other party recognized his own oyster omelette or the oyster omelette of this unknown Yang Ming. If he came again in the evening, Yang Ming might have left, but of course he couldn't refuse the guests. He could also make it himself, so he said, "It's still here, and it will start at 4 p.m. Chapter 1286. The guests at that table ate 3 portions of Yang Ming's fried oyster omelettes, and at the end they asked, "Boss, are you still setting up the stall in the evening? I'll ask my friends to come to your house to eat oyster omelettes again. Yours is so authentic. I've been eating oyster omelettes for so many years, but I've never eaten such authentic ones." Wang Xiaoming wondered if the other party recognized his own oyster omelette or the oyster omelette of this unknown Yang Ming. If he came again in the evening, Yang Ming might have left. But of course he couldn't refuse the customer. He could make it himself, so he said, "It's still here. It starts at 4 p.m. Okay, I'll call my friends over to eat later. It's really well made, authentic and genuine." The other party said and gave a thumbs up. Yang Ming said to Wang Xiaoming, "How about I do the bottom?" Wang Xiaoming was a little skeptical, so he said, "Okay, you do it." He wanted to see how many repeat customers Yang Ming could attract. Then Yang Ming began to replace Wang Xiaoming as the chef. A familiar old customer came over and said, "Hey, Xiaoming, why did you change the chef today?" "A new chef?" Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, "How can I afford a chef? A friend came to help. Uncle, try his cooking today." He wanted to see the reaction of the old customers and whether it was really much better than what he made. The old customer paused, then smiled and joked, "If it doesn't taste good, I won't pay." Wang Xiaoming smiled, "Okay." Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming, and Wang Xiaoming smiled, "Go ahead." Yang Ming was not polite, turned on the fire, and started to fry the oyster omelette in the hot pan. Wang Xiaoming stopped and watched his movements carefully. He didn't pour the oil on, but brushed it on, evenly spreading a thin layer on the bottom of the pan, not too much, not too little, so that there would not be too much oil to absorb, nor too little oil to be insufficient. The same was true for pouring the potato starch paste, which was in place at one time, without the need to use a spatula to flatten it. After frying one side, the oil on that side was just used up. Yang Ming lifted the pancake with one hand and quickly brushed lard with the other hand to make enough for the other side. In this way, the oil really needs to be much less, avoiding being too greasy. Wang Xiaoming watched the other party's movements, skillful and smooth, his hands steady, without any stagnation. He is definitely a master of cooking, otherwise how could he be so good? I have been doing it for so many years, but I may not be able to reach this level. Wang Xiaoming sent the fried oysters that Yang Ming had prepared to the old customer. The other party looked at the golden oysters on the plate and said, "It looks different today than usual. It looks better than what you make." Wang Xiaoming chuckled and said, "I don't know how it tastes. Try it." The other party took the chopsticks, picked up a piece and put it in his mouth, then nodded, "Delicious, delicious, not bad." Wang Xiaoming asked shamelessly, "Better than what I make?" The old customer looked up at Wang Xiaoming and said, "Xiaoming, do you want to hear the truth?" Wang Xiaoming said, "Of course. To be honest, the outer layer is very evenly crispy, the inside is tender and not so greasy. It is indeed better than what you usually make." The old customer said with a smile. Wang Xiaoming was completely convinced, "Uncle, take your time. I'm going to get busy." Wang Xiaoming returned to the stove and looked at Yang Ming, who was busy. He thought that these 2 meals were not eaten in vain. He really worked hard. Although he was reluctant to admit this fact, the thing was in this way: Yang Ming, whose origin is unknown, has a higher attainment in cooking than himself, or in other words, this person's cooking talent is much higher than his own. Wang Xiaoming had a small idea. If the police station could not find the origin of this person, he would bring him back. Anyway, he was also a cheap labor force. When he remembered who he was one day, he would give him some money and let him go back. The oyster omelette sold very quickly at noon. Although there were more oysters than usual, they were sold out more than half an hour earlier than usual. This was inseparable from Yang Ming's contribution. Wang Xiaoming had no hope of making 1,000 yuan in 3 days, and he would have to borrow money to make up for it. If it was like this at noon today, the net profit in 3 days might not be 1,000, but the gross income would definitely exceed it. When closing the stall, Wang Xiaoming couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He and Wang Bing had not tasted Yang Ming's cooking skills properly yet, and he was afraid that there would be no chance in the future. Wang Bing still remembered the oyster omelette and pestered Wang Xiaoming, "Uncle, I haven't eaten oyster omelette yet." Wang Xiaoming touched his head, "The oyster omelette is sold out, there is no more, Uncle will make it for you tonight." Wang Bing sucked his fingers and said, "I want to eat a lollipop." Wang Xiaoming rarely fulfilled his wish and gave him 50 cents to buy a lollipop. Wang Bing took the money and went happily. Wang Xiaoming packed up his things and drove the car to the port. Wang Bing was happy when he saw it. "Oh, we are going to cross the sea, we are going to cross the sea." Crossing the sea means going to a colorful and wonderful world for a child, where there are so many delicious, fun, and beautiful things. Wang Xiaoming left the car with an acquaintance who did business at the port, and took Yang Ming and Wang Bing on the ferry, 2 yuan each, and Wang Bing was free. Yang Ming finally spoke, "Where to go?" Wang Xiaoming said, "Send you to the police station. There are auxiliary police on the island, but no police officers, so they can't take care of Yang Ming's affairs." Yang Ming nodded, "Thank you." Maybe it's because he's used to hearing him, Wang Xiaoming found that he spoke more clearly. Wang Xiaoming remembered something again. Your clothes are at my house, do you want to take them? Yang Ming picked up the clothes on his body. No, I have them. He was wearing Wang Ergu's clothes, but the pants were just right, so the clothes looked a little small. It was a little tight on him, but it made him look sexy in a different way. His chest muscles were faintly visible. I didn't expect that he had a good figure. Wang Xiaoming nodded, okay. He looked at the wound at the corner of his eye and bought him a band-aid later. The ferry started, and Wang Bing knelt on the seat and poked his head to look at the waves breaking from the bottom of the boat, and screamed with joy. There was a railing beside the boat, so Wang Xiaoming was not worried. He just said, Bing, be careful. Don't stand too high. Be careful not to fall into the water. Yang Ming sat next to Wang Xiaoming and didn't speak. Wang Xiaoming couldn't figure out whether he didn't like to talk or he didn't want to talk because he had difficulty talking. However, it's normal for a person with memory loss and who can't figure out his origins to be in a bad mood. Wang Xiaoming didn't break the silence either. He looked at the dark green sea. The sea breeze blew, and the sea sparkled. Under the midday sun, thousands of silver dots appeared. This common scene made him a little dazed. A speedboat drove out from the opposite beach, roaring on the sea, raising a white water mark. Wang Bing was amazed and envious. Uncle, I want to ride that too. Chapter 1287. Yang Ming sat next to Wang Xiaoming and didn't speak. Wang Xiaoming couldn't figure out whether he didn't like to talk or he didn't want to talk because he had difficulty talking. However, it's normal for a person with memory loss and who can't figure out his origins to be in a bad mood. Wang Xiaoming did not break the silence, and set his eyes on the dark green sea. The sea breeze blew, and the sea sparkled. Under the midday sun, thousands of silver dots appeared. This common scene made him a little dazed. A speedboat drove out from the opposite beach, roaring on the sea, raising a snow-white water mark. Wang Bing was amazed and envious. Uncle, I want to ride that too. Wang Xiaoming stretched out his hand and pressed his nephew's head. We are also on the boat, you go and ask the captain to drive faster. Wang Bing actually ran to tell the captain, and the captain liked him very much, so he teased him. Wang Xiaoming saw his lively and cute nephew and felt that although it was a bit hard and tiring, it was worth it. After getting on the shore, Wang Bing began to have fun. Uncle, I want that, SpongeBob. He pointed to a hydrogen balloon seller on the roadside and said. Wang Xiaoming didn't even look at it, no money. Wang Bing pouted, glanced at Yang Ming, and looked at him eagerly. Yang Ming reached out and touched his body. I don't have any either. Wang Bing didn't make a fuss, but just looked back every few steps. Wang Xiaoming felt sad. His child could not have a rich childhood like other children. In order to make Wang Bing happy, Wang Xiaoming said, Bing, uncle will let you ride a horse. Wang Bing was immediately happy when he heard that he could ride a horse. Wang Xiaoming picked him up and put him on his shoulders. Wang Bing opened his mouth and ordered, go. The horse is running. 2 men and a child were walking on the street, which was surprisingly harmonious. Wang Xiaoming was answering 100,000 Ys under Wang Bing's pointing and gesturing, when he suddenly heard someone calling him, Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming turned his head, he saw his old classmate Lu Hao, and immediately showed a look of surprise. Hazi. I was just going to find you. Lu Hao was Wang Xiaoming's old classmate for many years, from elementary school to high school, until he dropped out of school. Lu Hao later enrolled in the police academy, and after graduation he was assigned to return to his hometown to work as a policeman. The two have always had a good relationship. Lu Hao was wearing a light blue police uniform, a wide-brimmed hat on his head, and a handbag in his hand, and walked towards Wang Xiaoming with a smile. When Wang Bing saw Lu Hao, he was about to pounce on him. Uncle Hazi, hug. Little boys have a complex about the military and police, and like all police and soldiers, they think that wearing uniforms and military caps is majestic. Lu Hao deliberately frowned. What uncle? Wang Bing is also a little smart, and immediately laughed. Uncle Lu, hug. Lu Hao stretched out his arms, hugged Wang Bing in his arms, and put his hat on Wang Bing's little head, which made Wang Bing so beautiful that he held the police hat with both hands and felt that he was the most impressive in the world. Lu Hao looked at Yang Ming next to Wang Xiaoming. Who is this? Wang Xiaoming quickly turned his head to look at Yang Ming next to him. Oh, I was just about to look for you about this. I don't know who he is. He doesn't seem to remember where he is from or what his name is, so I sent him to the police station to ask about the situation and see if you can help him find his origins. Lu Hao looked at the other person and became serious. Comrade, what is your name? Yang Ming shook his head. Lu Hao asked again, where are you from? Where are your companions? Yang Ming still shook his head. Lu Hao said, can you talk? Yang Ming finally spoke, yes. Lu Hao lost his temper, what's the matter with the wound on your head? Who hit you? Yang Ming shook his head, I don't know. Lu Hao pulled Wang Xiaoming aside and said in a low voice, where did you pick up this funny guy? Wang Xiaoming said, I don't know either. I was setting up a stall and he didn't have any food, so he came to me to find a job. He said he would just give me food, no money. Lu Hao touched his chin, then what do you think happened? Wang Xiaoming said, I guess he came to the island to play. He might have fought with someone, or he might have been robbed, and his head was broken, and then he forgot about himself. Lu Hao glanced at Wang Xiaoming, it could also be that someone's mental patient ran away. He turned around and said to Yang Ming loudly, let's go, come back to the station with me to register. Wang Xiaoming asked him, Huzi, what do you think he should do if we can't find his origins? Lu Hao said, send him to the shelter. Wang Xiaoming said, will you send him to the hospital for a physical examination? I think his brain may be damaged and he has lost his memory. Lu Hao said, this is not a life-threatening matter. There is no such a large amount of funds for examination and treatment. Let him recover slowly. I will register his information and publish it in our system. Maybe his family will come to find him. Wang Xiaoming thought for a while and said, Huzi, how about this? You register his information and I will take him back. You don't have to send him to the shelter. If his family comes, they can just come to my house to pick him up. Lu Hao looked at Wang Xiaoming in surprise, why do you keep him? What if he is a psychopath? You still have a child at home. Wang Xiaoming said, he is not crazy. I will keep him for a use. You don't know that he is very good at making oyster omelette. I am also planning to invite him to help at my stall. Lu Hao understood and said with a smile, you caught a free laborer? Okay, I'll tell our director later. Anyway, he would be doing nothing in the shelter, so why not let him create some social value? Wang Xiaoming turned his head and glanced at Yang Ming. Thinking that he could still catch this laborer tonight, he couldn't help but feel happy. He walked to Yang Ming and said, my classmate said that if we can't find your family, we will send you to the shelter. I think you can go to my house first, wait for your family to find you, and then you can go back. What do you think? Yang Ming nodded, I'll go with you. Wang Xiaoming smiled. Yang Ming saw Wang Xiaoming smile for the first time, and knew that he was in a good mood, so he felt a little happy. Lu Hao whispered to Wang Xiaoming, this person's origin is unknown after all, you'd better be more careful. Wang Xiaoming said, I know, it shouldn't matter. Wang Xiaoming acts a little intuitively, and he intuitively feels that this person will not be a harmful person. Besides, he was penniless, and apart from the safety of himself and Wang Bing, he had nothing to worry about. Lu Hao shook his head, it's always right for you to be more careful. Then he turned his head and said to Yang Ming sternly, comrade, let me make it clear to you first. You should have gone to the shelter, but Wang Xiaoming wants to take you in, and I don't quite agree. None of us knows your origins, and we don't know what kind of person you are, so you have to be honest with me. If there is anything, I will go to you first. Chapter 1288. Lu Hao shook his head, it's always right for you to be more careful. Then he turned his head and said to Yang Ming sternly, comrade, let me make it clear to you first. You should have gone to the shelter, but I don't quite agree with Wang Xiaoming's desire to take you in. None of us know your origins, and we don't know what kind of person you are, so you have to be honest with me. I will come to you first if there is anything. Yang Ming looked at Lu Hao expressionlessly, oh. After registering at the police station and leaving Yang Ming's photo and fingerprints, Wang Xiaoming led Yang Ming away. When Lu Hao sent Wang Xiaoming out, he stopped him, Xiaoming, do you have any difficulties recently? If so, tell me. Although my salary is not high, I still have a fixed income every month. Lu Hao knew Wang Xiaoming's family situation very well and often spoke up for this good friend. Wang Xiaoming nodded gratefully, thank you in advance. It's okay for now. I will definitely come to you if I need you. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he is unwilling to trouble others. Although some people are not worried about having too much debt, Wang Xiaoming is worried. His biggest wish at present is to be debt-free. Lu Hao has just graduated and his income is not high. He may have to date, so where can he get much spare money? He doesn't want to suffer and make everyone else suffer. Okay, you must find me if you need me. Lu Hao waved and sent Wang Xiaoming away. He went back to the Public Security Systems website and eliminated all the wanted criminals in the country. He didn't see Yang Ming's information in the wanted criminals nationwide, so he was relieved. Wang Bing was still reluctant to leave the police station. There were so many handsome police uncles here, and they were very arrogant. Wang Xiaoming dragged Wang Bing, if you don't go back, you will miss the stall. If you don't make enough money, the bad guys will come to your house to arrest you again. When Wang Bing heard about the bad guy, he stopped making a fuss and followed him obediently. On the way back, Yang Ming put Wang Bing on his neck without saying a word, and Wang Bing was so happy that he screamed and twisted around. Wang Xiaoming said to Wang Bing, Bing, don't move around, don't touch your uncle's wound. Wang Bing said oh, and his hands stopped moving around, but his head kept twisting and looking around. Wang Xiaoming saw a pharmacy on the side of the road and said, wait for me, I'll go buy something. After that, he went into the pharmacy and came out soon with a small bag. After getting on the ferry, Yang Ming put Wang Bing down and let him play by himself. Wang Xiaoming said to Yang Ming, turn around, I'll help you apply some medicine. Yang Ming turned around and faced Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming took out the medicine, disinfect with hydrogen peroxide first, it may be a little painful, bear it. After saying that, he dipped a cotton swab in hydrogen peroxide and applied it to his wound. The liquid irritated Yang Ming's eyebrows, but he didn't say anything or move. Wang Xiaoming carefully cleaned the other's wound just like he took care of Yunnan and Wang Bing, and then took out a band-aid and put it on him. When he was concentrating, his teeth bit his lower lip unconsciously, revealing 2 small canine teeth. His expression was very serious and cute. Yang Ming stared at Wang Xiaoming's face without blinking. After Wang Xiaoming helped him apply the plaster, he gently pressed both ends with his fingers, and then said, okay. Then he looked into the other's eyes. What kind of look was that? It was very strange. Yang Ming finally reacted, thank you. Wang Xiaoming said, you have to help me open the oysters when you go back. I have to go to the stall later. You can still fry the oyster omelette. Okay. Yang Ming agreed briefly. Wang Xiaoming was somewhat happy. This way, he would not worry about the disappointed customers tonight. After returning home, he hurried to open the oysters. The two of them worked together and soon opened the remaining oysters. Wang Xiaoming prepared some rice noodles and then set out to set up the stall. In the evening, more people came to eat oyster omelets. The customer who said at noon that he would come to eat oyster omelets in the evening really came back, and brought 4 or 5 friends with him. This group of people was really good at eating. They almost took half of Wang Xiaoming's oyster omelets. Wang Xiaoming was naturally very happy. Unfortunately, there were too few oysters prepared, not as many as at noon. The oyster omelets were sold out just after dark, and he could only sell rice noodles later. At this time, Wang Bing yelled that he was hungry. Wang Xiaoming handed the spatula for fried rice noodles to Yang Ming and said to him, hey, you come and watch, I'll go to cook. You can fry rice noodles, right? Yang Ming nodded, yes. Although Wang Xiaoming made snacks himself, he didn't consider them as his staple food. Wang Bing was still growing up, so he didn't let him eat too much greasy food, fearing that it would upset his stomach, so he basically cooked for dinner. Wang Xiaoming had already prepared the meal, so now he just had to cook. For dinner, he had corn and shrimp, so he went to peel the corn kernels. From time to time, he heard someone coming over and asking, boss, can I have an oyster omelette? Wang Xiaoming had to keep looking up and smiling, there's no oyster omelette today, it'll be available tomorrow, only rice noodles are left, how about fried rice noodles? Most of the diners came for his oyster omelette, and basically left when they heard that there was no oyster omelette. Few people came specifically to eat rice noodles, so the business suddenly became light. Wang Xiaoming said to Yang Ming, it looks like I have to buy more oysters tomorrow, I'll call Lao Huang later. Wang Xiaoming was really distressed to have to refuse all the business that came to his door. His business had never been so good before. Seeing that there was no business, Yang Ming came to help Wang Xiaoming cook dinner. The dinner was very light. Wang Xiaoming had been exposed to the smoke all day and was full from the smell. He had no appetite at all. Try to make it lighter, 1 corn and shrimp, 1 garlic water spinach, and 1 seaweed beef ball soup. Yang Ming said, I'll cook. Wang Xiaoming did not refuse, and sat aside to watch Yang Ming cook. Yang Ming turned on the fire, holding a spatula in one hand and the handle of the pot in the other, and threw the golden corn kernels in the pot like an acrobat. Oh, he can even flip the pot. Wang Xiaoming laughed, this man must be a professional chef. Wang Bing was playing nearby, and when he saw Yang Ming flipping the pot, he ran over quickly, Uncle, are you doing acrobatics? Yang Ming looked at Wang Bing, cooking. After a while, Wang Xiaoming smelled a strange fragrance. He often cooked corn and shrimp, but he had never made such a strong fragrance. The fragrance was so tempting that even his saliva was about to flow out. The diners who were eating around couldn't help sniffing. Boss, what are you cooking? Wang Xiaoming said, No, we're cooking. What are you cooking? Fried corn with shrimp. The diners said, Boss, give us 1 portion, let's see what it tastes like. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, I'm sorry, we're eating this ourselves. If you want to eat, I only have fried rice noodles. Chapter 1289. What are you cooking? Fried corn with shrimp. The diners said, Boss, give us 1 portion, let's see what it tastes like. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, I'm sorry, we're eating this ourselves. If you want to eat, I only have fried rice noodles. The diners smelled that his dishes were so fragrant, so they said, Okay, give us a portion of fried rice noodles. Okay. Wang Xiaoming got up and prepared to make fried rice noodles. The customer said, You are the one who cooked it, not your chef. Oh, I am being looked down upon. I am really being treated as the boss, not the chef. Yang Ming was serving the corn kernels with a thin starch sauce, and said to Wang Xiaoming, You cook the vegetables, and I will cook the rice noodles. Wang Xiaoming walked over and whispered to Yang Ming, Can you cook it? Yes, I have seen you cook it before. Yang Ming started cooking the rice noodles, and Wang Xiaoming went to another stove to cook the vegetables. Wang Bing couldn't resist the temptation of the fragrant food, and began to eat the corn and shrimp secretly. He ate one first, and it was delicious. Then he wanted to pick up more. Unfortunately, he was not very skilled in using chopsticks. In a hurry, the corn and shrimp were all scattered on the table. Wang Bing shouted anxiously, Uncle, I want a spoon. Wang Xiaoming turned his head and saw that his nephew was already eating there, and the whole table was full of food, so he put down the shovel. You started eating the dishes before the rice was served. Wang Bing simply reached out to grab the dishes on the table, and didn't dare to reach out for the dishes on the plate because they were too hot. Wang Xiaoming saw him grabbing the dishes on the table with his hands, and he got anxious again. The table is dirty, and your hands are dirty too, don't grab them with your hands. He hurried over, picked Wang Bing up from the stool, and quickly served Wang Bing rice. Wang Bing looked at the plate of fried corn reluctantly, licking his lips, and he hadn't eaten enough. Uncle, hurry up, I'm starving. Wang Xiaoming quickly served him rice and found a spoon for him. Okay, you eat first. After thinking for a while, he grabbed a corn and put it in his mouth. It was refreshing and delicious, extremely sweet. An indescribable deliciousness surged on his tongue. His stomach and intestines began to move, and he felt hungry. He hadn't had a big appetite for a long time. Wang Xiaoming realized one thing, he might have really picked up a treasure. Wang Xiaoming returned to the stove and saw Yang Ming flipping the pan to stir-fry rice noodles. There were bean sprouts, leeks, shrimps, fish balls, etc. in the rice noodles. The color of the rice noodles was dyed yellow by soy sauce and oyster sauce. The color was even and looked very appetizing. Yang Ming saw him coming and put the rice noodles on the plate, ready. Wang Xiaoming consciously sent the plate to the guest's table. When he picked up the plate, he suddenly realized a problem. How did he, the boss, become a waiter? He looked around. The new waiter was cooking, and there was a young waiter who was eating. Only he, the boss, could run errands. What a miserable life. Wang Xiaoming put the rice noodles on the guest's table. Sir, please enjoy it slowly. See if it suits your taste. If you have any suggestions, just give them and we will try to improve it. The guest nodded, okay. As soon as Wang Xiaoming turned around, the table started shouting, This is the rice noodles I ordered. You guys should be polite. If you want to eat, order it yourself. It's only a few dollars. Wang Xiaoming looked back and saw that several people at the table were fighting for the rice noodles that had just been served. A foodie stuffed his mouth with rice noodles. Boss, another serving. I want one too. I want one too. Wang Xiaoming thought to himself, does it really taste that good? He smiled and said, how many more do you need? A guy held up 3 fingers and said, 3. Wang Xiaoming went back and said to Yang Ming, who was busy, I need 3 more rice noodles. Yang Ming was frying water spinach. He put the sauce on the water spinach, stirred it a little, and put it on the plate. It was emerald green and looked extremely tempting. He said, got it. Wang Xiaoming brought the water spinach to Wang Bing's table and saw that half of the corn and shrimp had been eaten. This was enough for 3 people. Wang Xiaoming quickly stopped him, Bing, eat less. Don't eat more when you are full. Eating too much will hurt your stomach. Wang Bing flicked the rice grains at the corner of his mouth with his fingers, burped and said with satisfaction, Uncle, it's delicious. Wang Xiaoming said, this green vegetable was also fried by Uncle, eat some. Wang Bing shook his head, I won't eat it, I'm full. Wang Xiaoming did not insist on eating more than just meat. Wang Xiaoming ran to make the seaweed beef ball soup. Yang Ming had already fried a portion of rice noodles. Wang Xiaoming said, why don't you fry 3 portions together? Yang Ming glanced at Wang Xiaoming, it's too heavy to fry together, and it's not easy to flip the pan, and the effect will be much worse. Wang Xiaoming thought, if he kept frying like this, he would be so tired, and his arms would definitely be sore. It seems that not being able to flip the pan has its advantages. He sent the fried rice noodles up to Yang Ming, and came back and said, hurry up and eat when it's done. You can get busy after you finish eating. Yang Ming looked at him, nodded, and continued to work. After frying 3 servings of rice noodles, Wang Xiaoming saw that the bandages on Yang Ming's eyebrows were wet with sweat. He knew that this job was not easy. Thinking that his injuries had not healed yet and he might not feel well, he said, you go eat, I'll fry the next one. Here's the towel, wipe your sweat. He threw the towel around his neck to Yang Ming. Although his rice noodles were not as delicious as Yang Ming's, they would not taste too bad, after all, they were cooked frequently. Yang Ming took the towel, wiped his sweat, and walked to the table to eat. Wang Bing had finished eating and ran to play. Wang Xiaoming brought 2 bowls of rice over, one for Yang Ming and one for himself, and sat down to eat. Yang Ming drank some soup first, and then started to eat. He wolfed down his food, which showed that he was very hungry. Wang Xiaoming said while eating, I don't know your name, and you can't remember it yourself, so I'll give you a random name. Yang Ming shook his head, no. Then what should I call you? Wang Xiaoming was speechless. Perhaps it was the residual memory that gave Yang Ming an idea, just call me Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoming nodded, okay. Wang Xiaoming laughed, well, then call me Yang Ming. What about you? Yang Ming suddenly asked. Wang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized, you asked me my name, right? My name is Wang Xiaoming, you can just call me Xiaoming. Yang Ming looked at the fish sauce on the table and curled his lips, okay. They were eating, and someone else came to eat, boss, do you have any oyster omelets? Wang Xiaoming stopped eating, no, only fried rice noodles are left. The other party heard that there was no oyster omelette and was about to leave. The guest at the next table said, brother, the fried rice noodles here are better than other people's oyster omelets, don't you want to try it? Chapter 1290. The other party heard that there was no oyster omelette and was about to leave. The guest at the next table said, brother, the fried rice noodles here are better than other people's oyster omelets, don't you want to try it? The guest who was about to leave stopped, what fried rice noodles taste like, don't I know it? Forget it then. The sitting guest smiled. The customer who was about to leave suddenly stopped again, boss, then give us 2 servings of fried rice noodles. Wang Xiaoming put down his chopsticks, okay, I'll be right there. Yang Ming reached out and grabbed Wang Xiaoming, I'll do it. He also heard the conversation between the customers just now. The signboard had just started, so he couldn't destroy it himself. Wang Xiaoming looked at him, then nodded, thank you for your hard work. Yang Ming had finished his meal, and hurriedly drank a mouthful of soup, then got up and went to the stove and started to fry rice noodles again. Wang Xiaoming looked at him and felt a little sorry for him. He only remembered to buy medicine for his wounds, but didn't ask him if he felt comfortable. He hurriedly finished his meal and ran over to ask Yang Ming, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" Yang Ming turned his head and looked at him. "Hey." Wang Xiaoming said, "I said, do you feel any pain in your body or headache?" Yang Ming pointed to his forehead, "No, it's just that the wound hurts a little." Wang Xiaoming said, "Okay, if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, tell me and I'll buy you medicine. As a boss, you can't just exploit your employees, right? They haven't asked for their wages yet." Yang Ming was the only one busy that night. His fried rice noodles were praised by everyone. Many people said to Wang Xiaoming, "Your rice noodles are very good. Will you be there tomorrow?" Wang Xiaoming answered with a smile while collecting money, Yes, I'm there every day." After working until after 9 o'clock, all the rice noodles were sold out. Wang Xiaoming could finally pack up and go home. Wang Bing had already fallen asleep on the front seat of the tricycle. The child didn't take a nap during the day and went to bed early at night. He always fell asleep before he finished his work. Although Wang Xiaoming felt guilty, for a family like them, it was good enough to survive. How could they still care about the quality of life? He carefully picked up Wang Bing and said, "Hey Bing, wake up, go home with uncle." Yang Ming passed away. Take Wang Bing from Wang Xiaoming and hold him in his arms. Wang Bing slept very deeply and didn't wake up. Wang Xiaoming looked at them and said, "Sit tight, I'm driving." Yang Ming hummed. Wang Xiaoming drove the car. The evening breeze blew on his face, very comfortable. He felt warm in his heart. There was something called joy gushing out, and it would soon fill him up. I don't know if he was happy to have someone to accompany him, or happy to make a lot of money today. Today's earnings can catch up with what he usually makes in 2 days. This is still the case of insufficient raw materials. If it is enough, it will at least double. In this way, it is not difficult to collect 1,000 yuan in 3 days. Yang Ming, who was sitting next to him, suddenly said, "Charcoal grilled oysters." Wang Xiaoming, who was concentrating on driving, was stunned for a moment. "Ah? Yes, there are many people here who make charcoal grilled oysters." Yang Ming said, "What about you?" Wang Xiaoming understood what he meant a little. "You want me to make charcoal grilled oysters too?" "Yeah." Wang Xiaoming said, "Barbecue has to be done very late, and Bing is too young, he can't stay up late. Besides, the charcoal grilled oysters I make can't catch up with others, so the business is not so good." Yang Ming said, "A little less, try it first." Wang Xiaoming didn't hesitate anymore. "Okay." Yang Ming's cooking skills are good, and it is estimated that the charcoal grilled oysters will not be bad. After returning home, Wang Xiaoming first called Lao Huang and asked him to prepare more oysters for him, and then took Wang Bing to take a bath. After settling his nephew, Yang Ming had already moved the things in the car. Wang Xiaoming said, "Your clothes are not washed yet. I'll find you some clothes. You can wash your clothes later so that you can change clothes tomorrow." Yang Ming nodded, "Okay." When Wang Xiaoming took the clothes, he remembered that the other party didn't even have a change of underwear, and he didn't have new ones, so he took him a pair of shorts that he had only worn a few times. When he came out, he saw Yang Ming with his upper body naked, bending over the faucet to soak his clothes. Wang Xiaoming said, "The clothes are here, you go take a shower." Yang Ming straightened up, his muscles were full and firm, even his abdominal muscles, and his mermaid line disappeared diagonally under his pants. He really had a muscular body that made the opposite sex blush and scream, and the same sex envied and hated. Wang Xiaoming took a quick look and saw no injuries on his body, so he said, "Be careful not to let the wound get wet when you wash your face. I'll put the plaster on you again later." Yang Ming nodded and went into the bathhouse with his clothes. The bathhouse and toilet of Wang Xiaoming's house were built outside the house. Fortunately, it was not cold here in winter, so taking a bath was not a difficult thing. Wang Xiaoming quickly took off his clothes and only wore a pair of shorts, and began to soak and scrub his clothes. He was squatting under the faucet scrubbing his clothes, and then he heard a female voice calling from behind, "Xiaoming." Wang Xiaoming was startled and turned his head to look at the other person with a little embarrassment. "It's you, Afen. When did you come back?" It was Luo Yufen who came. She and Wang Xiaoming were childhood sweethearts, but now she has already married someone else. Seeing Wang Xiaoming dressed very coolly, Luo Yufen stood there and didn't dare to come over. saying, "It's so cold, why are you wearing so little? Be careful not to catch a cold." Wang Xiaoming didn't turn around, still squatting. "I'll take a shower in a while." "How come you have time to come back?" Luo Yufen said, "I just wanted to come back to see you, and everyone." Wang Xiaoming quickly got up and took a large t-shirt and beach pants to put on. To be honest, he really didn't want to wear clothes. He hadn't taken a shower yet, and they were all sweat and oil stains. It was so dirty, but he couldn't wear underwear in front of a woman. "Come and sit down, I still have to go wash clothes." Wang Xiaoming knew that he didn't care about his image at all at this moment. His face was covered with oil and sweat, and he was wearing an old man's shirt, which perfectly interpreted his image of being down and out. If it was a few years ago, he might still pay attention to his image in front of her, but now there is no need at all. Wang Xiaoming, who was dressed, continued to scrub the clothes. Luo Yufen looked at Wang Xiaoming, who was bent over to work, without blinking. She felt that he was still the same, not changed at all, still so gentle and handsome, still so responsible, silently taking on all the hardships, taking care of his brother and nephew without complaint. Such a man, any woman who married him would be the happiest person. I wonder who has that blessing. Luo Yufen felt her nose a little sour, she stretched out her hand and rubbed it. Where is Wang Bing? Chapter 1291. Wang Xiaoming, who was dressed, continued to scrub the clothes. Luo Yufen looked at Wang Xiaoming, who was bent over to work, without blinking. She felt that he was still the same, not changed at all, still so gentle and handsome, still so responsible, silently taking on all the hardships, taking care of his brother and nephew without complaint. Such a man, any woman who married him would be the happiest person. I wonder who has that blessing. Luo Yufen felt her nose was a little sour, she stretched out her hand and rubbed it. Where is Wang Bing? Wang Xiaoming smiled. He's asleep, children go to bed early. Did you bring the child back? He was just making small talk. No, I came back by myself. Luo Yufen said. Wang Xiaoming heard something wrong in the other person's voice. He turned his head and looked at her. What's wrong with you? Luo Yufen forced a smile and covered her mouth with her hand. It's okay, I was just annoyed by the noise of the children, so I came back to relax. Wang Xiaoming smiled when he heard her say that. You should come back more often when you have time, and accompany your parents. Luo Yufen took a deep breath and changed the subject. How are you doing recently? Wang Xiaoming remembered that he was forced to pay a debt this morning, smiled bitterly, and said, it's just like that, it's okay. Luo Yufen wanted to say something, but someone shouted in the dark, Fen, I came back to ask you something. The speaker was Luo Yufen's father Luo Mogang. Luo Yufen didn't move, just asked, what's the matter? Luo Mogang said in a bad tone, it's late at night, why are you running around as a woman? Come back quickly. Luo Yufen bit her lower lip and her voice became louder, how could I run around? Xiaoming is not someone else. Wang Xiaoming turned his head and glanced at Luo Yufen. The dim yellow outdoor light fell on her face. The corner of her mouth was obviously darker. He looked at her face carefully. There were also some places on her cheeks that looked different in color, as if she had been beaten. He hesitated for a moment and asked, what's wrong with your face? When Luo Yufen heard Wang Xiaoming ask this, she couldn't help but cover her face and sob. Luo Mogang suppressed his anger and said, come back here right now. You are a married woman, and you are crying in a bachelor's house. What's wrong with that? Luo Yufen said nothing, got up and walked out, but she didn't go home, but went to the beach. Wang Xiaoming watched Luo Mogang chase her and stood still. Although he didn't know the specific reason, he guessed that Luo Yufen was bullied at her husband's house and ran back to her parents' home. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. The door of the bathhouse opened, and Yang Ming came out. I'm fine, you take a shower. Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming with wet short hair, and the band-aid on his eyebrow had been peeled off, so he said, okay, I'll wash and apply medicine for you. Although he didn't know how long Yang Ming would live in his house, Wang Xiaoming still cleaned up a room for him. The room was originally occupied by Wang Degu and had been vacant for several years. Wang Xiaoming used a feather duster to sweep the dust. You will live in this room for the time being. I haven't had time to clean it yet. Let's talk about it when it's empty. Just make do with it for now. Yang Ming looked around the room, looked at the sundries piled in the corner, a faded wooden bed next to the wall, and a dusty sticker of little dragon girl Lu Yifei on the wall, and nodded, "Okay." Wang Xiaoming spread the mat on him and brought a thin blanket. It was December, and the nights at the seaside were still very cold, so he needed to cover himself with a blanket. Wang Xiaoming returned to his room, went to bed and turned off the lights. Everything was silent, except for the sound of the waves kissing the embankment, making a rhythmic sound, like a sonata, which he was used to, and didn't think it was noisy at all. Quite a lot of things happened today, and Wang Xiaoming planned not to think about anything. He was tired all day and went to bed quickly. As soon as he closed his eyes, he heard a woman crying outside. Wang Xiaoming opened his eyes and thought that it should be Luo Yufen crying. He put his hand on his forehead and sighed helplessly. After hesitating for a while, he decided not to meddle in other people's business. The entanglement between him and Luo Yufen had been sorted out a few years ago. He couldn't afford to marry her, and the Luo family wouldn't let him marry her. Even if the feelings were deep, what could he do? Dating might be just a matter between two people, but getting married was a matter between two families. They grew up together, and their feelings for each other accumulated slowly as they grew older. Needless to say, their feelings were deep. They were teased as a young couple since they were young, including their parents and relatives, and the neighbors around them. Luo Yufen was a typical local woman, gentle and virtuous, and very beautiful. She was even more devoted to Wang Xiaoming. The young Wang Xiaoming had thought that he would only marry Luo Yufen in his life. Later, his family had an accident, and he gritted his teeth to hold on, and Luo Yufen was still determined to accompany him through the difficulties. But Luo's parents were more realistic. As soon as something happened to the Wang family, they didn't want their daughter to have too much contact with Wang Xiaoming. Luo Yufen was still very stubborn at the time and insisted on following Wang Xiaoming. Until Wang Degu was arrested and Wang Bing was sent over, Luo's parents strictly forbade Luo Yufen to have any contact with Wang Xiaoming, and quickly helped her find a husband's family. The other party's family was considered a local tycoon and paid a large sum of money for the bride price. Luo's parents told outsiders that they were not parents who wanted money, but they couldn't watch their daughter jump into the fire pit. Wang Xiaoming had no right to say anything. His burden was too heavy. Any woman who followed him could only suffer, and the hard days were simply endless. He couldn't let Luo Yufen suffer with him. Luo Yufen married with tears in her eyes, and Wang Xiaoming could only swallow the bitterness in his stomach, as long as she lived well. Luo Yufen got married, but she still missed Wang Xiaoming. Later, her husband's family contracted the opposite coast. Wang Xiaoming couldn't pay the settlement fee, and she was still trying to help him. As a result, her husband found out and directly excluded Wang Xiaoming from the list, saying that even if Wang Xiaoming had money, he couldn't think of doing business there. Wang Xiaoming felt very uncomfortable at the time, not because he couldn't do business, but because he was worried about affecting Luo Yufen's family harmony. Judging from the situation tonight, Luo Yufen might not be doing well. Wang Xiaoming was a little worried about her, but he also knew that he could not help her at all, but might even cause trouble. Besides, he was still a clay Buddha crossing the river and could not protect himself, so how could he care about other people's housework? Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming turned over, feeling a little irritable. He must become stronger and must not be looked down upon by others. He reached out and touched the little nephew lying beside him. The little guy was breathing long when he slept, not to mention how fragrant it was. He tried to take a few deep breaths and decided to go to sleep. He still had to work tomorrow. Chapter 1292. Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming turned over, feeling a little irritable. He must become stronger and must not be looked down upon by others. He reached out and touched the little nephew lying beside him. The little guy was breathing long when he slept, not to mention how fragrant it was. He tried to take a few deep breaths and decided to go to sleep. He still had to work tomorrow. The next morning, Wang Xiaoming got up at 5 o'clock on time. Wang Bing was still asleep. Wang Xiaoming usually didn't have time to watch over him, so he always got up by himself, so he called him to go out with him. Today, after thinking about it, he picked up Wang Bing and put him on Yang Ming's bed. Yang Ming was originally asleep, but when he heard the noise, he woke up and prepared to get up. Wang Xiaoming hurriedly said, "You don't need to get up now. I'll put Ah Bing with you. When he wakes up, you can put clothes on him. It's cool in the morning, so he needs to wear a thin coat. Then you can come to the stall with him to find me." Yang Ming wiped his face and said, "I'll go with you." Wang Xiaoming said, "No, just help me take care of Ah Bing. He won't sleep for long, at most there will be an hour or so." Yang Ming nodded and said nothing more. Wang Xiaoming went out, went to the market to buy vegetables and rice noodles, and then went directly to the stall. He had just washed and cut the vegetables and prepared everything when it was bright. Someone came to have breakfast, so Wang Xiaoming started to get busy. While he was busy, Wang Bing came running over with a stinky face, hugged Wang Xiaoming's thigh, and started crying. Wang Xiaoming stopped. "What's wrong, Bing? Uncle, you didn't call me." Wang Bing howled in a rough voice, full of complaints. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, "You haven't woken up yet, didn't you ask Uncle Yang Ming to accompany you?" "I don't want him to accompany you." Wang Bing hugged Wang Xiaoming's legs and cried hard. Wang Xiaoming looked up and saw Yang Ming trotting from behind, holding Wang Bing's small jacket in his hand. Seeing Wang Bing, he breathed a sigh of relief and smiled helplessly. "He didn't listen to me." Wang Xiaoming thought about it and felt that he was a little careless. Wang Bing was not very familiar with Yang Ming, so he entrusted him to him. No wonder he cried when he woke up in the morning. He had his hands full, so he had to comfort him with words. "Isn't the uncle here? You can find a place yourself. A man sheds blood but not tears. Don't cry." Wang Bing wiped his tears and snot on Wang Xiaoming's trouser legs and tried to hold back his tears. Yang Ming took the clothes. "Come and put on your clothes." Wang Bing ignored him and hugged Wang Xiaoming's thighs tightly. Yang Ming had to say to Wang Xiaoming, "Let me do it, you put on his clothes." He was really not good at coaxing children. Wang Xiaoming had to put down the soup spoon. "There needs to be a bowl of rice noodle soup on the table over there." "Yes." Yang Ming washed his hands and started to work. Wang Xiaoming pulled Wang Bing to sit at a table and took a tissue to wipe his snot and tears. "A Bing is so old, but he still likes to cry. Shame on you." Wang Bing pouted and didn't say anything. Wang Xiaoming said again, "Isn't Uncle Yang Ming taking good care of you? You usually don't want to get up, so you can sleep a little longer now." Wang Bing said impatiently, "I don't want to sleep any longer." Wang Xiaoming lost his patience. "You still have a bad temper, put on your clothes yourself. Uncle is going to make money." Wang Bing hugged his clothes, looked at Wang Xiaoming's back, pouted and wanted to cry, but didn't cry. When he woke up this morning, he didn't see Uncle, but saw a strange uncle, which scared him. He thought Uncle didn't want him anymore. Now he saw Uncle was still setting up the stall there, and he didn't want to miss him. He relaxed in his heart, and there was no need to cry. He put on his clothes obediently and ran away to play. Wang Xiaoming glanced at Wang Bing who was enjoying himself, and smiled. "Bad boy, you can't spoil him, the more you coax him, the more excited he is." Since this morning, Wang Bing didn't like Yang Ming very much. He didn't call him, talk to him, pay attention to him, and even eat what he made. Wang Xiaoming felt strange. Didn't he say he would help Yang Ming at the beginning? But now he was angry with him. Of course, he didn't say anything dislikeful, but his actions showed his dislike. At lunch that day, Wang Bing brought his bowl to the table. "Uncle, which dish did you make?" Wang Xiaoming said, "I made them all." Wang Bing was happy. "Uncle's dishes are delicious. I like to eat what Uncle makes." Wang Xiaoming smiled and touched Wang Bing's head. "You are a kind-hearted boy." In fact, Wang Xiaoming put less oil in the dishes at noon, some of them stuck to the pan, and the dishes were fried black. They were not very delicious. Yang Ming only ate one bite and went to eat the pickled squid made by Wang Xiaoming. But Wang Bing ate with relish and didn't dislike it at all. When setting up the stall in the afternoon, Wang Xiaoming brought an extra barbecue rack with him. Go, because Yang Ming wants to make charcoal grilled oysters. The profit of charcoal grilled oysters is very high. In the coastal area, a large oyster only sells for 3 yuan, but compared with the shelled oysters that cost a few yuan per pound, this profit is also considerable. Wang Xiaoming rarely makes charcoal grilled oysters, 1 because he is too busy, and 2 because there are many people making charcoal grilled oysters. He does not have an advantage in the method, and the business is not very good. So even with Yang Ming's help, he did not prepare much, only a few dozen, to test the waters first. If the response is good, he will sell more tomorrow. The ingredients for the charcoal grilled oysters were prepared by Yang Ming. Wang Xiaoming was busy opening the oysters and didn't go to see how he did it. When the charcoal fire was lit, the oysters were grilled, and the ingredients were put on. The rich fragrance blew all over the street with the sea breeze. Almost everyone whose nose was still working couldn't help but twitch their noses. What's this smell? Whose family made this? It smells so evil. Customers who were eating nearby were close to the water and followed the smell. They swarmed over. It's charcoal grilled oysters. How much is one? Give me 2 to taste. Wang Xiaoming held the oysters with the tongs to heat them evenly, 3 yuan each. There are only 50 in total, first come first served. First 4. Others also sell it for 3 yuan each, and his family also sells it for 3 yuan, not more expensive. It smells so good, the taste must be good, let's try it first. Wang Xiaoming took the lunch box and said, okay, I'll pick the 4 that are cooked first. Come back for more if they taste good. Yang Ming was only responsible for mixing the ingredients, and then he went to fry the oyster omelette and stir-fried rice noodles. The grilling of oysters was left to Wang Xiaoming, who was used to doing this and could handle it completely. In less than 3 minutes, the first person who ate the charcoal grilled oysters came back and said, "Boss, give me 8 more." The people in the queue here were anxious. "No more, we haven't eaten the first one yet, and you want to eat your fill?" "Boss, I won't sell it to him." Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, "Don't worry, line up one by one, try not to buy all, let more friends have a taste, we will have more tomorrow." Chapter 1293. The people in the queue here were anxious. "No more, we haven't eaten the first one yet, and you want to eat your fill?" "Boss, I won't sell it to him." Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, "Don't worry, line up one by one, try not to buy all, let more friends have a taste, we will have more tomorrow." The customers in the back said, "Boss, you must leave 2 for me." Wang Xiaoming said, "I'll try." Someone in the front line asked for more than a dozen in one breath, and the people behind protested. He said, "There are 7 or 8 of us, 2 per person, this is not too much." The people behind him were anxious. "Brother, you are too cruel. We haven't tasted anything yet, and you want to eat your fill. 1 per person, not much, the boss only has 50 oysters in total." Wang Xiaoming smiled. No matter how they bought, he would not lose money anyway. But he hadn't tasted anything yet, and the aroma of the charcoal grilled oysters made him swallow his saliva. He thought, next time Yang Ming wants to do something, he and Ah Bing must eat their fill first, otherwise he will really be making things easier for others. 50 oysters were not even grilled here, but they were all reserved there. The people who ate them had their eyes light up. Just when they were a little greedy, they were gone again. They were still not satisfied and complained to Wang Xiaoming many times, "Boss, you are really a fool. You deliberately made so few. Are you doing hunger marketing?" Wang Xiaoming smiled and apologized, "No, I haven't made charcoal grilled oysters for a long time. I have a new recipe today, so I want to try the market reaction. If it's good, we will make more tomorrow." Someone said, "Boss, you can also sell charcoal grilled oysters at noon tomorrow, otherwise I will have to stay one more night, and we will go back tomorrow." "Okay, they will be available at noon tomorrow, just come here to find them." Wang Xiaoming saw that the effect was so good today, and he planned not to stir-fry rice noodles tomorrow, but to sell oyster omelets and charcoal grilled oysters directly. It is hard and troublesome to stir-fry rice noodles, but charcoal grilled oysters are easy to make and profitable, so why not do this? Tell Lao Huang tonight and order more oysters. Soon, all the charcoal grilled oysters were sold out. Wang Bing sucked his fingers and stared at the empty charcoal grill. The child was sensible and knew that it was something that sold for money, so he usually wouldn't eat it. Wang Xiaoming looked at his little eyes, bent down and said to him, "Uncle will grill it for you at home tomorrow." Wang Bing's eyes lit up, "Really? Uncle will grill it for me?" "Yes, I will." Wang Xiaoming nodded and said, "Are you hungry? If you are hungry, ask Uncle Yang Ming to make you oyster omelette." Wang Bing pouted, "No." Wang Xiaoming said in surprise, "Why not? Didn't you say yesterday that Uncle Yang Ming's oyster omelette was super delicious?" Wang Bing turned his head away, "I don't like it now." Wang Xiaoming smiled, "Children are really fickle." He reached out and touched Wang Bing's head, and went to Yang Ming to help. Yang Ming, who was frying oyster omelette, glanced at him and asked, "Are they sold out?" "Yeah, they're selling like crazy." Wang Xiaoming said with a smile, "What ingredients did you add to it? It makes people greedy." Yang Ming said, just the ones you have at home. Wang Xiaoming naturally knew that there were only the ingredients at home, but after he made them, they became different. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? I won't sell rice noodles tomorrow. It's too hard. I'll just sell charcoal grilled oysters. Okay. Yang Ming followed suit. After returning home at night, Wang Xiaoming counted the money under the lamp. The gross income from yesterday and today has exceeded 1,000, which can catch up with the business in the peak season. With Yang Ming's help, the business is unexpectedly good. He is really a lucky star. Wang Xiaoming feels that he has picked up a treasure. Thinking that he can pay back the loan shark tomorrow, he breathed a sigh of relief. Every day, there is a string that is about to break in his mind at any time. It feels very bad. It is too nervous and tired. Wang Xiaoming hopes to get rid of this feeling of being unable to sleep and eat as soon as possible. He calculated in his mind that if he continued like today every day, he would have hoped to pay back the loan shark's principal. But all this is based on Yang Ming's help. He is an uncertain factor. If he leaves, everything will have to go back to the original place. Wang Xiaoming is very conflicted. Privately, he hopes that Yang Ming can stay longer. Conscience-wise, he hopes that he can get better quickly and go back early. His family must be looking for him everywhere. Wang Xiaoming sat under the lamp, frowning and staring at the shiny banknotes in a daze. Yang Ming came in with a towel wiping his hair. I'm done, you go ahead. Wang Xiaoming nodded, took out 100 yuan and handed it to Yang Ming. This is for you. Yang Ming took a look at the money, then looked at Wang Xiaoming. What are you doing for me? Wang Xiaoming said, it's for your hard work. You know I'm a poor boss and can't pay much, so please be considerate. Yang Ming didn't take the money and went to his room. No money, just food and accommodation. Wang Xiaoming's hand stopped in the air for a long time, and he had to take it back. Forget it, when he leaves in the future, if he has money, he will give him more. He locked the money in the drawer and went to take a shower. The next day, Wang Xiaoming started selling charcoal grilled oysters at noon, and the business was so hot. Although the oyster omelette was delicious, it was too greasy after all. If you eat too much, you will feel sick, but you can't stop eating charcoal grilled oysters. As fewer people were buying oyster omelettes, Yang Ming also came to help grill oysters. Wang Xiaoming ate his grilled oysters and found that they tasted much better than his own. This was probably due to the control of the heat. Wang Xiaoming was not ashamed to ask for advice, and asked about the skills of grilling oysters while grilling. Yang Ming was not shy and carefully explained the key points of the heat to Wang Xiaoming. One taught and the other learned, talking and laughing. The scene was quite harmonious. Only little Wang Bing was watching from the side, his lips were so curled that they could hang an oil bottle. With Yang Ming joining, the charcoal grilled oysters sold very quickly. In less than 2 hours, all the oysters were sold out. The diners were still not satisfied. Boss, you can't have only this much stock, we haven't eaten enough yet. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, that's all for lunch, no more, I have something else to do, come back in the evening if you want to eat. Boss, you are not making money here, we are all leaving in the evening. The diners were still lobbying Wang Xiaoming, you have something to do, your master can stay. Wang Xiaoming glanced at Yang Ming and smiled and said, I'm really sorry, don't you see that our master is still injured, and he can't be too tired, he needs to rest, come in the evening, please get up early in the evening, we came here after 4 o'clock. Chapter 1294. Boss, you are not making money here, we are all leaving in the evening. The diners were still lobbying Wang Xiaoming, you have something to do, your master can stay. Wang Xiaoming glanced at Yang Ming and said with a smile, I'm really sorry, can't you see that our master is still injured? He can't be too tired. He needs to rest. Come in the evening. Please come early in the evening. We will be here at around 4 o'clock. Yang Ming heard him say this, glanced at him, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Wang Xiaoming thought about paying back the loan shark, so he closed the stall and prepared to cross the sea to pay back the money. Bing, you and Uncle Yang Ming take a nap at home. Uncle has something to do. Wang Bing refused to do it no matter what, I won't take a nap. I'll go with Uncle. Wang Xiaoming looked at the sun at 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon and didn't want to take him out, don't go at home. Follow Uncle Yang Ming. I'll buy you a lollipop. But the lollipop couldn't successfully tempt Wang Bing. He refused to stay with Yang Ming at home. Wang Xiaoming had no choice in the end. You can go if you want. Go by yourself. You are not allowed to be held when you are tired, and you are not allowed to ask for toys or food. Wang Bing nodded as fast as a chicken pecking at rice. I don't want it. Wang Xiaoming took a straw hat and covered his little head, then come. Wang Xiaoming thought for a while. Yang Ming, you should go with us too. Yang Ming was a little surprised. I'm going too. Wang Xiaoming said, well, I'll buy you a change of clothes. Yang Ming had been wearing Wang Ergu's clothes, which didn't fit him, and Wang Ergu also wanted the clothes, so it was not good to wear them all the time. Yang Ming nodded, okay. I'll go buy some seasonings. Okay, pick whatever you need. Wang Bing glared at Yang Ming angrily, and seemed very unhappy that he followed him, but the uncle asked him to go, so he didn't dare to say anything. After the three of them crossed the sea, Wang Xiaoming went to the bank to transfer the money to the loan shark first, and called Huang to tell him that the money had been transferred. Huang was still a little dissatisfied and cursed, asking him to transfer the money on time next time. Wang Xiaoming didn't want to say much, saying that he would pay it back on time if he had money. He thought that it would be best to pay back the principal all at once, so that these vampires would never be able to suck his blood again. After paying back the money, Wang Xiaoming still had a few hundred yuan left. Let's go buy something. When Wang Bing heard that he could buy something, he whispered, Uncle, I'm so thirsty, I want to eat ice cream. Wang Xiaoming turned his head and glared at him. What did you say at home? You can't buy food or playthings. Wang Bing bit his lower lip and looked down at the road. Wang Xiaoming bent down to hug him, and reached out to touch the sweat on his forehead. You said it's so sunny, why did you follow me? In the end, he bought him a small pudding, and after buying it, he couldn't help nagging, you little debt collector, I really owe you 2 grandchildren. I have to pay back your debts to your father and you. What sins did I commit in my previous life? Remember it well, and you will have to pay it back in the future. Wang Bing has become accustomed to Wang Xiaoming's nagging, and he just licked the ice cream contentedly. Yang Ming walked behind Wang Xiaoming, listening to Wang Xiaoming's mumbling all the way, curled his lips, and didn't say anything. He found that his boss liked to nag, especially Wang Bing. Maybe he was under too much pressure and wanted to find a channel to vent. Although Wang Xiaoming didn't tell him about his family, he could see that there were no elders or women in this family, only a single young man and a child. There was a portrait of a middle-aged man hanging in the hall. It was not a complete family at all. Wang Xiaoming led Yang Ming into a street full of clothing stores. A large speaker was placed at the door of a store, and a female voice inside was mechanically playing back and forth. Our store is selling off-season clothing at a special price, 30% off for 1 piece, 50% off for 2 pieces, don't miss it if you pass by. Wang Xiaoming was attracted by the shouting and went directly to the store. It was also a common youth fashion brand. The original price of the clothes was 59 per piece, but now it only costs 59 for 2 pieces, which is quite cheap, but the style is a bit silly, with an arrow and 2 red hearts on the chest. No wonder this thing can't be sold. But the material is good, pure cotton fabric. Wang Xiaoming took one and gestured on his body, and asked, buy 2 pieces for 50% off. Yes, I have couples styles, men's and women's clothes, 50% off for 2 pieces. The shopping guide girl said. Wang Xiaoming said, I'm not buying a couple's item. Can I get a discount for 2? The shopping guide smiled and said, of course. Wang Xiaoming picked and chose. White is easy to get dirty, yellow is too tender, and pink is too flashy. So only black can be worn. Finally, he picked a large size black one. He is 175 centimeters tall, so the large size is just right for him. He turned to Yang Ming and said, you can pick one too. Buy 2 together. It's cheaper. Yang Ming looked at the pattern of an arrow piercing the heart and hesitated, can I change the style? Wang Xiaoming said, this is the cheapest. Yang Ming shook his head almost invisibly and picked up a large size black one, this one. Wang Xiaoming said, don't wear black too. How can we tell them apart? Yang Ming said, white is too easy to get dirty. Wang Xiaoming thought so too. They are in the catering business. White will be ruined if it gets stained with oil, okay, whatever you want. At that time, they can only distinguish them by looking at the labels. Wang Xiaoming also bought Yang Ming 2 pairs of discounted pants for him to change and wash. Yang Ming wanted to buy condiments, so Wang Xiaoming took him to a farmer's market. At this time, the farmer's market was almost closed, and the prices were cheap. Yang Ming picked a lot of condiments. Although he didn't talk much, he was very picky when buying condiments. He didn't want old condiments, too small condiments, too coarse condiments, too damp condiments, and condiments with additives. He picked and chose, and there were few that he liked. Wang Xiaoming was sweating as he watched from the side. His eyes were really sharp and his requirements were really harsh. If everyone was like him, would he still be able to do business? Yang Ming was very picky, and the boss was not very happy. You don't like this and don't want that, so I don't need to sell these. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, Boss, my friend is a professional chef, and his requirements are quite high. Don't bother with him. In fact, I think they are all the same. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Xiaoming and said nothing, just said, okay, that's all. Wang Xiaoming used his best skills again and bargained with the boss. After much persuasion, he finally bought everything at the most affordable price. Wang Xiaoming looked at the big bag of seasonings in Yang Ming's hand. Why buy so many? It's like opening a restaurant. We only make oyster omelets and barbecue, so we don't need these. Yang Ming said, sooner or later, we will use them. Wang Xiaoming felt funny in his heart. Could it be that he really wanted to open a restaurant? Chapter 1295. Yang Ming said, sooner or later, we will use them. Wang Xiaoming felt funny in his heart. Could it be that he really wanted to open a restaurant? When the stall was opened at night, the flavors of charcoal grilled oysters were richer. In addition to garlic and original flavors, there was also a mustard flavor, so diners had more choices. That night, Wang Xiaoming's charcoal grilled oysters were sold like crazy again. Before other charcoal grilled oysters were sold, there was a long queue in front of his stall, not only from foreign tourists, but also from local villagers. In less than 2 days, Wang Xiaoming's charcoal grilled oysters became the most famous delicacy on the island. The Icelanders and foreign tourists all over the island knew that Wang Xiaoming's family had hired a new chef with great cooking skills. The roadside stall was made to the level of 5-star dining. Everyone who knew about it wanted to come and try it. Wang Xiaoming's snack stall was extremely popular. He was so busy that he had no time to rest. He opened the stall at around 11 o'clock in the morning and had customers all the time. He had to be busy until 9 or 10 o'clock in the evening to close the stall. Every day, he collected money until his hands cramped. In order not to make himself too tired, Wang Xiaoming simply stopped the breakfast stall in the morning. Anyway, the money earned from the 2 meals in the morning and evening was several times more than that of the previous day. That evening, Wang Xiaoming was busy collecting money while working. He found Luo Yufen's elder brother Luo Junsheng in the crowd. Wang Xiaoming said unexpectedly, Brother Sheng, why are you here? The Luo family opened the first and largest restaurant on the island. At this time, they should be busy in the store. Why do they have the leisure to come and buy oysters? Luo Junsheng squeezed up and said with a fake smile, I heard that your oysters are especially delicious, so I came to try them. Give me 2. Brother Sheng, I am so embarrassed. That's all because of everyone's support. I'll pick up a few for you to try. Wang Xiaoming said and quickly picked up 4 roasted oysters with a lunchbox. Luo Junsheng said, give me 1 of each flavor. The box was not big and could only hold 4. Wang Xiaoming had to pick up 2 more garlic flavors and exchanged them for 1 original flavor and 1 mustard. Luo Junsheng said, $12, right? Here you go. Wang Xiaoming smiled awkwardly, Brother Sheng, why do you need money? Just take it and eat. Luo Junsheng was only 2 years older than Wang Xiaoming, and they had grown up together. Wang Xiaoming was embarrassed to take his money. Seeing that he didn't want to take the money, Luo Junsheng put the money on the table and left with the oysters. A familiar villager saw Luo Junsheng leaving and said to Wang Xiaoming, Ashen's family also sells oysters, why did he come to buy from you? Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, maybe he wanted to try the taste. Another acquaintance said, no one went to his house to eat today, and they all came to your place to eat oysters. I think he might come to learn from you. Wang Xiaoming smiled, that's not the case. His oysters have always been very authentic. The acquaintance said, it's okay, but it's still far worse than yours. Wang Xiaoming didn't know how to respond, so he just smiled and continued to work. He was not afraid of Luo Junzheng stealing his skills. If you can steal the recipe of food just by eating, there will be no secret recipe in the world. Although Wang Xiaoming now mainly sells charcoal grilled oysters, he is not busy until midnight like others. He closes the stall at 10 o'clock at the latest. He has a child waiting at home. When Yang Ming was closing his stall that night, he went to the public toilet. When he came out, he was stopped by someone. "Brother Yang Ming, can you please talk to me?" Yang Ming saw that the person who stopped him was Luo Junzheng. Yang Ming knew him. He was the owner of Luo's restaurant. Luo's house was not far from Wang Xiaoming's house. It was a 3-story Western-style building. It was very impressive. Luo Mogang and Luo Junzheng often drank kung fu tea in the corridor. Wang Xiaoming would greet him every time he passed by, so Yang Ming remembered it. Yang Ming stopped, looked at the cigarette handed over by the other party, and did not take it. "No." Luo Junzheng took back the hand that handed over the cigarette awkwardly, put it in his mouth, and lit the cigarette. "Brother Yang Ming works for Xiaoming, how much does he pay you?" Yang Ming said, "No money." Luo Junzheng almost dropped the cigarette on his lips. "What? No money, what do you mean?" Yang Ming said, "It means no money." Luo Junzheng took the cigarette in his hand, squinted his eyes and looked at Yang Ming, trying to figure out the credibility of his words. The light in the toilet was a little dim, and Yang Ming's expression seemed not real enough. Luo Junzheng smiled and said, "Brother Yang Ming's craftsmanship is really superb, and it is too buried to run a roadside stall. I will give you 5,000 a month, come to my store to be a chef. There will be dividends at the end of the year." Yang Ming said lightly, "Oh, no need." Luo Junzheng said, "If 5,000 is too little, you can tell me how much you want. As long as I can afford it, I will not refuse." Yang Ming said, "No, I will work for Wang Xiaoming." He left, and Wang Xiaoming was still waiting for him. Luo Junzheng threw the cigarette on the ground, chased him and grabbed his arm. "Brother Yang Ming, is it because my father misunderstood you at the beginning that he is unwilling to cooperate with us?" The situation at that time was indeed a misunderstanding. "I apologize to you on behalf of my father." Before Yang Ming went to Wang Xiaoming's stall to find a job, he had gone to other stores to find a job. At that time, he was not very fluent, had injuries on his body, and was dressed in dirty clothes. Anyone would think he was a beggar or a lunatic. Luo Mogang was very rude at the time and shouted at him to get out. Wang Bing had seen this scene when he was looking for Luo Junqian's son to play in Luo's store. Yang Ming stopped, looked at the hand holding him and said, "Let go. I don't want money, I just want a place to eat and sleep. Now Wang Xiaoming has given it to me, so I will help him work." He can speak basically fluently now, which shows that his slurred speech is not innate, but caused by physical injuries. Luo Junzheng let go of his hand and said, "I can provide you with better conditions. You don't have to set up a stall on the roadside in the sun and rain, and I will also give you a salary. You are a grown man, you can't just eat enough." Yang Ming said, "I'm enough." He couldn't remember his origins at all. Without a past, he naturally had no responsibilities and obligations. As long as he lived happily, it was fine. He helped Wang Xiaoming make money, and seeing him making money happily made him happy, so he was happy too. There was nothing wrong with that. Luo Junzheng couldn't imagine that this man had such low requirements. He had a unique skill, but he only needed to make a living. This opportunity was once presented to them, but unfortunately his father let it go. Otherwise, wouldn't their Luo's restaurant be the most popular restaurant on the island now? "Brother Yang Ming, if you change your mind, come to my restaurant, we welcome you anytime," Luo Junzheng said behind him without giving up. Yang Ming left without looking back. Chapter 1296. Luo Junzheng couldn't imagine that this man had such low requirements. He had a unique skill, but he only needed to make a living. This opportunity was once presented to them, but unfortunately his father let it go. Otherwise, wouldn't their Luo's restaurant be the most popular restaurant on the island now? "Brother Yang Ming, if you change your mind, come to my restaurant, we welcome you anytime," Luo Junzheng said behind him without giving up. Yang Ming left without looking back. Wang Xiaoming had packed up his things. Seeing Yang Ming coming back from the toilet slowly, he didn't ask much, "Let's go home. You drive and I'll hold Ah Bing." Yang Ming had learned how to drive the electric tricycle in the past 2 days, but Wang Bing still didn't like to pay attention to Yang Ming and didn't get close to him at all. Wang Xiaoming had to hold him and let Yang Ming drive. Yang Ming sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and suddenly asked, "How much does it cost to open a store?" Wang Xiaoming didn't react for a moment. "Ah, what store?" "Restaurant." Wang Xiaoming laughed. "Why are you thinking about opening a restaurant? A small restaurant will cost tens of thousands of yuan. I don't even want to do this. It's too far away from me. Restaurants make a lot of money." Yang Ming looked at Wang Xiaoming's dark skin, mainly because they don't need to be exposed to the sun and rain. Wang Xiaoming smiled bitterly, "But I'm in a lot of debt now, how can I have the money to open a restaurant?" "How much?" Wang Xiaoming thought for a while. "I owe a loan shark 100,000 yuan. And my father's previous debt is almost 500,000 yuan. Add it all up, there are still 600,000 yuan in debt. I haven't paid a penny in the past few years. I'm busy paying the interest on the loan shark. The monthly income is tight to pay the interest. Where can I have the spare money to open a restaurant?" At this point, Wang Xiaoming smiled helplessly. Yang Ming listened and stopped talking. Wang Xiaoming said self-deprecatingly, "Sometimes I also want to be like you, forget everything and there will be no worries and pain. But it's not possible. God is punishing me. He won't let me live an easy life." Wang Xiaoming thought about the time when nothing happened at home. At that time, his mother often quarreled with him because of his father's gambling. He was very tired of that kind of life and hoped that he would grow up and leave this family quickly. Unexpectedly, even that kind of time became a luxury later. After a long time, Yang Ming said, "It's just a test." Wang Xiaoming's nose suddenly felt sour when he heard this simple sentence. This seemingly simple sentence has become the best comfort over the years. He pinched his nose with his hand and smiled to hide his emotions. "Haha, I hope it's just a test as you said. I hope this test will end soon. Damn, it tortures me to death. I will." Yang Ming's words were very brief, but they were like a heart-wrenching blow, which made people feel particularly useful. Some people have thousands of words and talk a lot, but none of them can touch people's hearts. Some people only need a few words to hit people's hearts and make people remember them for a lifetime. "Yang Ming, you seem to speak clearly. You are not a big tongue." Wang Xiaoming suddenly realized this problem. Yang Ming felt like his face was full of black lines. This person's thinking was really fast. "I don't know." Wang Xiaoming said, "It should be because of the head injury. When I have money, I will take you to the hospital for a checkup and check the cause of your amnesia." Yang Ming did not say anything. "Are you worried?" Wang Xiaoming asked him. Lu Haoang had helped to check that Yang Ming was not a tourist on the island, and he didn't know how he came to the island. It would be a bad feeling for a person who didn't know his origins and forgot his parents, relatives, and friends. Yang Ming said lightly, "No hurry." There was no way to be anxious. Back home, Wang Xiaoming took Wang Bing to take a shower, and Yang Ming went to pack up. They had developed a good tacit understanding and a clear division of labor. Yang Ming was a very good helper. Wang Xiaoming was very glad that he kept him. When Wang Xiaoming finished his shower and was about to go to bed, he saw a message from Luo Jun's hung on his phone. "Xiaoming, are you asleep? If not, come over for a cup of tea." Wang Xiaoming glanced at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Luo Junchen's message was sent 15 minutes ago. He replied, "Not yet." The other side quickly replied, "Come over for a cup of tea." Wang Xiaoming knew that he had something to ask him, otherwise he wouldn't have asked him to have tea so late, so he put away his phone, took his keys and went out. Luo's house was also quiet. Everyone was asleep. Only the living room on the first floor was still lit. The door was open. Luo Junsheng was smoking and drinking tea in front of the wooden root carving coffee table. When he saw Wang Xiaoming coming, he took a puff of cigarette, put the cigarette on the ashtray, and picked up the teapot to pour tea. "Sit down. It's been a long time since we had tea together. Do you smoke?" "No." When they were young and free, Wang Xiaoming and Luo Junsheng had drunk a lot of tea together. Now there are not many opportunities to drink tea together. They can only drink once during festivals when the store is not open for business. On weekdays, Wang Xiaoming is so busy that he doesn't even have time to go to the toilet, so how can he have time to drink tea? The so-called Kung Fu tea is tea that requires effort to drink. Wang Xiaoming put his mobile phone on the tea tray. His mobile phone is a second-hand Nokia 5320, which is only used for making calls and sending text messages. Compared with Luo Junshen's iPhone 6, the rich and the poor are obvious. Luo Junsheng said, "You're still using this phone. I have a Samsung phone that I replaced before, a smart one. You can use it." Wang Xiaoming waved his hand and said, "No, I don't use it much. I just make calls and send messages. I don't know how to do anything else, and I don't have time to play with my phone." Luo Junsheng smiled and didn't insist. He went straight to the point, "Who is your Yang Ming?" Wang Xiaoming paused and said, "I can't tell. He was injured and lost his memory. He can't remember his origins. I picked him up." Luo Junsheng looked at Wang Xiaoming with his mouth half open in surprise. How could this be the same as a TV series? No one from his family came to look for him. Not yet. I called the police for him and waited for his family to pick him up. Wang Xiaoming said. Luo Junsheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard about Yang Ming's situation. Since this was the case, it meant that Yang Ming was a temporary worker and he might not be able to help Wang Xiaoming for a long time. Maybe someone from his family would come to look for him tomorrow. Luo Junshen's expression relaxed a little. I didn't expect him to be such a pitiful person. Wang Xiaoming picked up the teacup and took a sip. That's right. I thought he was a beggar at first. Luo Junsheng laughed. Yes, he came to my store to ask for food, but my father thought he was a beggar and sent him away. Wang Xiaoming smiled. I didn't expect him to be such a good helper. Luo Junsheng looked at Wang Xiaoming and said with a smile, "Look at your family's business now, you are so busy that you can't collect the money." Wang Xiaoming shook his head. How can it be so exaggerated? You know, it's a small business. My stall is only so big, and the business can only be so big. Chapter 1297. Wang Xiaoming smiled. I didn't expect him to be such a good helper. Luo Junsheng looked at Wang Xiaoming and said with a smile, "Look at your family's business now, you are so busy that you can't collect the money." Wang Xiaoming shook his head. It's not that exaggerated. You know, it's a small business. My stall is only that big, so the business can only be that big. Luo Junsheng originally planned to spend a lot of money to hire someone from Wang Xiaoming, but now that he heard that it was a temporary worker, he no longer had this idea. What if the family of the person came to find him soon and wanted to take him away? Wouldn't the money be wasted? Don't tell me, that guy's cooking skills are really good. I've tried his grilled oysters, and they tasted really good. I heard that his oyster omelette and rice noodle are very delicious, is that true? Wang Xiaoming smiled and nodded, yes, they taste better than mine. Luo Junsheng took a puff of cigarette and said, this guy is a talent. Recently, everyone has gone to your house to eat oysters. When they come to my restaurant to eat, they have to go to your place to pack oysters. My restaurant doesn't allow people to bring their own food, which makes people feel embarrassed. The waiter in their restaurant tried to tell people not to bring their own food, but they just ran away, and this happened more than once or twice, so in order not to drive away customers, this rule is useless. Wang Xiaoming couldn't express his opinion on this matter. He set up a stall to do business. Customers ate at his home. Sometimes he had to help customers buy food from other places. This was normal. As long as they consumed food, it was allowed. In fact, it was similar in restaurants. If customers came to your home to eat and bought other people's dishes to eat, it only meant that your home didn't have them or they were not as good as others. Seeing that Wang Xiaoming was just drinking tea and not talking, Luo Junsheng said, what condiments do you put in your grilled oysters? They smell so good. Wang Xiaoming felt funny in his heart. This was too direct. He asked about the condiments directly and said, I don't know either. The condiments were all prepared by Yang Ming. I just put them in. Didn't you learn from him? Luo Junsheng asked in disbelief. Wang Xiaoming didn't say anything. Of course he learned from him, and it was Yang Ming who took the initiative to instruct him. Luo Junsheng smiled and said, of course, I do it myself. I know the rules of the chef industry. The secrets of cooking are generally passed on to one's own people or apprentices, and will not be passed on to outsiders. Xiaoming, let me tell you something clearly. In the chef industry, the secret of cooking is capital. If he is willing to teach, you should learn more from him, and you will definitely benefit from it in the future. Wang Xiaoming smiled, of course I want to. Yang Ming will go back sooner or later. He naturally wants to learn more if he can learn a little, provided that Yang Ming is willing to teach. If he is unwilling to teach, he cannot be forced. Luo Junzheng puffed out a puff of smoke. How much money do you still owe to the loan sharks? 100,000. Wang Xiaoming said. Luo Junzheng glanced at him. Don't you want to pay off your debts as soon as possible? Wang Xiaoming smiled bitterly. I dream about it. But everyone knows about his mess, no one is willing to lend money. Luo Junzheng tapped his finger on the coffee table and said, Xiaoming, we are all family, I won't beat around the bush, I'll show you a way. You ask Yang Ming to teach me how to cook, and I'll lend you money to help you pay off the loan shark first, how about that? Wang Xiaoming was stunned. He was not stupid, he heard that Luo Junzheng specifically called him and said so much, maybe just to ask Yang Ming about the secret of cooking. He didn't expect that he would directly ask him to teach him how to cook, and once he learned it, he would be done with it once and for all. This is really a good plan, he smiled and said, Brother Sheng, I can't make the decision, you have to ask Yang Ming himself. Luo Junzheng said, he is very grateful to you and will listen to you. Let him teach me how to cook, he will continue to work for you, and it won't delay your business, this is the best of both worlds, and it can also help you, he will agree. Don't you want to pay off the loan shark debt as soon as possible? Wang Xiaoming wanted to get rid of this loan shark as soon as possible, even in his dreams. However, he felt bad for using Yang Ming like this. Yang Ming had already helped him a lot, so why should he help him to this extent? I'd better go back and ask Yang Ming about this. Luo Junzheng said again, this method is good for both you and me. If you pay back the loan shark, you don't have to pay such high interest in the future. I don't have to pay interest on my money either, so you can pay it back slowly. Wang Xiaoming said, I'll go back and discuss it with Yang Ming, and I'll get back to you. Luo Junzheng nodded, okay. Wang Xiaoming returned home and lay on the bed, tossing and turning, thinking about Luo Junzhen's proposal. He felt that this man was really calculating. He wanted to earn a skill by using favors without spending a penny. But he hit his soft spot directly. He was not unmoved by this proposal, but he didn't know how to tell Yang Ming. Which person with special skills doesn't keep it to himself? If he casually taught his skills to others, how could he still maintain his advantage? Isn't there a saying that teaching the apprentice will starve the master to death? I don't know if it's because of the tea I drank or because of something on my mind, I didn't feel sleepy until the second half of the night, and Wang Xiaoming fell asleep in a daze. Fortunately, he didn't have to get up early to set up the stall, otherwise he wouldn't have the energy to toss the next day. Wang Bing got up very early, but Wang Xiaoming didn't wake up and didn't want to move. He closed his eyes and muttered, Bing, get up and pee by yourself, uncle needs to sleep for a while. Wang Bing had never seen an old man who stayed in bed. He reached out his hand, touched Wang Xiaoming's forehead, and then touched his forehead with his own, and then said, Uncle, you are sick. Wang Xiaoming closed his eyes and said, No, uncle is just sleepy, put on your clothes by yourself, be good. Because he was too tired, he spoke weakly. Wang Bing still blindly believed that Wang Xiaoming was sick, so he put on his clothes by himself, opened the door and went out, urinated, brushed his teeth by himself, moved a stool, and climbed up to get the towel on the washstand. Yang Ming just came out of his room and saw Wang Bing squatting on the stool tremblingly. He hurried over in 3 or 2 steps and carried him down, be careful not to fall. He took the towel and handed it to him. Wang Bing was a little unhappy when he was held down by him. When he saw him take the towel down for her, she kept silent and went to wash her face. Yang Ming felt a little strange. Where is Wang Xiaoming? After washing his face, Wang Bing squeezed the water out of his small towel with both hands and took it into the bedroom. He was going to take care of the old man. Wang Xiaoming was sleeping in a daze. Suddenly, a ball of wet and cold things fell on his face. He was so scared that he suddenly sat up and all his sleepiness was scared away. Bing, what are you doing? Wang Bing was so scared that he dared not move. He pouted his mouth a little aggrievedly and said, I'm treating the old man. Chapter 1298. After washing his face, Wang Bing squeezed the water out of his small towel with both hands and took it into the bedroom. He was going to take care of the old man. Wang Xiaoming was sleeping in a daze. Suddenly, a ball of wet and cold things fell on his face. He was so scared that he suddenly sat up and all his sleepiness was scared away. Bing, what are you doing? Wang Bing was so scared that he dared not move. He pouted and said with some grievance, I'm treating the old man. Wang Xiaoming took the wet towel that slid down his face and looked at Wang Bing with a smile. The old man is not sick, he is just tired and wants to sleep. Although it was a mistake, this child also knows how to take care of others. It is really gratifying. Wang Xiaoming felt that his son had grown up. Yang Ming stood at the door and looked inside. Are you sick? No, I drank some tea last night and fell asleep very late. Wang Xiaoming took the towel that was still dripping with water and went down. The old man got up and wrung out the water. Yang Ming glanced at Wang Xiaoming's face. I'll go buy groceries, you sleep. Wang Xiaoming yawned. No, I'm up. I'll go. Yang Ming stretched out his hand to Wang Xiaoming. Give me the money. Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming's expressionless face, with a firmness in his eyes that could not be refused, and said, Okay, thank you. He took out the money from the drawer and gave it to Yang Ming, asking him to go buy groceries. Wang Bing saw that the old man got up and knew that he was not sick, so he felt relieved. Uncle, I'm hungry, I want to eat rice noodles. Wang Xiaoming said, let me see if there is any rice noodles at home. If not, I can only make porridge. Wang Xiaoming opened the refrigerator and saw that there was still a bag of rice noodles inside, but the amount was not enough, only for 2 people, so he washed the rice and cooked the porridge. When Wang Xiaoming was making breakfast, Wang Bing was circling around his feet like a puppy. Wang Xiaoming said, today's rice noodles don't have bone soup, so the taste may not be that good. I like the rice noodle soup made by the uncle the most. It tastes better than anyone else's. Wang Bing said. Wang Xiaoming stretched out his hand and scratched his nose. You are so sweet, you know how to make uncle happy. Uncle's cooking is not as delicious as Uncle Yang Ming's. Wang Bing said in a very firm tone, it tastes better than his. Wang Xiaoming heard his words, remembered his attitude these days, turned his head and looked at his nephew. Bing, you seem a little unhappy these days, what's wrong? Wang Bing looked outside the door. Uncle, when will he leave? Wang Xiaoming paused his hand movements and looked at him. What's wrong, Bing? Wang Bing raised his head and looked at Wang Xiaoming with his big black and white eyes, then lowered his head and played with his fingers. Is Uncle Yang Ming going to live in our house? Wang Xiaoming said, yes, Uncle Yang Ming forgot how to go home, and he lived in our house until he remembered. Wang Bing frowned, what if he can't remember it? Wang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment. He hadn't thought that far ahead, so he shouldn't have forgotten it all the time. If he wants, he can stay in our house forever, or he can leave if he wants. Uncle Yang Ming, please get better soon. Wang Bing held his forehead with his hand, pretending to have a headache, looking mature for a young man, which made Wang Xiaoming laugh. Don't you like Uncle Yang Ming? Wang Bing turned his head and looked outside the door. With Uncle Yang Ming, Uncle doesn't like me as much as before. Wang Xiaoming almost sprayed. Stinky boy, what are you talking about? Uncle has always liked you. But Uncle also likes Uncle Yang Ming. He will snatch you away. Wang Bing yelled anxiously. Wang Xiaoming finally couldn't help laughing out loud. What nonsense are you talking about, you little brat? How can I like Uncle Yang Ming? Uncle Yang Ming has helped Uncle a lot. With him around, Uncle won't be visited by people asking for debts, and he won't be beaten. Isn't that good? Wang Bing looked at Wang Xiaoming doubtfully. Really? Wang Xiaoming nodded. Well, Uncle Yang Ming is a good man. With him here, Uncle won't be as hard as before, and he can help Uncle make a lot of money. Next year, you will have money to go to school. Haven't you always wanted to go to kindergarten? Children as old as Wang Bing in the village all go to kindergarten. Wang Xiaoming has no money and can't afford to send him to kindergarten. He plans to send him directly to preschool, so Wang Bing plays alone most of the time and is quite lonely. Wang Bing opened his eyes wide. Really? Well, as long as Uncle Yang Ming doesn't leave, Uncle can make money to send you to school, and you can take a boat across the sea to go to school every day in the future. Wang Xiaoming said. Wang Bing finally jumped up with joy. Oh, that's great. So you have to be more friendly to Uncle Yang Ming, and don't ignore him. Wang Xiaoming said. Wang Bing scratched his face. Oh. Since he is so useful, he should be nicer to him in the future. Yang Ming bought vegetables and came back. Wang Xiaoming went to pick up the vegetables and saw that the truck was full of vegetables. Why did you buy so many vegetables? Yang Ming said, oysters are too monotonous, more varieties. Diners have also reflected on this problem. You can only buy oysters at his restaurant. If you want to eat something else, you have to go to other restaurants to buy it. It's not very convenient. Having said that, his business has never been less popular. There are always so many people. Wang Xiaoming has never prepared other dishes in the principle of avoiding trouble. If there are too many dishes, it will be more laborious. I have to wash the dishes and stick them on the skewers. I won't earn as much as oysters. Yang Ming said, after the oyster season, I still have to make other things in the future. Barbecue is not a healthy diet. I plan to make clay pot rice. I have to buy a steamer and a clay pot first. His family has always sold snacks, no staple food, diners can only go to other people's houses to order rice to eat together. If there is clay pot rice, it will be a one-stop service. Wang Xiaoming scratched his head. Yang Ming was obviously more thoughtful than him as a boss. He even thought about future development. I really don't know what virtue he had accumulated to let him pick up such a good partner. I don't know how to make clay pot rice. I'll teach you. Yang Ming said casually. Wang Xiaoming thought of what Luo Junzheng had said to him last night, and thought about how Yang Ming had tried so hard to help him, and he couldn't say it anyway. Forget it, let's not say it. Without borrowing money from the Luo family, Yang Ming is willing to help him, and he should learn to cook from him carefully. Even if he goes back in the future, he will still be able to support himself. During breakfast, Yang Ming said, "Where did you go for tea last night?" Wang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment. Brother Sheng's house. What did he talk to you about? Wang Xiaoming looked up at Yang Ming. He rarely asked about his own affairs, why did he ask about this? He just chatted with me and said that your cooking skills are very good. Yang Ming said expressionlessly, Boss Luo gave me 5,000 yuan a month, and dividends at the end of the year, and asked me to work for his family. Chapter 1299. Wang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment. Brother Sheng's house. What did he talk to you about? Wang Xiaoming looked up at Yang Ming. He rarely asked about his own affairs, why did he ask about this? He just chatted with me and said that you are a good cook. Yang Ming said expressionlessly, Boss Luo gave me 5,000 yuan a month, with dividends at the end of the year, and asked me to work for his company. Wang Xiaoming's heart stopped beating, and he didn't know what to say. Luo Junzheng had poached people from him and offered such generous conditions. Compared with working for his own company for free, most people would choose Luo's. After a long while, he asked, when? His question was artistic. It could be asking when to go, or when the other person found him. Yang Ming drank a mouthful of porridge and ate a chopstick of pickles. Last night, when I was closing the stall, I refused. Wang Xiaoming finally let go of his worries. Fortunately, Yang Ming was not someone who was easily tempted. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and his tone was relaxed. He glanced at him jokingly, why don't you go? I don't get paid here. Yang Ming said indifferently, it's useless for me to ask for money. I don't like it. Wang Xiaoming didn't know whether he didn't like money or didn't like working for the Luo family. Anyway, he liked this answer very much. He often saw some noble people who regarded money as dirt on TV. He didn't expect to meet one again. Thank you. Yang Ming said, what did he say to you? Wang Xiaoming hesitated, that, Brother Sheng said he wanted to invite you to teach him how to cook. What are the benefits? Yang Ming asked concisely. Wang Xiaoming said, he borrowed money from me to pay off a loan shark. Yang Ming touched his chin, 100,000. Wang Xiaoming nodded, it should be. Yang Ming said, tell him I'll sell him the recipe for 5,000 yuan a dish, sell him 20 dishes, and I guarantee you'll teach him. Ask him if he wants it, if not, forget it. 100,000 is not much, and I'll pay it back quickly. Wang Xiaoming was so surprised that his mouth widened. 5,000 yuan a recipe, is there still such a sale? Is this expensive or cheap? Going to a chef school seems to be only a few tens of thousands of yuan more expensive. Is this okay? Am I really going to say that? It's up to you, this is the price I set, it's already very cheap. Yang Ming said as he stood up to serve the porridge. Wang Xiaoming's cooking is not very good, mainly because he has not received professional training. His comprehension is not bad, and he can be trained, but the pickled vegetables he made are very good, salty and delicious, making people have endless aftertaste, and he loves to eat them. Wang Xiaoming was still nervous when he heard Yang Ming say that. If he said that, it was obvious that he was rejecting Luo Jun's hung. Would he offend people? Yang Ming did not mention this matter again. That day, they had more kinds of barbecue, and the diners really shouted with satisfaction, "Boss, you should prepare some more beer." Wang Xiaoming said, "We sell oysters, so we don't have beer. Eating these two together will cause gout. You should pay attention to your healthy diet." "Oh, yes, there is such a thing, I forgot about it. You can't drink beer, it would be better if you have some rice or something." The customer gave up. Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, "In 2 days, we are going to launch clay pot rice. When that time comes, please come and take care of the business." An acquaintance said, "Xiaoming, your business here is getting better and better, and it is developing very fast. Thanks to everyone's support." Wang Xiaoming smiled. He was in a good mood recently and smiled often, because since Yang Ming came, everything has been going well. It would be strange if he was not happy. After closing the stall and going home in the evening, Wang Xiaoming received another message from Luo Jun's hung, "Will you come to my house for tea?" Wang Xiaoming didn't want to go to his house for tea. He was afraid that he couldn't say those words in front of him, so he typed the message word by word. Yang Ming said that he can sell you the recipe of the dish, 5,000 yuan per dish. If you agree, he is willing to teach you. If you don't agree, forget it. He checked it several times and then pressed the send button. After sending the message, Wang Xiaoming clenched his phone. He could imagine Luo Jun's hung cursing, and he also felt that Yang Ming's trick was a bit mean. 5,000 yuan for a dish, how many copies would he have to sell to make back the cost? He waited anxiously for Luo Junchen's response, guessing that the other party would scold him. It took 5 minutes for the other side to reply, "Let's consider it." Wang Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief and didn't scold him, which was very polite. He ran to Yang Ming's room and saw him flipping through a tattered magazine on the bedside, which was still many years old. It was borrowed from a classmate's house when Wang Xiaoming was in school. He borrowed it but never returned it. Now he has forgotten who he borrowed it from. There are no entertainment activities in his family, and there is no cable TV. No one likes to watch TV. The spiritual life is indeed pitifully poor. Yang Ming saw him coming, put down the book, looked at him, and didn't say anything. Wang Xiaoming chuckled, "I told Brother Sheng about selling the formula, and he said he would think about it." Yang Ming nodded, "Well, tell me if there is any situation." After that, he raised the book again and continued to read. Wang Xiaoming closed the door and pushed it open again. "By the way, is it cold for you to sleep on the mat? The wind has changed and the temperature has dropped. I will get you a mattress and quilt." Yang Ming touched the bare bed board. There was nothing but the mat. He nodded, "Okay." Wang Xiaoming quickly opened the cabinet and took out a quilt. Yang Ming took it and spread it on himself. Wang Xiaoming found a bed sheet and spread it on him. "Is the quilt thin? If it is thin, change it to a thicker one." "Not for now." While the two were busy, Wang Xiaoming's phone rang. He quickly took it out and saw that it was Luo Jun's hung calling, "Brother Sheng." Luo Jun's hung said in a gloomy tone, "You haven't slept yet, come and have a cup of tea with Yang Ming, and talk face to face." Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming who was bending over to spread the bed sheet. "Okay." After hanging up the phone, he said to Yang Ming, "Brother Sheng asked us to have tea." Yang Ming nodded, "Go." Wang Xiaoming took a thin coat and put it on. He also found a coat of his own for Yang Ming. It was a little small, but barely okay. Wang Xiaoming looked at Yang Ming wearing a black short-sleeved t-shirt with a red heart, and thought that he had to buy him long-sleeved and thick clothes tomorrow. This time, there was not only Luo Jun's hung in the living room of the Luo family, but also Luo Mogang and his wife, and Luo Junchen's wife. Everyone watched Wang Xiaoming and Yang Ming come in silently. The two wore the same t-shirt and looked a bit like brothers at first glance. Wang Xiaoming looked at this scene, which was like a three-court trial. He smiled and greeted, "Uncle, Aunt, Brother Sheng, sister-in-law." Luo Mogang said, "Sit down." Luo Jun's hung poured tea for the two, "Drink tea." Yang Ming said, "No more. I can't sleep after drinking. The boss also drinks less." Chapter 1300. Luo Mogang said, "Sit down." Luo Jun's hung poured tea for the two, "Drink tea." Yang Ming said, "No, I can't sleep after drinking, and the boss also drinks less." Wang Xiaoming touched the back of his neck with a little embarrassment, it's okay for me, I can drink a little. The Luo family members all stared at Yang Ming. The wound on Yang Ming's face had healed, the bruise on his forehead had faded and was not very obvious, the wound at the corner of his eyebrow had also healed, and there was a dark red scab scar. Yang Ming sat calmly at the tea table, letting everyone watch. Luo Mogang spoke, what Yang Ming said is serious, not joking. Yang Ming didn't even raise his eyelids. Yes, I promise to teach you, and I will never cheat anyone. This was said very casually, and the Luo family looked at each other. Wang Xiaoming kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart, trying to weaken himself into a statue. Luo Junzheng hesitated, can't this price be negotiated again? Yang Ming said, the cheapest price, and only 20 dishes, I won't teach more than that. Wang Xiaoming didn't mention the 20 dishes in the message. The Luo family gasped when they heard it. 20 dishes, selling for 100,000 yuan, this is too expensive. The two women present blurted out, no. Luo Junzheng and Luo Mogang didn't say anything for a while. The father and son smoked silently and were still thinking. Luo Mogang's wife Li Kaiyulian said, Alu, Auntie knows you are short of money, but this is not how you make money. People should be conscientious. Wang Xiaoming felt very embarrassed, as if he came to their house to extort money. Yang Ming said, this has nothing to do with him, it's my business. The transaction is fair. It's up to you whether you buy it or not. Luo Junzheng said, it only costs me 10,000 or 20,000 yuan to go to a cooking school. I can learn more than 20 dishes in school. Yang Ming said, then go to school to learn. Luo Junzheng looked a little unhappy. Of course, he could learn a little in the cooking school, but it was all basic skills, mainly based on theory. The teacher could not teach him one-on-one. How much he could learn depended on his luck. Luo Mogang said, you young man, you speak as aggressively as if you were taking gunpowder. Is there no room for negotiation at all? Yang Ming said, 5,000 yuan a dish, I think it is very cheap. If you don't need it, we won't force you. Luo Junshen's wife He Wan snorted, who can't cook? 5,000 yuan a dish, go grab it. Yang Ming sneered, 5,000 yuan for a recipe is expensive? You probably don't know that there are really 5,000 yuan dishes in the world. Luo Junzheng quickly stopped his wife, Wan, don't talk too much. Turning back to Yang Ming, he said, woman's head, I am not very knowledgeable, please don't laugh at me. There are indeed dishes that cost thousands of yuan per dish, but in our small place, we basically only cook home-cooked dishes, and we can't cook any delicacies from land and sea. 5,000 yuan per dish is really expensive. Yang Ming said, you live by the sea, so what else can you eat but seafood? If you don't want to spend money, don't learn from me. Anyway, my boss will open a restaurant in the future. 100,000 yuan is not a big sum. With some effort, it will be paid back soon. Wang Xiaoming glanced at Yang Ming and scratched his forehead to hide his embarrassment. When did he want to open a restaurant? He said it as if it was real. Luo Mogang said, then you cook a dish for us to try and see if your dish is worth the money. Yang Ming said, okay. Luo Junzheng said, how about tomorrow, it's too late today. Yang Ming said, no need for tomorrow, I'll borrow your kitchen, do you have any dishes? Li Kaiyulian said, there are also a few potatoes and carrots. Yang Ming said, do you have salad oil and sesame oil? Yes. Do you have white sesame? Yes. Yang Ming rolled up his sleeves, enough. All the lights in the kitchen were on, and Wang Xiaoming followed him in. Fortunately, the Luo family's house was big enough, and the kitchen was big enough, so several people could stand in it. Yang Ming found a carrot, took one in his hand, and said to Wang Xiaoming, boss, can you help me boil some water? Wang Xiaoming knew that he was called, so he said, do you want boiled water? Can the water in the teapot be used? Yang Ming nodded, okay, boil it first. Wang Xiaoming took a look and saw that there was a pot of boiling water in the teapot, and brought it over, I already have it. Yang Ming stopped talking. He washed the carrots, tested the blade, and started cutting vegetables. Anyone who has cooked knows that carrots are not easy to cut because they are too hard and have no texture. If the force is uneven, they will easily lose their shape and the cut strips will be of different sizes. This was the first time Wang Xiaoming really saw Yang Ming's knife skills. He held the carrot in one hand and the knife in the other, just like cutting tofu. After a few swipes, the carrot slices came out, with uniform thickness and size. Then he heard a few bangs on the chopping board, and the whole carrot was cut into thin strips, each of the same thickness. Yang Ming turned on the fire, poured in salad oil, and heated the oil over low heat. Before the oil started to smoke, he poured in the carrots and used chopsticks to stir them in the oil for about 10 seconds, then turned off the fire, took out the carrots, put them in boiling water, let them sit for a while, took them out, and squeezed out the water. Pour out the oil from the pan, add a little oil again, turn on low heat, stir-fry the pan with chopsticks, and when the water is dry, add salt and message, then turn to medium heat, pour in sesame oil, stir-fry for about a minute, serve, sprinkle with white sesame seeds, and place in front of everyone. The ingredients are insufficient, so it can be used barely. Taste it. Yang Ming said calmly. Wang Xiaoming looked at the plate of carrot shreds cut like vermicelli. The knife skills alone were very shocking. Yang Ming took a pair of chopsticks and gave them to Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming took them and put a few carrot shreds into his mouth. His eyes lit up and there was an indescribable wonderful feeling on his tongue. There was no carrot taste at all. It was fresh, crisp, fragrant, and delicious. He almost wanted to swallow his tongue. Yang Ming, how did you do it? Luo Mogang's family looked at Wang Xiaoming's expression and also took chopsticks to try it. After taking a bite, the whole family was silent. Yang Ming wiped his hands with a towel. It tastes good, I'll make it for you later. He said and walked out of the kitchen. Several people in the Luo family were scrambling to eat the shredded carrots. Wang Xiaoming wanted to try some more, but found that there was no more, so he put down his chopsticks and followed him out. He was very happy. In the future, Yang Ming would make this dish specifically for them. It was really a treat. Yang Ming left the kitchen and walked out directly without stopping. Luo Junzheng caught up with him. Master Yang Ming, please stay. Yang Ming stopped, looked back at him, and said in a cold tone, do you want to learn? Luo Junzheng's face showed some embarrassment. I'm sorry for offending you just now. Please sit down and talk slowly.